Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 241. A total of 12 knights were assigned as my bodyguards. 8 of them stood guard outside the house. 3 stayed inside to be prepared for any unexpected situations, and the last one followed me closely wherever I went inside the house. Your name is Raymond Kepler, right? Yes, that's right. The knight responded with courtesy, no matter what I said. It was unusual, but understandable. I was about to be given a title, so they were treating me with respect in advance. If they're from the Royal Knights, there must be quite a few title knights among them. Sending them all here must be a form of consideration. It seems that Deer Horns is a sensitive person. Well, I'll have to find out more to be sure. You mentioned that these were orders from above. Who exactly gave those orders? Kepler replied to my question. I don't know either. I watched his expression carefully as he replied. It didn't look like he was just making up an excuse. I probed further and realized that his immediate superior had sent him on the mission because he had been told to. Yeah, if he had an idea, he would have tried to hide his identity. It was a bit disappointing. I could have used this to find out Deer Horn's identity. Wait a minute. A possibility suddenly occurred to me. They're praising him as a hero, right? It'll be amusing if he dies right after receiving a noble title. The prestige of the royal family will be in the gutter. The clown's voice was filled with such resentment that I thought it was just an emotional outburst at the time. You couldn't even control your own emotions and ended up warning the enemy. Truly, you're nothing but a baby. This was how Deer Horns had seen the clown's actions. Could it be that the clown bastard planned this all along? Perhaps the clown's true goal was to gather information on Deer Horns from the beginning. Of course, with the green light on the jewel, there is definitely an assassin. If he was using the assassin as bait to dig up clues about Deer Horns, it wouldn't be a loss. That explanation made more sense. Even though the clown was beaten at the round table, he is still one of the big shots of the world. There's a good chance that even his mistakes are intentional. Deer Horns must have anticipated this possibility and sent the knights as discreetly as possible. Man, there really are no easy opponents here. Asai escaped me, but it also motivated me to stay alert from now on. If I had been lazy and overslept today, for example, Deer Horns might have sensed something strange when he received the report. Sir Knight, come here and have some of this. I can't accept private hospitality from a civilian. Come on, what hospitality? You're working hard to protect Bjorn. Misha served the knight's tea like a hostess. Does she think that close protection is part of being a knight? Raymond Kepler, right? I don't know how long you'll be staying with us, but make yourself at home while you're here. Misha finally managed to get Kepler to sit down and have some tea. I will address you as Lady Karlstein. HM? Just Misha is fine, but if you insist, I guess I can't stop you. Soon enough, Misha was using my impending baron status to naturally elicit respect from Kepler. Of course, I don't think it was intentional. It just happened. Anyway, Misha introduced Kepler to Erwin and even to Einar, who wasn't here today. May I call you Lady Teresia? That is. Erwin trailed off, seemingly uncomfortable with the honorific. Noticing her discomfort, Misha stepped in to help. Lady Teresia? Can't you see she's uncomfortable? Just call her Erwin. Yes. That would be better. Then I'll inform my subordinates to address her as such. After that, the title issue was quickly resolved. Just then there was another knock at the front door. Sir Bjorn Jandel's colleague is here. The knight announced the visitor as if he were some kind of servant. Who can it be? A mage named Oliver Raven. Kepler looked at me for permission, and I nodded. That was enough. A creak. The door opened with Kepler's welcoming hand. I raised an arm elegantly from my seat on the sofa to greet her. Ah, you're here. This was what I called my noblesse barbarian mode. Raven sighed, seemingly taken aback by the overly formal greeting. Come on. How about some tea? Black tea, please. Raven glanced at Kepler, who was standing behind me like a bodyguard, and then sat down on the sofa opposite me. So what is this all about? Exactly what it looks like. Are you mad? What's a small girl like her going to do if she gets angry? Still, I answered quickly. The royal family has assigned knights to guard me, so that nothing happens before the title is bestowed. Well, that makes sense. You have quite a few enemies. Raven readily accepted my explanation. After all, it's common knowledge in the city that the corpse collector wouldn't leave me alone. Even the big clans don't look favorably on me. Anyway, Raven, my enemies are your enemies. What are you talking about this early in the morning? Raven seemed to be in a bad mood, maybe because it was morning, not her usual active time. Here's your black tea. You know where the sugar is, right? Misha poured the tea and Raven sipped it, her gaze drifting to a particular spot. It was where Erwin was. Hello, Raven. Oh, yes, hello. They exchanged awkward greetings as they made eye contact. I couldn't help but tilt my head in curiosity. Didn't you two call each other by name? I'm sure you did. Jandel, just be quiet. As I shut my mouth, Raven, acting like an older sister, led the conversation. How have you been lately? I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. If it makes you feel better, I won tea. But are you planning to stay here from now on? Yes, luckily my sister gave her permission. Is that so? Interesting. Their conversation continued for a few more sentences before Erwin, feeling a bit tired, excused herself and went back to her room. Kepalo, are you just going to stand there? I'm used to this kind of duty. Please continue your conversation. If you say so. Despite her words, Raven's expression was one of discomfort. She showed no intention of speaking first. To avoid the awkward silence, I decided to ask something I was curious about. What was that just now? Mr. Jandel, please use a subject when you speak. I mean, Erwin, you weren't shy around her before. I sensed it clearly in their conversation. Raven seemed very uncomfortable around Erwin, and it wasn't just because Erwin had recently lost her family. So, is there something I'm missing? Seriously, you noticed the strangest things. So what is the answer? After a moment's hesitation, Raven sighed and began to speak. It's just I feel a bit responsible. What do you mean, responsible? You know that magic Dwaki used? Actually, I can use it too. Raven's explanation was simple. When the ruined scholar appeared, Raven knew instinctively. The overwhelming difference in magical power was clear. If she didn't use awakening magic, there would be no way to overcome the situation. But my spells and mana were fine, but I just couldn't recite the incantation. I understood. Even if it's a simple spell that any mage could theoretically use, not everyone can actually cast it. I hesitated at that moment. The ruined scholar's magic struck, and the magic walls Raven had erected were completely shattered. And the result was, sometimes I think alone in my empty laboratory, if I had cast that spell right away, maybe her sister would still be alive. I smiled bitterly. I had never imagined that she would harbor such thoughts. Mr. Jandel, and our other team members too. We were all in danger of dying. But knowing that, I still couldn't Before she could fall into a common pattern of self-loathing, I interrupted her. That's enough. We may have lost Erwin, but none of us died, right? It might have been a bit cold, but yes, that's true. Raven nodded in agreement. After all, she hadn't spent much time with Erwin and Daria, so they couldn't be more important than her comrades. But we only survived because you did what I couldn't, Mr. Jandel. Haha, well, that's because I'm the leader, isn't it? I laughed slightly, making a joke out of it. But Raven just let out another small sigh. Yeah, that's exactly why. Excuse me? I was just saying it's not like me to be so sentimental. I nodded without realizing it. In fact, when I first met her, she had a completely different image. In any case, not wanting to dwell on the subject any longer, Raven brought up another topic. Mr. Jandel, what are you going to do about Erwin? There's no place for her in the team. I'm still thinking about it. And what about the labyrinth? Are you planning to go in? I'll keep an eye on things for now. If the current situation continues, it might be difficult to enter. That makes sense. So, is that all you came here for today? No, I have something else to tell you. Her words set off my alarm bells as I believe in the saying, no news is good news. I have decided to take lessons from Lord Febrosk. What? You're not planning on leaving the team to go to classes, are you? What? No way. Why would you think that? Because it's happened a couple of times. But what kind of lessons? You're already part of a mage school, aren't you? I can't learn royal magic at the Altemian school. She got the qualification to learn royal magic as a reward. I wanted someone to lay the foundation for me, and fortunately, Master Febrosk agreed to it. Raven then explained that she would be staying near the royal palace for a while and told me to contact her there if I needed anything. That's all I had to say. I'm going now. See you then. Raven left as soon as she finished her tea, apparently having come just to pass on this information. May 18th. Excluding Raven, Team Apple Narek visited the palace again. Although there were still 2 days to go before my title ceremony, we were asked to come and decide on our rewards beforehand. In fact, it would look better to give out the rewards in front of everyone. As there wasn't going to be a banquet, there was no need to dress formally like last time. Still, I wore casual clothes since we weren't allowed to wear our equipment. Oh, Jandel, you're here today too? Familiar explorers greeted me as soon as I entered the palace. They, like me, were due to receive their rewards today. They have been calling people one by one for the past few days. The monetary rewards had already been distributed evenly, but those who had been given the opportunity to choose an essence or equipment had to wait their turn. Bjorn, we'll go first. After arriving at the palace, I separated from my comrades. Their rewards were different from mine. It's just the two of us now. Only my guard knight, the royal guide, and Erwin remained in the waiting room. Mr. Do I really deserve this? If not you, then who? Have some confidence. They don't give rewards to those who don't deserve them. But still, she was still hesitant, even after coming so far. We have to get stronger. You and I. Only then can we avoid losing anything. Yes, you're right. While we were making small talk, another guide arrived and took Erwin away. She was taken to the silver treasury, where level 4 essences or equivalent items were kept. If only she had access to the gold treasury, I would have given her a graduation essence right away. On second thought, it was still a bit disappointing. There were level 4 essences suitable for an archer fairy, but if the level was just one level higher, it would have been perfect. She'll get it one day, even if not this time. It's about time we went to the 6th level anyway. I shook off my disappointment. This reward would increase our strength considerably. There would be no need to stay on the 5th floor for any more build-ups. The problem was those Nork bastards. Judging by the royal family's actions, they must also have some kind of plan. Sir Bjorn Jandel, please follow me. While I was lost in thought, my personal guide arrived and led me to the Golden Treasury. It was an underground facility with no windows. However, the place was filled with bright lights, so it was far from dark. In fact, it was so luxurious that it didn't feel like an underground place at all. Judging by the descent, we must be at least 5 stories down. The architecture of this world is surprisingly advanced. When we reached our destination, I was greeted by a formidable knight. Next to him was a mage who gave a brief explanation. The time limit was 3 hours. I could choose one essence or item, and any attempt to steal or damage anything would be severely punished. Pretty strict. After the explanation, the huge iron door opened smoothly, as if in weightlessness. And then, wow! Thousands of essences, encased in display tubes, greeted me. Each one of them was an essence on par with the ogre. Even though I could only take one, I couldn't help but smile. This feels like using a cheat code. Now it's time to get stronger. See you on Monday. Can't wait to read more chapters. Consider joining here. You can binge read 50+ chapters at once plus 1+2 chapter updates every day. Thank you. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 242. Turning point 2. When I entered the Golden Treasury, I understood why the other races were powerless before the royal family. I could almost feel the latent power of the royal lineage. The precious level 3 essences filled half of the vast vault. Their ISNT, just one of each. Most of them even have spares. Even the hard-to-find essences that could only be found in rifts were neatly arranged in every color. Fuck, they even have Nivarok essence? It's a rare monster essence that can only be found in a rift. It's not a great option for a barbarian warrior, though. However, judging by the difficulty of obtaining it, it can be considered a level 2 essence. How did they get all this stuff? The more I looked around, the more I wondered. Perhaps a single royal family ruling for thousands of years could amass such wealth? When I played the game, I thought I could take anything I wanted because it was just a game. I dismissed even the slightest concern that the royal family might fall to Nork. How could anyone think of losing after seeing all this? Thousands of level 3 essences. I'm not sure of their current military strength, but it means that the royal family could create an insanely powerful army instantly if they wanted to. If you feed 5 level 3 essences to knights who can use aura, just thinking about it is overwhelming. And it's not just level 3 essences. In a higher level treasury, there would be level 2 essences. Maybe even level 1. The scariest thing is that it's not just essences. There are also numbered items. If there are triple numbered items in the Golden Treasury, there would be double numbered items and single numbered items. Although essences take priority, numbered items are the easiest way to upgrade specs when growth stats reach their limit. I do want some, but they can't compare to essences. I might as well have a look around. Since I had some time on my hands, I wandered around the Golden Treasury, curiously examining the items. However, I quickly lost interest as I already knew all the options. Touching them is a bit. It's not like they were out from being touched. It was amusing to see the face of the mage who followed me, as both guard and guide turn white every time I touched the equipment. Well, that's enough sightseeing. It was time to make a decision. So I made one last check. I'd already decided which essences to take, but it was better to be thorough. Alright, let us start with this one. Belarios, an oriental dragon. A monster resembling an Imugi, essentially an upgraded version of the Manticore. It has base stats focused on magic resistance, and it has a unique passive cycle of circulation that allows for stat accumulation. Well, the passive won't help much right now, as it's almost impossible to stack stats in my current state. Cycle of circulation only works at a rank where you can hunt monsters above level 3. Originally, it became a core essence thanks to its active skill, Scales of Greed. When using this skill, scales temporarily sprout on the skin, increasing magic resistance proportional to the magic power. If the magic resistance exceeds 1,500, you gain a magic immunity bonus, allowing you to kill mages as easily as squashing a passing worm. It essentially enables the barbarian dragon mode. But this isn't an essence I should be consuming right now. If it weren't for the Ruined Scholar, it wouldn't be even this high on my priority list. For pure exploration purposes, the Manticore essence was sufficient. Even if I have to eat it someday, the rate of growth depends on which one I eat first. Now onto the second choice. Valherchen, A mega monster with a shell covering its entire body. As its appearance suggests, it has skills that specialize in defense. Its passive skill will synergize with Iron Skin, and its active skill will allow the body to withstand even aura. In simple terms, it's an essence to counter aura. I don't have any essences with this setup yet. If I had this, my arm wouldn't have been cut off by that aura-using Nork explorer. Amelia, that woman also uses aura. Since the clown sent an assassin, the priority of this essence has increased. To be honest, of all the assassins I know, she has the scariest. Besides, I'm going to be fighting humans a lot. And no, it's not useless against monsters either. The ability to counter aura is just a bonus. More importantly, it has very high strength stats, making it the most balanced choice among the candidates in terms of offense and defense. Now lastly, Bayan. Among the colossal level 3 monsters, it's the only one categorized as small. It's also one of the few humanoid monsters. And it's an undead, an immortal type. According to the game's lore, they are ancient heroes resurrected, thus having a unique setup. This monster fights using essences like explorers. Each has a different combination of essences, but they all share one common trait. The ability of the essence it produces. Transcendence. Interestingly, consuming this essence gives you just this one skill. It serves as both passive and active. Moreover, it provides a rare stat, soul power, which eliminates MP concerns. So, which one should I choose? Eventually, I will have to consume all the essences. It's just a matter of which one to take first. After one final deliberation, I made my decision. Yeah, if I can only consume one, it has to be this one. I look forward to the day I receive my title. This essence? The mage, who had been following me, made a curious expression when I selected the essence. It's a good essence. I'll report it to the Chancellor. Oh, can you also throw in a numbered item? They seem to be just collecting dust. No, that is not possible. Geez, he's so serious. I was half joking. After a thorough body search, I returned to the reception room, where my companions waited. As expected, the golden treasury takes time. Mr. Bear greeted me with a smile. What essence did you choose? Well, I chose the one you recommended. It seemed decent, and it's supposed to be a secret combination, right? A secret combination. In simple terms, it refers to a guaranteed essence combination. Essences like those held by heroes or great explorers who made a name in history. Of course, these individuals are well known, but their combinations are usually high-level essences, so they're difficult to use unless you're an advanced explorer. However, some minor but effective combinations are publicly known. For instance, the dwarf used emergency restoration to reset the cooldown of numbered items, something he knew from dwarf lore. I should head straight to the training ground once we return. Mr. Bear, who chose an essence based on my recommendation, was eager to leave the palace and test his new skills. Well, that feeling is mutual for everyone. Bjorn, let's head back. The power of the warrior is surging within me. It needs to be unleashed quickly. Although the three of them only obtained level 5 essences, I envy them a bit. Sigh. I must wait until the day of my title confirm it. Geez, hold on. Erwin hasn't come back yet. Can't we just let that fairy come on her own? Hey, what did I tell you would happen if you talked like that? Sorry, I misspoke. Please spare me the carrot soup. Misha reprimanded Einar and defended Erwin. It's reassuring to have the big sister as support. After a short wait, Erwin also returned, having chosen her essence. You're late. Was there any trouble? No. I picked the Mr. suggested. But after consuming it, I needed some time to adjust, so I rested for a bit. Well, that makes sense. Higher level essences usually cause significant changes in the body upon consumption. I'm sorry. Did I keep you waiting long? Don't worry about it. It's fine as long as there were no issues. Now let us head back. We then rode the carriage provided by the royal family back to the 7th district, which now felt like home. And we headed straight to the training grounds, the only place in the city where we're allowed to use our abilities. Then let me go first. Mr. Bear summoned the Iron Guardian and set up a pig bot at the training ground entrance as a target. I can't do it with my own hands. Misha, can you do it for me? Me? Ugh, all right. Misha used her sword to wound Iron Guardian, and the preparation was complete. Admin Yurkfried has cast Hungry Claws. The arrow began to glow a crimson hue. Mr. Bear drew it and aimed at the pig's thigh. Thwack! Squeal! The pig let out a blood-curdling scream, but its vitality quickly drained away. Thud! Even though the arrow didn't hit a vital spot, the pig soon collapsed and stopped moving. There was no blood. The arrow embedded in the pig was absorbing it. SSSHHH. Even now, the arrow embedded in the pig was extracting its life force and transferring it to Mr. Bear. This is where the synergy of the combination comes into play. Admin Yurkfright's life force is now at maximum, transferring remaining life force to the soul-linked entity. The absorbed life force passed through Mr. Bear and was transferred to the Iron Guardian. Iron Guardian's wounds had completely healed. It was a bit uncertain, but the soul link really works. The book says to prioritize your own safety when you're injured, so keep that in mind. Although I said that, it's unlikely that the long-range Mr. Bear would get injured, so the tank line has become more robust. And that's not the only advantage. After about 3 minutes, the pig's body, now dried up like a mummy, lay lifeless. Not bad for continuous damage. Furthermore, Mr. Bear's hook arrow makes it hard to remove embedded arrows. Once an arrow is embedded, the continuous damage and life steal keep stacking. If I get altruism later, we can use it to heal not only Iron Guardian, but ourselves as well. Of course, that's just a potential build. I have no plans to make Mr. Bear a healer. Essence slots are too precious for that. Healing is best left to a dedicated healer. I should start looking for a priest soon. Anyway, next up is Anar. Anar Fenelinia's cast, Wild Control. Since level 5 essences are not for graduation, I chose one with immediate benefits and long-term utility. All conditional activation effects of the next attack are converted to cutting power. Explosion Scar, which explodes on repeated hits to the same location, and Vitality Absorption, which increases regeneration on a hit, are now converted to slicing power under Wild Control. Just like this. Slash. Even though it's an adamantium great sword, the steel rod was sliced in half without any resistance. Can I try it with another sword? Of course, feel free. Unlike pigs, steel rods are free. They can be magically restored. Then, Anar, still unsure, picked up a cheap iron sword from the training ground and tested it again. The result was the same. Slash. The steel rod was sliced in one stroke. Good, this increases our options. In battle, she can apply Explosion Scar and Vitality Absorption against multiple enemies and increase cutting power against single strong foes. In simple terms, she's no longer just a barbarian who excels in mob fights. Is it my turn now? Next, Misha tested her new essence, followed by Erwin. Both were satisfied with the unexpected synergies. It's tough being a barbarian. Why am I the only one without a new essence? 2 days later, I visited the palace again. Honestly, I wasn't as nervous as before. How many times has it been this month? Of course, today's visit had a few differences from previous ones. Since you're so tall, could you bend down a little? Even the ceremonial attire gifted by Kyle wasn't satisfactory, so the servants fussed over my clothes and adorned me elaborately. Also, my companions were absent. After all, today's invitation was for me alone. It seems that in royal tradition, only the person receiving the title can attend the ceremony. It's already lively over there. I was currently in the Hall of Glory, where I had been once before. I could hear the sound of musical instruments from the inner hall. The banquet must have already started. My entrance would likely mark the climax of the celebration. Oh my, you look much more distinguished now. While I was waiting, Count Fertihilt arrived with his youngest daughter. I am Arabella Fertihilt. She still couldn't meet my gaze, probably because she was still scared of me. Fortunately, the Count didn't bring up the bothersome topic of a political marriage today. Instead, he just chatted and left. Well, more like a warning, I suppose. 3 people, including you, will receive titles today. 1 from the Viscount family and 1 from the Marquis family. I'd heard this before. Technically, they're being inherited rather than bestowed. Unlike me, the Viscount's family doesn't matter much, but the Marquis heir is known for his bad temper and strong competitiveness. In other words, he is immature. That's an accurate description, so be cautious. He might see today as a one-time opportunity to overshadow you. If he provokes you, try to hold back. You're one of us now, so you can't act on a whim. I'll keep your advice in mind. Good? That's enough. I'll leave you be for now. See you later. The Count left coolly with his daughter. It seemed his only goal was to establish a connection with me. Politics. For some reason, I smiled as I remembered the incident in the doppelganger forest. Could barbarian politics really work in an aristocratic society? Lost in such idle thoughts, time flew by. Wow, I really spent over 10 hours in this tiny waiting room. When I walked out onto the red-carpeted corridor, there were already 2 men waiting. Men dressed up for the title conferment ceremony. That small one must be from the Viscount family. I focused on the man with a relatively large build. Just from his fierce eyes, it was clear he was the heir from the Marquis family. Greetings. I hear you're to receive the title of baronet today. Congratulations. It's an honor for the kingdom to have a hero like you among us. The Viscount's heir showered me with flowery words, but the Marquis heir did not. He glanced at me, a commoner-born barbarian, with disdain and scoffed. Well, that makes it easier for me. I wasn't interested anyway. I have no intention of wasting my time on politics. All I want is a level 3 essence and the convenience of a noble title. The main figures of today's ceremony are entering. Lively music played as the doors opened. This is my second time walking through here this month. I walked naturally along the carpet without any nerves. The Marquis heir was in the center, I was on the left, and the Viscount's heir was on the right. Step, step. We walked forward amidst the cheers of the nobles and stopped before the throne. The Chancellor stood in front of the empty throne. He addressed us with ceremonial words, and we knelt on one knee in the formal manner. At that moment, as I was about to kneel, the Marquis heir leaned towards me. What's this? Did he lose his balance? At first, I thought he needed support, but I soon realized it was no accident. Malice. I unconsciously sensed the darkened tension behind his movement. It was absurd. He intended to push me down and make me tumble in front of everyone. Is he crazy? The best defense is a good offense. Instinctively, I tensed and our bodies collided. Thud dash. It was as if the laws of physics had already decided the outcome. Ack! With a heavy sound, the Marquis heir rolled across the carpet, his pristine suit wrinkled. His once stiff suit was now crumpled. The music stopped, and a stunned silence filled the hall. Suddenly, I remembered the Count's advice. All right, I was supposed to hold back. Can't wait to read more chapters. Consider joining here. You can binge read 50+ chapters at once plus 1+2 chapter updates every day. Thank you. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 243. Turning point 3. As the future Marquis' body leaned toward Bjorn Jandel, a man watching from afar smirked. The rumors were true. Bastard, doesn't he even begin to describe him? To pull such a stunt in front of the Chancellor. Or maybe he thinks that neither the Chancellor nor the other nobles will accuse him. In retrospect, it was incomprehensible. A noble, soon to be a Marquis, versus a barbarian explorer who had just earned the title of Baron. The difference was obvious. Given the highly hierarchical nature of noble society, such blatant bullying was commonplace and tacitly tolerated. It was a form of initiation. However, I must give him credit for his audacity. The future Marquis was no knight. He had merely taken a few potions to improve his physique. Yet he dared to provoke an explorer known for defeating the corpse collector in close combat. Oh, right, he is supposed to be injured. The man suddenly remembered that Bjorn Jandel was still suffering from the effects of the recent battle. They said the poison had even reached his brain. At the last banquet, he was sweating just from walking. That must be why the Marquis pulled this stunt. It's just going to ruin my mood. Thinking about the upcoming events, the man grimaced. The malice of the nobles hidden behind their grandeur. The hero facing humiliation in front of everyone. This was not what he wanted to see on his rare outing. The man tilted his head. An unexpected result unfolded. Despite the Marquis attempt, the barbarian didn't move. Has he already recovered to some extent? Good. Just as he was thought that, the barbarian's shoulder muscles, barely hidden by his clothes, twitched. And, at that moment, the Marquis flew backwards as if he had been struck. Even the music stopped, and silence fell over the room. It made no sense. He pushed the Marquis back, an action he wouldn't have taken had he considered the consequences. The man felt a strange sense of embarrassment, as if he were in Bjorn's shoes. He was glad that Bjorn had recovered enough to resist the petty bullying, but he should have just ignored it. If it were him, he would have laughed it off, saying something like, "Haha, my legs gave out. I guess I need to exercise more," and then sought revenge later. That would have been the safer option. Well, it was a barbarian-like action. That guy wouldn't have done it like that, so he must be a native barbarian after all. The man looked at the situation with disappointment. There was still a chance that this could be part of a larger plan. Even though Bjorn wasn't that guy, the man suspected Bjorn of being a player because of his extraordinary growth. Let us just watch for now. With that thought, the man concentrated intently. Bjorn, son of Jandel. The Chancellor called out the barbarian's name with a troubled voice. He already knew everything. The Marquis' antics, as well as the barbarian's response. How are you going to handle this? The man watched expectantly, waiting for the barbarian's reaction. It didn't take long. The barbarian shouted indignantly. I've done nothing wrong. It was a childish, illogical defense. It's true. I was just standing there, and he used me to do a forward roll. He even shamelessly shifted the blame onto the Marquis. The man felt a strange sense of futility. Marquis, tell them, you just felt like doing a forward roll. He recalled the veteran players in the community who insisted that Bjorn Jandel couldn't be a player. Now he understood their point. This guy a modern man? The man's eyes turned cold as he watched the barbarian. The title ceremony was over. Honestly, I don't remember much about how it went. It was boring. The Chancellor attached all sorts of flowery phrases and gave a speech, then declared me a noble of this kingdom on behalf of the royal family. And then the banquet began. Damn it. This time, it was different from the previous banquet. Back then, various nobles approached me either to form connections or out of mere curiosity. But now, there was no one around me. Even Baron Martoin, as well as the Count who had tried to arrange a political marriage, were just watching from a distance. The Marquis and Viscount, surrounded by many nobles, were receiving entirely different treatment. Well, it wasn't hard to understand. I had seriously offended the Marquis with this incident. Because of that weirdo. Now that it had come to this, I grabbed a piece of meat with my hand and started chewing as I recalled what had happened earlier. Bjorn, son of Jandel. How would I navigate this situation, especially with the Chancellor's reprimanding gaze? My answer was to switch to the mindless barbarian mode that had always come to my rescue during difficult times. I did nothing wrong. Anyone who knew anything already understood that the Marquis was to blame. So, I decided to be shameless. Political dialogue never suited a barbarian anyway. It's true. I was just standing there, and he used me to do a forward roll. As expected, the Chancellor couldn't say anything about my claim. A forward roll? That's how it is with those who've only ever held a pen at a desk. No matter how smart and quick-witted they aren't equipped for this kind of dialogue. Marquis, tell them, you just felt like doing a forward roll. The nobles who had seen my actions as a challenge began to change their attitudes as the mindless barbarian mode continued. They realized it. Barbarians were practically a different species. Kudo, speak. Are his words true? Finally, the Chancellor turned a cold gaze on the Marquis, who stammered in response. There's no way. That barbarian dared to push me. Enough. The Chancellor cut him off and simply smiled at him without saying another word. A silent pressure not to escalate the matter. Yes, it's true. In the end, the Marquis had no choice but to admit that he wanted to do a forward roll. The Chancellor's behavior indicated that he was on my side in this incident. As a noble, the Marquis had enough sense to recognize what the Chancellor's smile meant. The Chancellor is quite tricky. Anyway, the title ceremony continued as if nothing had happened and ended with the presentation of a luxurious box containing the essence I had chosen 2 days earlier. And now, should I just go back? Sitting alone at a large round table, gorging on meat, I began to feel an urge to leave. Okay, maybe just one more plate before I go. Having made my decision, I asked a nearby attendant to bring me another plate filled to the brim with meat. After some time had passed, I turned my eyes to the approaching figure and saw a man, not the plate of meat I had been waiting for. Pleased to meet you, Baron Jandel. The first noble to approach me at this ostracizing banquet. As soon as our eyes met, my barbarian instincts whispered that something was off. No, I am Hans of the Freya baronial family. This man was dangerous. Hans of Freya. Hans I for short. You're quieter than I expected. Even though he was the youngest son of the Baron with no title, I felt suffocated. A noble Hans? I had never encountered this type of Hans before. I am Bjorn, son of Jandel. I tried to introduce myself and leave, but then, Huff, here you go, Baron Jandel. The plate of meat I had ordered arrived. Considering my eating habits today, the servant brought 3 plates piled high with meat. Thank you. I couldn't help but thank him. But what was this? It's the first time. The attendant looked at me with a somewhat emotional expression. It's the first time I've heard such words while doing this job. Damn nobles. The attendant stood behind me, ready to fulfill any further requests. I was planning to leave. Leaving now might unintentionally hurt him. So I picked up a piece of meat. You're still eating, I see. If it's not too much trouble, may I join you? A typical noble would either happily oblige or politely decline. But I'm a barbarian in this city. That's a bit uncomfortable. I bluntly said it was uncomfortable. Hans' eyes narrowed slightly. You're different from what I've heard. There was something significant in his words and gaze. So, I had to ask. Different? Oh, pardon my slip. I merely thought you wouldn't be troubled by such a request. What's with this guy? A relaxed attitude for the youngest son of a baron with no title. And his name being Hans is also suspect. Why is he approaching me? I needed to probe him a bit. After a brief moment of thought, I spoke naturally. Why don't you have a plate too? It's a bit uncomfortable eating alone. I see. That's what you meant. Hans I ordered his preferred dish from the servant. Thus began our time alone together. Nice to meet you. I was getting bored being alone. I extended my hand, still greasy from the meat, and after a moment's hesitation, Hans I shook it with a grimace. This makes him even more suspicious. Why would he need to stay here, shaking hands covered in meat juice? To find out, I spoke, loud enough that the bits of meat I was chewing flew into his face. So, Hans of Freya, I like you. Let us be friends. What? Don't you want to be friends? I asked, and he laughed awkwardly, using his hands to remove each piece of meat from his face. No, of course not. I like you. Soon enough, his meal arrived, and we ate and chatted. He congratulated me on my title, commented on the nice weather, and the conversation was mostly trivial small talk. At some point, Hans I stopped touching his plate. That S because every piece of meat that fell from my mouth ended up on his plate. Why aren't you eating? My stomach doesn't feel well. It's awkward eating alone, meaning he should either get to the point or leave. How would he react? The answer was simple. Since you're uncomfortable, I'll take my leave. Hans, I stood up without hesitation. And? Enjoy your meal. He left immediately. What was that about? Did he just come over to make friends? Him just leaving like that made me feel even more uneasy. Early evening, as the day began to wane. After Hans I left, I quickly exited the palace and boarded a carriage heading home. I had encountered Hans. Who knows what kind of incident I might get embroiled in, surrounded by all those nobles. Let's just consume the essence first. As soon as I left the palace, I asked Keplo, who was once again following me closely, to open the test tube for a moment. Now that I think about it, this might be the first time I've consumed essence without breaking it. Corpse Golem, Orc Hero, Manticore. Each time I consumed an essence, the situations were different, but in the end I broke the test tube and absorbed the essence. Either way, it's not like it could be reused. Whoosh. I took a deep breath at the vial S opening, and the essence inside was absorbed into my body like smoke. The essence of Bayan permeates the character S sold. Level 3 Monster Bayan. The reason I ultimately chose this one was simple. While consuming the essence of Valherchen would immediately benefit my aura and combat capabilities, it's significantly harder to acquire. Now that I've consumed it this way, I can just farm experience and skip the land of the immortals later. Valherchen is a cluster entity and easily found in the field, whereas Bayan is difficult to encounter and its field environment is quite challenging. This choice was more about future planning. The essence traits are different, but there's no significant difference in specs. Plus, considering the effects of the next spirit engraving, this choice was more rational. Soul power plus 100. Soul regeneration plus 30. Strength plus 25. A deep sense of fulfillment rising from within. New vitality delivered by the minor physical stat enhancements. I enjoyed that feeling for a moment and then opened my eyes to Keplo smiling and congratulating me. It's late today, so I'll go to the training ground tomorrow. Regretting that I couldn't immediately use my new strength, I closed my eyes again. Who knows how much time had passed? Screech. The carriage suddenly stopped in the middle of the street. Did a wheel fall off? As I opened my eyes, thinking that, I sensed magic below. Keplo, a knight with a talent for sensing magic, shouted. And? You must get off. A massive explosion enveloped the surroundings in flames. Boom! The carriage shattered instantly. Amid the ringing in my ears, I heard the knight's shouts. Assassins. Assassins are here. Damn it. Can't wait to read more chapters. Consider joining here. You can binge read 50+ chapters at once plus 1+2 chapter updates every day. Thank you. Surviving the Game as a Barbarian Episode 244. Hans of Freya. To be precise, the man who participated in the title award ceremony by borrowing his name and face wash his face with cold water. Splash. Every time the water touched his skin, pieces of meat were flushed down the drain. Just looking at it made him feel sick. It's been a while since I've felt this disgusted. In the early days, when he was thrown into this familiar, yet unfamiliar world, he had seen far worse, but those days were long gone. I should just watch from a distance without getting too close. Returning to the banquet hall, the man checked the table where he had spoken to the barbarian earlier. For some reason it was empty. After exchanging a few words with a servant, he discovered that the barbarian had already left by carriage. I don't really want to go back to the mage tower like this. After a moment's thought, the man left the palace. He then used invisibility and levitation magic simultaneously to fly over the city. It was his stealth flight mode. There he is. Dozens of meters in the air, he scanned the ground below and soon spotted Bjorn Jandel's carriage. With the mounted knights guarding it, there was no mistaking the carriage. Looks like he is going home. The man deduced the destination from the direction of the carriage and began to follow it. Well, his expectations that this barbarian might be the person he was looking for had diminished considerably. It could still be an act. It wasn't impossible. After all, it was the first time he had encountered a barbarian who acted so brainlessly. In fact, it made him even more suspicious. Given his understanding of the game, he would have figured out how to act in this world and moved more perfectly than anyone else. This could be interpreted both positively and negatively. Some more information was needed. Who exactly was Bjorn Jandel? I was told he was living with 3 women. Ignoring an inexplicable feeling of envy, the man eagerly followed the carriage. Living together meant they weren't just acquaintances. By observing his daily life at home, he might find more definitive clues. With this determination, he kept a cautious distance and followed. Boom! The carriage exploded. The explosion reminded me of the pillar of fire that day. But its power was nothing compared to that one. Thank goodness. Character's HP is below 50%. Passive skill, Path of the Hero, increases all resistance and resilience. My vision was blurred, possibly due to retinal damage from the heat. I also feel my skin peeling off, making my whole body itchy and painful. My muscles seemed heavily damaged too. But, assassin. There's an assassin. I hadn't died from the blast. And I could still move. Damn it. Suppressing the rising nausea, I quickly planted my hands on the ground and stood up. Then, I activated the subspace ring I'd been given back when I left the palace. I should have worn my gear as soon as I left the palace. Regret is never too late. I took out my shield first and put it on my forearm. Just then, something exploded, spewing black smoke. A smoke bomb? Having experienced visual obstructions numerous times, I didn't panic and quickly focused on my hearing. As expected of an incident in the middle of the city, screams of civilians echoed everywhere. How dare you? Kill them. The clashing of weapons indicated that the knights were in combat. But that wasn't my concern. Amidst the noise, I had to recognize the threat to my life. For example, thud. Yes, just like that. As soon as I heard the sound, I turned my body in that direction and lowered my stance. At that moment, bang! A shockwave hit traveled through my shield. Phew, so they can see my position even through the smoke. There was no reason to stay quiet any longer. Keplo, are you alive? I shouted as loudly as I could, checking on him, who had been right next to me before the explosion. There was no answer. Was he dead? Or just unconscious? Swish. I quickly reached into the subspace and took out my mace. Just then, I heard another slicing sound. Whoosh. From experience, that kind of sound usually came from a slash. Trusting my instincts, I twisted my shield diagonally. Clang. Soon, an impact hit the left side of the shield. With this, I had no problem even if I couldn't see ahead. Whoosh dash. I swung my mace towards where I thought the enemy would be. Crack dash. I felt a solid impact. They took the hit. I thought they'd be more agile. Being an assassin. Ugh! Something in the smoke let out a death cry and was flung back. That was when it happened. Whoosh dash. An apparently artificial gust of wind swept through, dispersing the black smoke. Magic? Who could it be? There were no mages on our side, and it wouldn't make sense for the assassins to clear the smoke for us. So, who cast the spell? I set aside the brief question and checked my surroundings. Jandel, are you safe? Only 4 knights were standing intact. On the other hand, there were over 30 masked figures surrounding the shattered remains of the carriage. Amelia's not here? I glanced around the masked figures, checking for anyone with a physique similar to Amelia's. There were about 3 candidates, but I wasn't sure. Didn't they say there wouldn't be any mages? The figures murmured among themselves. Why are you hesitating? Kill them. Briefly startled by the magic that cleared the smoke, the assassins resumed their attack. They knew it too. A surprise attack in the middle of a busy road would be troublesome if not finished quickly. Protect Lord Jandel. As soon as the knights, who were fighting individually, confirmed my location, they hurried towards me and formed a protective formation. Now I understood why nobles put so much effort into training knights. How loyal and dependable they were. It seems I won't have the luxury to put on my armor. Having grasped the situation, I dismissed any lingering regrets and activated my ability. I was going to test it in the training tomorrow. Transcendence. Bayon's ability, Transcendence. A unique skill that is both passive and active. When inactive, it enhances all passive skills by 1.5 times. Acidic Fluid becomes more potent. Path of the Hero and Iron Skin see increased stat boosts, and Manicore's Inheritance supply similarly. This alone makes it an excellent skill. But, character has activated Transcendence. The true value of this skill lies in its active use. The next skill you use will be Enhanced. Not just a simple enhancement, but each skill temporarily gains its unique additional effects. Character has activated Giantification. The inherent abilities of this skill are unlocked by the authority of Transcendence. The core of Shield Baba's power lies in the level 5 skill, Giantification. The physique grows in proportion to strength. Instead of being a fixed value, the size bonus scales with strength. About 5 meters, maybe. The Giantification Transcendence mode. This should be similar to when I fought Liakis. Based on the new perspective, I estimated my new size. Similar to the time when I used Misha's brother, Unholy One, to grow 1.5 times larger. Although I have the Ogre's essence, the setup isn't complete yet, so it's not entirely satisfactory. But, Bethel Rhea, I couldn't deny that I had become much stronger. Giantification increases physical stats and threat level proportionally to height. And, Wild Outburst further boosts physical stats based on the threat level. With both applied, my strength surged. Therefore, Leap. I kicked off the ground with all my strength and soared through the air. My predicted landing spot was in the direction of a masked figure aiming a bow at me from a distance. Boom dash! As I hit the ground, the masked figure holding the bow was thrown high into the air. Character S total weight exceeds 500 kg. Special terrain effect, recoil, has been added to the damage range. Fortunately, my increased height had boosted my weight. I was worried since I was wearing armor. Huh? The masked figure, unaware of the situation, let out a confused noise while suspended in midair. Why, surprised that I came at you first? Like swinging a baseball bat. I swung my mace, and his neck twisted at a grotesque angle. Crack. Okay, that S1 down. Huh. As I turned to find my next target, a masked figure sprang out from my lower right. Originally, it would have been a blind spot, an exquisite angle. However, I accurately saw and dodged it, thanks to the basic stats of my new essence. Bayon, plus 100 soul power, plus 30 soul regeneration, plus 25 strength, plus 30 pain tolerance, plus 30 bone density, plus 20 magic resistance, plus 25 vision, plus 25 vision. This stat widens the field of view rather than improving eyesight. In the game, it added a bonus to the dodge rate and other detailed stats. Crack! I roughly kicked the abdomen of the guy who sprang up, then took a leaping stance again. But did they finally come to their senses? The knights, panicking at my sudden actions, shouted in alarm. Come back here. Who's protecting whom, really? I ignored them and leaped toward the next target. Using the same combo as before, I took them down one by one. So far, there were no significant threats. Crack dash. I felt it when I smashed one of them in the smoke earlier. They were strangely low level. Is there really no one at Amelia's level? Though I had initially planned to use leap to escape if things got dangerous, but that anxiety soon disappeared. Facing them directly, it became clear. If not for the initial explosion, the knights alone could have handled this level of threat. But then, what is this? You said we only needed to deal with the knights. One of the masked figures spoke. When I started rampaging, and the knights pressured them individually, internal conflict arose among the masked figures. You said one explosion would kill him. I'm leaving. You never said he was this strong. When one or two hesitated and left the battlefield, it triggered a mass retreat among the masked figures. It was ridiculous. What's with these guys? They seem to lack any sense of purpose. Are they really sent by Nork? Such doubts began to surface, but for now, I focused on capturing the fleeing masked figures. I managed to capture a total of 4. Unfortunately, the rest escaped. Thank you for your efforts. The knight, perhaps experiencing a noble in action for the first time, awkwardly saluted me. You did well too. Are there any casualties? The knight replied that 3 had died. Fortunately, Keplo wasn't among them. He had been caught in the explosion at the center with me, but it seemed he had enough durability. Having administered a potion in time, he should come to his senses soon. Now, let's conduct an interrogation. With the battle over and the guards rushing in, I grabbed one of the captured figures and removed his mask. Behind it was an unfamiliar face. The man, seemingly sensing his doom, trembled and avoided eye contact. First, I reached into his mouth. Guh. I rummaged around, but there was no poison pill. Reality differs from comics, it seems. I mean, shouldn't an assassin have something like this? Well, if they had that kind of resolve, they wouldn't have fled. Really, who are these guys? Wiping my saliva-stained hand on his clothes, I asked, Who sent you? He didn't answer. It didn't matter much. A few hits, and he'd start talking. Just as I raised my fist. Flash dash. A white flash burst from the dark sky. And boom dash. Something crashed into the ground like a meteor. At first, I thought the assassin bastards had run away and shot a catapult or something, but it was a man. He was surrounded by a spherical barrier, and his face was all too familiar. Because I had just met him. Hansa Freya? What the hell? Why is he falling from the sky? Surprised by the unexpected development, I barely had time to react. Thud, thud, thud. Another man leaped down from the sky, ignoring me entirely, and approached Han's eye. The atmosphere changed as soon as he arrived, and no one, not even the knights, dared to utter a word. The air itself forbade it. Old man, let's do this the easy way, huh? I told you got the wrong person. Lies don't work on me. As the man reached out, the barrier around Hans, I was effortlessly torn apart. Sizzle. Hans' eye, his face drained of color, stared in terror. The man grabbed his collar roughly and said, Yeah, it's you, GM. Lift the ban, or you're really going to die here. Can't wait to read more chapters. Consider joining here. You can binge read 50+ chapters at once plus 1+2 chapter updates every day. Thank you. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 245. Ghost Master, a figure known as a legendary veteran among players, and also the administrator with authority over the community. Yeah, it's you, GM. For a moment, my breath caught in my throat. Hanzai is the GM? I was confused. If what he said was true, why would someone as important as the GM hide his identity and approach me? Just because I've become famous lately? No, that can't be it. The GM suspected me of being a player. That's why he approached me during the banquet to test me, and even went as far as to follow me. This hypothesis made more sense, even if I'm not fond of it. So that gust of wind magic earlier must have been his doing. As my theory took shape, things started to make sense. When the carriage exploded and the smoke bomb obscured the view, he must have been worried about my survival. I'll think more about this later. I returned to the most pressing issue. The man who fell from the sky, called Hanzai the GM, and exuded an aura that even the knights feared. Who is this guy really? Lift the ban quickly. If not, you'll really die here. What? Lift the ban? A shiver ran down my spine. There was a simple reason for this reaction. Out of all the people I know, there was only one who would demand such a thing from a GM. The proud son of Korea, life.Ho. Though it could be someone else. The GM must have banned many people. It's possible someone else with a grudge came to confront him. But, old man, can't you hear me? For some reason, I kept seeing Baek-ho in him. Could it really be him? With that thought, I took another good look at his appearance. About 175 centimeters tall. Wearing a clean suit without any noticeable equipment. And if he was disguised, his race was human. He had white skin and no noticeable scars. His platinum blonde hair was slicked back in a pompadour style. He had strikingly handsome features, but his eyes gave off a mischievous rather than noble vibe. Lord Jandel. As I was observing him, one of the knights approached and whispered to me, "Do not even think of running away." What are you saying? He is not someone you can escape from. The knight's voice was tense. Did he know who this guy was? Who is that man? I hurriedly asked. And he is, just as the knight was about to answer. Oh, I forgot about you guys. The man's gaze shifted towards us. Ha! He heard us from that distance, even though we were practically whispering. Bjorn Yandel. The fact that he correctly pronounced my name indicated he knew who I was. Though perhaps not in detail, they say you took down that second-year punk? And in just 1 year. Holding Hanzai by the neck, he looked at me with curiosity, like he had found something amusing. Just to be sure. Then he asked me, "Are you a player?" Huh. I had a bad feeling the moment he knew my name. These kinds of premonitions never fail. There was only one answer I could give. You're an evil spirit. Instead of feigning ignorance, I drew a line by calling him an evil spirit. It didn't matter if he was Lee Baek-ho or not. With so many people watching, what else could I say? That's strange. Even though you've made a name for yourself, it doesn't seem enough to attract GM's interest. He murmured quietly, "Unless you're a player," and narrowed his eyes. And, hey, his voice, though smiling, was devoid of any emotion. Answer with a yes or no. Do not answer. The knight who tried to advise me was hit by something invisible and flew away. No need to ask who did it. Worried about all the people around? Don't worry. If you're a player, I'll kill them all for you. Yes, I can give you that kind of service. He grinned and pressed me again for an answer. Yes or no? I barely held back from saying no. The question itself was suspicious. Why ask the same question twice, demanding a yes or no answer? It felt like he had some ability to discern the truth. There are essences with such abilities. Without information, it's wise to be cautious. If you don't want to answer, just say no. Just one word. I'm really curious. The more he insisted on an answer, the more suspicious I became. Thus, there was only one choice I could make. Questions first from me. Instead of remaining silent, I changed the subject, implying that I didn't want to relinquish control of the conversation to him. Are you allied with the assassins? Evil spirit? I asked something a barbarian ignorant of the GM might say. Both the knights and this guy would find my silence suspicious. Of course, he wasn't going to make it easy. I said answer with yes or no. As he spoke, the air grew heavy. My body froze, as if facing a natural predator. Is this killing intent? I couldn't understand it. Could someone outside the community really emit such a concentrated killing intent? I didn't know. But there was one thing I knew for sure right now. Impressive. You're holding up well. He was like a tyrant. A tyrant who can do whatever he wants, whenever he wants, wherever he wants. Ready to answer now? My mind went blank. Was this how the clown felt at the round table? My breathing stopped, and my vision blurred as if my blood vessels were blocked. A thought suddenly crossed my mind. What if I say yes? I knew it was a futile hope born of a weak mind, but I couldn't stop. If he really is Lee Baek-ho, maybe revealing my identity wouldn't be so bad. It might even be beneficial for me. We were both Koreans after all. If his personality from the community was genuine, he might treat me like a brother. Yeah, maybe Depending on my answer, I could gain life.Ho's favor, grow stronger, and perhaps escape this world together someday. But as soon as I imagined that future, Bjorn, I snapped back to reality. There were several reasons. Firstly, it was he confirmed that he was life. Also, revealing my identity would result in hundreds of civilians here becoming corpses. No, more precisely, Misha? I saw Misha rushing towards us. Well, it was near our house, after all. She must have come running at the sound of the commotion. But the situation wasn't too good. Oh, your girlfriend? The man looked at Misha and grinned, as if he had found a perfect weak spot. The pressure that had been binding my body disappeared, and I could move freely again. So, thud. I immediately jumped in front of Misha to protect her from any potential surprise attacks from him. Sure, the Red Fox tribe is cute. He nodded in agreement, and then he asked again. Answer with yes or no. Strangely, not to me, but to Misha. Red Fox, are you a player? Ah, P-player? An evil spirit? And no, I'm not. Misha, taken aback by the sudden question, stammered out her answer, and he nodded. That's the truth. You don't need to answer him. Misha, come behind me. I quickly pulled Misha behind me. Seeing this, he smirked. Seeing you care for an NPC, you probably aren't a player. But something's off. Why won't you answer? Sweat started to trickle down my back. If I answered, he'd know it was a lie. If I didn't, it would look suspicious. Why should I do what my enemy wants? I gave a barbarian-like reason to avoid answering. Oh, that's true. He nodded as if he understood, then asked playfully. But do you really want to become my enemy? Those eyes were intense. This must be what they mean when they say someone's eyes aren't smiling, even when their mouth is. If you don't answer, I'll kill the Red Fox. He finally delivered his ultimatum. I could tell it wasn't just an ultimatum. It was clear the moment I heard it. Damn it. What should I do? I racked my brain for a solution, but nothing came to mind. At that moment, Becko. See you next time. Han's eye, who had been held by the collar and only moving his eyes, suddenly emitted a burst of light. This damn. Lee Becko cursed as he got up. He found himself in a vast farm emitting a fresh fruity scent. It didn't take long to recognize where he had landed. There was only one place with such farms. District 6 of Rafdonia, Gnome Tree. This is really annoying. That bastard 1T come out of the Mage Tower for a while now. Lee Becko acknowledged that he had lost him. There was no point in rushing back since no one would be there. It was a clear misjudgment on his part. He had anticipated that the mage would escape using teleportation. That's why he had grabbed his neck, to prevent any incantations. But a no-cast teleport? And used on himself? So you're skilled too? He regretted underestimating his opponent, but quickly brushed it off. It was already over. Regretting the past didn't suit him. Besides, it wasn't a total loss. He had confirmed that bastard was the GM. I have plenty of time so I can keep running him around. Lee Becko scratched his head and shifted his attention elsewhere. In the end, I didn't get an answer. Bjorn Jandel, the barbarian he met while chasing GM. Whatever. Lee Becko decided to stop wondering whether that barbarian was a player. There was a higher chance he wasn't anyway, and he had lost interest in him. Even if he turned out to be a player now, it wouldn't matter. NPCs satisfied with this world, just sucking up to it, were of no use to his plans. Plop. Lee Becko lay down on the ground. Using his spatial interference skill, he plucked grapes from a tree and popped them into his mouth. Wild grapes are the best. The air was good, and there were plenty of tasty things. Besides, the GM would stay hidden in the Mage Tower for a while. Going to Bifron is a hassle. He decided it would be okay to stay here for a while. 2 days had passed since that incident. The title ceremony, the assassins, the GM, and Lee Becko. So much had happened in one day, and the last 2 days were spent dealing with the aftermath. First, the assassins. We will take them for interrogation. The captured assassins were transported to the Moslins. According to the news from the Knights today, they were hired by an unknown individual. The explosives that instantly killed 3 knights were also provided by this someone. They were instructed to kill you and steal the essence you received. There were many suspicious points. The essence part was understandable. The chest containing the test tubes was incredibly durable. It was possible to ambush me, kill me, and take it. But what if I had already consumed the essence? We couldn't understand that either. Apparently, the client had placed a hefty bounty on my head. The essence was just an excuse. Otherwise, there was no reason to put a bounty on me. Therefore, Moslin speculated that the client was from Nork. At least, that was their conclusion until yesterday. So, it's likely one of the large clans? Moslin concluded that the perpetrator was probably one of the major clans. If it were Nork, they would have sent more capable individuals. This type of request didn't suit them. Moreover, the major clans had sufficient motive. Yes, they probably planned to kill you and frame the royal family. Several instances of such manipulations were discovered in the pubs that night. It was a plausible guess, but there were questions. What about the clown's words? Did he know this information beforehand? Come to think of it, he said assassins were coming. He never said they were sent by Nork. Since they weren't his assassins, he probably didn't mind telling me. Or perhaps the real ones haven't even come yet? A sense of self-doubt crept in. Why do I have to live in fear, even in the city? Anyway, enough about the assassins. Next, GM. In the end, GM was not Han's eye. The Hans of Freya you saw that day was clearly an imposter. When we raided his house, we found the real Hans of Freya unconscious. We even checked his magic capabilities, but the real Hans I had no magical talent at all. In short, someone had borrowed his identity. Shit. It was disappointing. I had hoped to uncover the GM's identity. But it wasn't a total loss. There was some consolation. At least, I learned that the GM suspected me of being a player. This gave me time to prepare. Seeing me avoid answering would have deepened his suspicions. He'll probably aim for the next community meeting. Luckily, I had a plan for that. Anyway, next, life.Ho. It turned out he was life.Ho. The GM had confirmed it in his final words. Beck-ho, see you next time. He had said this using magic, not his voice, even while being held by the neck. It doesn't mean much, though. I'm sorry. I cannot tell you more with my authority. I later asked the knight who life.Ho was, but he couldn't answer. So, timing is everything in life? If life.Ho hadn't interrupted, the knight might have told me. He's definitely dangerous. Even if I met life.Ho again, I wouldn't be able to get along with him as before. I realized our personalities were completely different. While I never thought the innocent face he showed in the community was genuine, but the extent of his true nature was too extreme. He was a real maniac. Anyway, enough about life.Ho. Next, Misha. This was actually the most troubling and suffocating part. Bjorn, listen carefully and don't think it's weird, okay? You're not going to suddenly disappear, right? Right? Misha started to look at me with anxiety. Can't wait to read more chapters. Consider joining here. You can binge read 50+ chapters at once plus 1+2 chapter updates every day. Thank you. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 246. What kind of mistake did I make for her to react this way? Such thoughts didn't even cross my mind. It's because Misha has been watching over me for the longest time. A barbarian who reads books. A barbarian who can take on the role of a scout. A barbarian who pretends to be ignorant, but is actually cunning. A barbarian who always knew things that others didn't, as if it were natural. There must have been many suspicious points over time. Well, until now, she might have just thought there could be such a person and let it go. But the events of that day must have hit her hard. Because she knows me the best. Why should I do what the enemy wants? I kept dodging the corpse collector's questions with barbarian-like reasons. But to Misha, it must have looked strange. At the very least, she knows that I only become stubborn when I have a reason. If you don't answer, I'll kill the Red Fox girl. When Biko said those words, I felt a deep despair. Misha might have sensed even that. She might have realized that I was desperately holding back my answer, because I was cornered. What do you mean by disappearing? Late at night, when everyone was asleep, seeing Misha carefully approach me, showing her anxiety, I pretended to know nothing. Disappear? What are you talking about? In the dead of night, when everyone was asleep, when Misha cautiously approached me, looking worried, I reacted as if I had no idea what she was talking about. Why would I suddenly disappear? Oh no, it's just a nightmare. Misha used her dream as an excuse and changed the subject. It seemed like she thought that if she voiced her fears, they might actually come true. A nightmare? If you're really scared, you can sleep next to me. It's not that bad. Jeez. If you're going to joke around, just go to sleep, you barbarian brute. Soon, Misha left the room, saying I was talking nonsense, and I let out a silent sigh. My chest felt heavy, disappearing suddenly. I knew why she said that. Because I had secretly read the book on her desk yesterday. It was a book I had read at the library before. A book summarizing the patterns and habits of evil spirits. Evil spirits are adept at deception and cunning. They do not cling to relationships. When their true identity is at risk of being exposed, they sever all ties and hide. It was a passage I could fully empathize with. If their identity is revealed, their fate is nothing but ruin. First, they distance themselves from those around them, and if that doesn't work, they eventually try to change their identity. And if even that option was blocked, they would go to Nork. Nork is indeed a city made up of such people. Criminals or evil spirits who can no longer stay in Rafdonia hide in the sewers, and Nork takes them in. Even the clown joined the Orcules as soon as he was revealed to be an evil spirit. I lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. My mind was very complicated. If they find out I'm an evil spirit, what kind of reaction would they have? Would they feel betrayed and angry? I don't know. At least Misha seemed more anxious about me disappearing than about me being an evil spirit. Damn Biko. I finally admitted it. I am afraid of them finding out my true identity. More than the guillotine I might be dragged to. I'm more afraid that everything I've built will crumble, even if it's just a sandcastle. Phew. I took out the magical tool from the subspace. A magical tool that allows secret conversations. Fine, if you want, I'll destroy the place you belong. Hans Kreisen is an evil spirit. I have the evidence in my backpack. The dwarf I met in the doppelganger forest used this tool, which also had a recording function, to corner Hans G. Click. As I pressed the groove under the magical tool, the conversation between the two vividly played back. Why are you so worried? They're just NPCs anyway. But they are still my comrades who have been with me all this time. Don't be ridiculous. Do you think they would think the same if they knew your true identity? Hans G. couldn't respond to the dwarf's words. He knew. Your comrades considered the real Hans as their friend. And as you know, the real Hans is no longer in this world. We are evil spirits. Whatever bonds we forge here, they are precarious, built on lies. But I still consider them my comrades. Hans G. answered that way that day. But what did he actually do? No way. I am sorry. When the dwarf forced him to reveal his identity, Hans G. poured flames onto the warrior's body and switched sides with the dwarf. He knew deep down, things could never be the same again. That his once precious comrades would now consider him an enemy. Click. I pressed the button again to turn off the sound. Suddenly, I recalled Selen's words. One day, you will feel the same way as me. He was wrong. If such a moment of despair comes to me, it will be an even more terrible and miserable end. Another 2 days passed. Nothing significant happened during that time. There were no new clues about the large clan suspected of orchestrating the assassination attempt, and eventually, the incident was brushed aside without further investigation. There were no more leads to follow. But thanks to that, the number of escort knights has increased. As it was proven that there was a force with ill intentions targeting the royal family, additional forces were deployed. A bit excessively, perhaps? This makes it impossible to go anywhere. Already, I had 3 close guards. Of course, that's just inside the house. Outside, over 30 knights are standing guard. And if I go out, all of them follow me. Oh, and even a poison taster joined the team. In case it's poisoned, I'll try it first. Every meal, a knight with specialized poison resistance tastes the food first. You really don't have to do that. Why would I poison Bjorn? It's better to be sure. It's delicious. As expected, Lady Karlstein is a superb cook. Even if you say that, it doesn't make me feel any better. Every meal, the poison taster does this, making Misha look displeased. Still, seeing such inflexibility actually made me trust them more. Even if Nork sends assassins, I don't need to worry this much. After breakfast, Einar left for the sanctuary, and Erwin went out, saying she was meeting her sister. And I was no different. You're going out? It's time for me to get back to work. I've rested enough, so it's time to get back to the tasks I've put off. Work? Are you going to buy something again? No, it's a different matter this time. Usually during maintenance I would go shopping, but today is different. Although I did make a lot of money recently. There's no reason to go shopping now when the currency value will only go up if I wait. Already, the price of equipment is plummeting. The demand has decreased because many explorers, the main customers, have died. Meanwhile, food prices are rising. Panic buying has started due to concerns that magic stone supplies might decrease from next month. I'll try to keep my cash and not spend it for now. Currency here is not just simple pieces of paper agreed upon by society. It holds actual value. This is a world where people live off magic stones, which alchemists can turn into iron or wheat. There's no risk of currency losing value. Unless the value of labor hits rock bottom. Is Hikerod doing okay? Suddenly, I thought of the dwarf. Lately, his blacksmith business seemed to be doing well, but now, it must be deserted. I felt a bit sorry for him. He invested all his assets to open the shop, only for such an event to happen. I'll visit him when I have some time later. I dressed simply and went out with Misha. Outside, there was a carriage prepared by the knights. It felt like an overly generous treatment. Please, get in. I was now accustomed to getting on the carriage. It's not like I'm paying for it, and it's much easier to be escorted this way. So what can I say? Where to? To the main temple of Leetlas. As I told the coachman the destination, the carriage set off. Leetlas temple? Why are you going there? Misha looked anxious. I understood her feelings. The religious factions here are the natural enemies of evil spirits. It seems she hasn't completely shed her suspicions. She had read books about evil spirits and made significant remarks to me for a day or two, but then stopped. So I thought she concluded it was just a feeling, and I couldn't really be an evil spirit. At times like this, it's better to leave things alone rather than do something. So, I continued the conversation casually. I'm planning to ask if they have any spare priests. A spare priest? Are you planning to leave the team? What are you talking about? But even if a priest comes, we already have 5 members. Are you planning to? Ugh, what is she talking about? I sighed and firmly said, I'm not leaving the team, and no one else is leaving either. Then why? Misha still looked confused. I explained my future plans. We need to prepare to go up to the 6th floor. The 6th floor? Yeah, but what does that have to do with this? I'm planning to form a clan. It was time to graduate from the 5-member team. Even if it's a small-scale group, once it exceeds 5 members, it's classified as a clan. The members must be divided into at least 2 teams. A clan? Then we'll be moving with 10 people from now on? Ultimately, yes, but not immediately. Since Erwin can take on the role of a scout, a single priest should suffice for now. From the 6th floor onward, I'll need to recruit another explorer for a specialized position. That will make it 8 members in total for now. With our current level, splitting into 2 teams should get us up to the 5th floor without problems. Well, honestly, I'm not too worried about this part. If it doesn't work, we can always meet on the 2nd floor. Though it will take time to join up due to the starting position and slow down due to the personnel penalty on the 4th floor. We're not a large clan anyway. If the goal isn't to control the hunting grounds, a day or 2 difference doesn't matter to a small clan. The real concern lies elsewhere. When will the labyrinth return to normal? If the situation doesn't improve, I plan to wait it out for a few more months. We need that time to prepare for the 6th floor anyway. We have arrived. As I was organizing my thoughts, the carriage stopped in front of the main temple. Most knights waited in the carriage. I only took 3 escort knights, and Misha, Commander Krobitz, is currently out on an errand. Instead of the familiar Krobitz, another holy knight greeted me. His name was Sven Pereb. He's the deputy commander of the 2nd Holy Knights of Leetless. It's an honor to meet you, Baron Bjorn Jandel. What brings you to our church today? I briefly explained my future plans to him. I intended to form a clan and wanted to recruit a priest. The result? I was rejected. Even though you're a baron, that's a bit difficult. Neither the recent nickname Giant, nor the noble title of Baron mattered to the church. They were just basic conditions. To recruit a priest, I needed merit points. Why is there inflexibility, just like in the game? As it was within my expectations, I asked how to earn merit points and got detailed answers. Aside from a few things, it's very similar to the game. In the end, there's no choice but to grind. TSK, I should have done it in advance. Your name is Pereb? Thank you for today. I'll come back next time. Yes, we always welcome the visit of a hero. After finishing the brief errand, I exchanged farewells with Pereb and turned around. And just as I was about to open the reception room door and leave, the condition for the activation of the blessing of the stars has been met. The last vine that protected me from the Dragon Slayer was severed. Damn, it's really one problem after another. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 246. Turning point 6. What kind of mistake did I make for her to react this way? Such thoughts didn't even cross my mind. It's because Misha has been watching over me for the longest time. A barbarian who reads books. A barbarian who can take on the role of a scout. A barbarian who pretends to be ignorant, but is actually cunning. A barbarian who always knew things that others didn't, as if it were natural. There must have been many suspicious points over time. Well, until now, she might have just thought there could be such a person and let it go. But the events of that day must have hit her hard. Because she knows me the best. Why should I do what the enemy wants? I kept dodging the corpse collector's questions with barbarian-like reasons. But to Misha, it must have looked strange. At the very least, she knows that I only become stubborn when I have a reason. If you don't answer, I'll kill the Red Fox girl. When Biko said those words, I felt a deep despair. Misha might have sensed even that. She might have realized that I was desperately holding back my answer, because I was cornered. What do you mean by disappearing? Late at night, when everyone was asleep, seeing Misha carefully approach me, showing her anxiety, I pretended to know nothing. Disappear? What are you talking about? In the dead of night, when everyone was asleep, when Misha cautiously approached me, looking worried, I reacted as if I had no idea what she was talking about. Why would I suddenly disappear? Oh no, it's just a nightmare. Misha used her dream as an excuse and changed the subject. It seemed like she thought that if she voiced her fears, they might actually come true. A nightmare? If you're really scared, you can sleep next to me. It's not that bad. Jeez. If you're going to joke around, just go to sleep. You barbarian brute. Soon, Misha left the room, saying I was talking nonsense, and I let out a silent sigh. My chest felt heavy. Disappearing suddenly. I knew why she said that. Because I had secretly read the book on her desk yesterday. It was a book I had read at the library before. A book summarizing the patterns and habits of evil spirits. Evil spirits are adept at deception and cunning. They do not cling to relationships. When their true identity is at risk of being exposed, they sever all ties and hide. It was a passage I could fully empathize with. If their identity is revealed, their fate is nothing but ruin. First, they distance themselves from those around them, and if that doesn't work, they eventually try to change their identity. And if even that option was blocked, they would go to Nork. Nork is indeed a city made up of such people. Criminals or evil spirits who can no longer stay in Rafdonia hide in the sewers, and Nork takes them in. Even the clown joined the Orcules as soon as he was revealed to be an evil spirit. I lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. My mind was very complicated. If they find out I'm an evil spirit, what kind of reaction would they have? Would they feel betrayed and angry? I don't know. At least Misha seemed more anxious about me disappearing than about me being an evil spirit. Damn Biko. I finally admitted it. I am afraid of them finding out my true identity. More than the guillotine I might be dragged to. I'm more afraid that everything I've built will crumble, even if it's just a sandcastle. Phew. I took out the magical tool from the subspace. A magical tool that allows secret conversations. Fine, if you want, I'll destroy the place you belong. Hans Kreisen is an evil spirit. I have the evidence in my backpack. The dwarf I met in the doppelganger forest used this tool, which also had a recording function, to corner Hans G. Click. As I pressed the groove under the magical tool, the conversation between the two vividly played back. Why are you so worried? They're just NPCs anyway. But they are still my comrades who have been with me all this time. Don't be ridiculous. Do you think they would think the same if they knew your true identity? Hans G couldn't respond to the dwarf's words. He knew. Your comrades considered the real Hans as their friend. And as you know, the real Hans is no longer in this world. We are evil spirits. Whatever bonds we forge here, they are precarious, built on lies. But I still consider them my comrades. Hans G answered that way that day. But what did he actually do? No way. I am sorry. When the dwarf forced him to reveal his identity, Hans G poured flames onto the warrior's body and switched sides with the dwarf. He knew deep down, things could never be the same again. That his once precious comrades would now consider him an enemy. Click. I pressed the button again to turn off the sound. Suddenly, I recalled Tesselin's words. One day, you will feel the same way as me. He was wrong. If such a moment of despair comes to me, it will be an even more terrible and miserable end. Another 2 days passed. Nothing significant happened during that time. There were no new clues about the large clan suspected of orchestrating the assassination attempt, and eventually, the incident was brushed aside without further investigation. There were no more leads to follow. But thanks to that, the number of escort knights has increased. As it was proven that there was a force with ill intentions targeting the royal family, additional forces were deployed. A bit excessively, perhaps? This makes it impossible to go anywhere. Already, I had 3 close guards. Of course, that's just inside the house. Outside, over 30 knights are standing guard. And if I go out, all of them follow me. Oh, and even a poison taster joined the team. In case it's poison, I'll try it first. Every meal, a knight with specialized poison resistance tastes the food first. You really don't have to do that. Why would I poison Bjorn? It's better to be sure. It's delicious. As expected, Lady Karlstein is a superb cook. Even if you say that, it doesn't make me feel any better. Every meal, the poison taster does this, making Misha look displeased. Still, seeing such inflexibility actually made me trust them more. Even if Nork sends assassins, I don't need to worry this much. After breakfast, Einar left for the sanctuary, and Erwin went out, saying she was meeting her sister. And I was no different. You're going out? It's time for me to get back to work. I've rested enough, so it's time to get back to the tasks I've put off. Work? Are you going to buy something again? No, it's a different matter this time. Usually during maintenance I would go shopping, but today is different. Although I did make a lot of money recently, there's no reason to go shopping now when the currency value will only go up if I wait. Already, the price of equipment is plummeting. The demand has decreased because many explorers, the main customers, have died. Meanwhile, food prices are rising. Panic buying has started due to concerns that magic stone supplies might decrease from next month. I'll try to keep my cash and not spend it for now. Currency here is not just simple pieces of paper agreed upon by society. It holds actual value. This is a world where people live off magic stones, which alchemists can turn into iron or wheat. There's no risk of currency losing value, unless the value of labor hits rock bottom. Is Hikerod doing okay? Suddenly, I thought of the dwarf. Lately, his blacksmith business seemed to be doing well, but now, it must be deserted. I felt a bit sorry for him. He invested all his assets to open the shop, only for such an event to happen. I'll visit him when I have some time later. I dressed simply and went out with Misha. Outside, there was a carriage prepared by the knights. It felt like an overly generous treatment. Please, get in. I was now accustomed to getting on the carriage. It's not like I'm paying for it, and it's much easier to be escorted this way. So what can I say? Where to? To the main temple of life. As I told the coachman the destination, the carriage set off. Life temple? Why are you going there? Misha looked anxious. I understood her feelings. The religious factions here are the natural enemies of evil spirits. Teach, it seems she hasn't completely shed her suspicions. She had read books about evil spirits and made significant remarks to me for a day or two, but then stopped. So I thought she concluded it was just a feeling, and I couldn't really be an evil spirit. At times like this, it's better to leave things alone rather than do something. So I continued the conversation casually. I'm planning to ask if they have any spare priests. A spare priest? Are you planning to leave the team? What are you talking about? But even if a priest comes, we already have 5 members. Ah, are you planning to? Ugh, what is she talking about? I sighed and firmly said, I'm not leaving the team, and no one else is leaving either. Then why? Misha still looked confused. I explained my future plans. We need to prepare to go up to the 6th floor. The 6th floor? Yeah, but what does that have to do with this? I'm planning to form a clan. It was time to graduate from the 5-member team. Even if it's a small-scale group, once it exceeds 5 members, it's classified as a clan. The members must be divided into at least 2 teams. A clan? Then we'll be moving with 10 people from now on? Ultimately, yes, but not immediately. Since Erwin can take on the role of a scout, a single priest should suffice for now. From the 6th floor onward, I'll need to recruit another explorer for a specialized position. That will make it 8 members in total for now. With our current level, splitting into 2 teams should get us up to the 5th floor without problems. Well, honestly, I'm not too worried about this part. If it doesn't work, we can always meet on the 2nd floor. Though it will take time to join up due to the starting position and slow down due to the personnel penalty on the 4th floor. We're not a large clan anyway. If the goal isn't to control the hunting grounds, a day or 2 difference doesn't matter to a small clan. The real concern lies elsewhere. When will the labyrinth return to normal? If the situation doesn't improve, I plan to wait it out for a few more months. We need that time to prepare for the 6th floor anyway. We have arrived. As I was organizing my thoughts, the carriage stopped in front of the main temple. Most knights waited in the carriage. I only took 3 escort knights, and Misha, Commander Krobitz, is currently out on an errand. Instead of the familiar Krobitz, another holy knight greeted me. His name was Sven Perab. He's the deputy commander of the 2nd Holy Knights of Litless. It's an honor to meet you, Baron Bjorn Jandel. What brings you to our church today? I briefly explained my future plans to him. I intended to form a clan and wanted to recruit a priest. The result? I was rejected. Even though you're a baron, that's a bit difficult. Neither the recent nickname Giant, nor the noble title of Baron mattered to the church. They were just basic conditions. To recruit a priest, I needed merit points. Why is there inflexibility, just like in the game? As it was within my expectations, I asked how to earn merit points and got detailed answers. Aside from a few things, it's very similar to the game. In the end, there's no choice but to grind. TSK, I should have done it in advance. Your name is Perab? Thank you for today. I'll come back next time. Yes, we always welcome the visit of a hero. After finishing the brief errand, I exchanged farewells with Perab and turned around. And just as I was about to open the reception room door and leave, the condition for the activation of the blessing of the stars has been met. The last vine that protected me from the Dragon Slayer was severed. Damn, it's really one problem after another. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 247. A being who can turn magic stones into matter. There aren't many people with this profession in Rafdonia, making them a highly valuable resource. In the much harsher Nork, this was even more pronounced. Good morning, Marlene. Are you running an errand for the alchemist? That looks heavy. Let me carry it for you. Everyone in the city treated Marlene with such kindness for this very reason. She was the sole disciple of the alchemist. One day, she would inherit all the knowledge and take responsibility for the city. Grandfather doesn't seem to be in the best of health these days. Honestly, it would be a lie to say that this position wasn't burdensome. But there was no one else to take on the role. So she had to muster the strength and take on the responsibility somehow. Besides, it wasn't a position filled with only duties. Grandfather. Got it, Master. So, did the item arrive? Yes, it's here. There are quite a few. Take your pick. The alchemist casually tossed a 2-way storage pouch, and Marlin caught it to check the contents. The items she had ordered were inside. Please send my thanks. Sure. Marlin whistled as she transferred the items to her personal bag. It was a clear privilege. If it weren't for her position as the alchemist's disciple, using strategic items like a 2-way space pouch for personal use would have been impossible. Not to mention, the infiltrators who ventured out of Nork wouldn't have fulfilled her requests. Wow, grandfather, try this. This place makes amazing cookies. Call me master. Ah, but these cookies are indeed delicious. But what is that? It looks similar to an elixir, but it can't be. Ah, you have a good eye. Really? Is it really an elixir? Marlin, who had been absent-mindedly munching on a cookie, stood up. An elixir? The ingredients were so rare, and the production process so difficult that even her master had only made 5 bottles in his lifetime. 2 of those have already been used. So only 3 elixirs remain in Nork. And now one of them was in her master's hand. Why? As Marlene's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her master smiled and explained. You need to learn this, so listen carefully. Today, we're going to give the elixir to the Dragon Slayer, Regal Vargos, and attempt to restore his memories based on his recovery. Regal Vargos, that man? Marlene frowned unconsciously. Why don't you like him? He just looks scary. Don't judge people by their appearance. Isn't it because of his injuries? I heard he was quite handsome before he got burnt. Well, to be honest, I don't particularly like him either. Right? It's not just me, right? Ah, you always hear only what you want to hear. It's not just his appearance. He's so unfriendly, and he speaks informally to you, grandfather. Kid. There was an awkward silence for a moment, and then Marlene heard the details from her master. The reason for giving such a precious elixir to the Dragon Slayer was quite simple. Well, at least on the surface. The Corpse Collector's power has been greatly reduced this time, and they need reinforcement. Is that man really that strong? I heard he got weaker due to a curse. Still, his dragon speech is special. He can't use it freely, but with the elixir, he should be able to use it a few more times. The leader of Orcules requested the elixir directly from the Lord of Nork, and the Lord granted it. It was a one-sided demand, but there was no choice. They were partly responsible for the Dragon Slayer's condition. They tried to cure him, but for some reason, his health worsened. TCH, we still don't know why. There was no reason for it to happen. In my opinion, it's all an act. He is trying to frame us and assert dominance. I don't think it's an act, but I get what you mean. The Lord can't be at their mercy forever. Orcules was like a poison cup. They knew it was harmful, but they couldn't let go. Well then, let's go. Marlene then followed her master into the room where the Dragon Slayer was. Grr. He lay on the bed, unable to speak properly. His limbs were stiff, and only his eyes moved. I believe your hearing is fine, so I'll speak alone. This will be good news for you. The Lord has granted you an elixir. Grr. Let's begin right away. The treatment process was straightforward. After all, an elixir wasn't an ordinary item. Carefully feeding the elixir to avoid spilling it was all. After about 10 minutes, the Dragon Slayer was able to sit up and speak. However, damn it, what did you do to me before? This was the first thing he said. No, seriously, what kind of nonsense did you pull that left me in that condition after treatment? Marlene wanted to say something, but held back, remembering her master's words before coming. Ah, that's why I brought the elixir. Please be gracious and forgive us. Ah, if it weren't for you being an alchemist. All right, it seems your body is mostly healed, so let us move on to the next step. The next step? The memory recovery attempt we couldn't perform last time due to your sudden collapse. Now we need to recover your lost memories. There won't be any problems, right? It might fail, but it won't cause any harm. I'll trust you. The Dragon Slayer nodded like a superior. Marlene found it irritating, but she couldn't say anything since her master remained silent. Here, drink this. It's a potion called Curse of Lethe. It might hurt a bit, but with your current body, you'll endure it just fine. The Dragon Slayer reluctantly took the potion and swallowed it. Bitter. Soon you'll feel some pain, so lie down here. The Dragon Slayer obediently laid back on the bed. After some time, the Dragon Slayer, sweating profusely and groaning, opened his eyes again. How do you feel? Have your memories returned? I'm not sure. I think they might. It could take some time. It's a strange feeling. Childhood memories are coming back vividly. That's the nature of this potion. By the way, do you have something sweet? It would be nice to have something to clear my palate. The master looked at Marlene in response to the Dragon Slayer's request. Clearly, he wanted her to provide something if she had it. I'll go get something. Marlene quickly returned to her room to fetch the cookies she had left behind. But when she returned, her master was gone. Your master was called away by the Lord. So, did you bring anything to eat? Here. Marlene handed over the few remaining cookies. She didn't like it, but she had no choice. These were given to me by Lady Amelia. The Dragon Slayer, greedy as ever, didn't settle for just one, but gobbled up several cookies. After some time had passed, of my head. Suddenly, the Dragon Slayer clutched his forehead. It was as if he was recalling the memory of that day. Yes, it was him. The Dragon Slayer cheered loudly, staring into the air. But his joy was short-lived. Oh God! The Dragon Slayer began coughing violently, his face contorted in pain. It was clear that nothing was lodged in his throat. His burnt and scarred skin was swelling in a bizarre manner. Grandfather never mentioned any side effects like this. Marlene's mind went blank in the unexpected situation. And at that moment, the dragon slayer suddenly reached out towards Marlene. It was a hand filled with clear hostility. Having spent her life studying alchemy, Marlene couldn't react to the sudden movement. But, ugh, the hand didn't reach her. Dragon Slayer, who had just risen, lost his balance and fell off the bed. Ugh! Saliva dribbled from his wide-open mouth. It seemed to be mixed with blood. What on earth was happening? What did you put in the cookies? What? They're just regular cookies. Marlene stammered, and the Dragon Slayer collapsed completely. Bitch! Even as he lay there, the Dragon Slayer glared up at her with bulging veins. But this didn't last long either. Thud! The Dragon Slayer's head drooped lifelessly. Dragon's allergic to cinnamon. It was a cinnamon allergy. The conditions for activating the blessing of the stars have been met. The third vine disappeared. I don't know why. If I had to guess, it was divine retribution for some evil plan that he may have conceived. After all, it's a holy relic imbued with divine power. Anyway, the reason doesn't matter. Damn it. Now the Dragon Slayer could target me at any time. It meant I had more to be wary of. The second vine broke just last month. How did this happen? A sigh escaped me. The truth is, I wasn't fully prepared yet. I might be able to handle him alone, but the problem was there was no guarantee he would come alone to seek revenge. What if he brings a clown with him? Or worse, a horde of followers? It looks like the barrier will soon be breached. The royal family had acquired a means to destroy Nork's barrier. If travel between the surface and the underground became possible, encountering Dragon Slayer in this city rather than the labyrinth was a real possibility. But this wasn't an immediate concern. Why here of all places? I silently sighed and surveyed my surroundings. Bjorn, is that? Misha, knowing the significance of the vine ring, was simply shocked. The knight, however, he just looked puzzled, as if wondering what strange occurrence this was. But the Holy Knight was different. It's a holy relic of our church, and it's a form I've never seen before. Sven Perov, the deputy commander of the Second Holy Knight Order of Lietlas, narrowed his eyes. As a religious man, he immediately recognized it as a holy relic. Could it be related to the oracle received last time? Enough! Oh, I'm sorry. When I interrupted, the guard knight realized his mistake and shut his mouth. But it was already too late. So, you are the subject of that oracle. The fundamental rule of an escort mission is confidentiality, so do not worry too much. What nonsense. Confidentiality or not, they'll report everything to their superiors. Damn it. 3 knights and 1 deputy commander. Only 4 people knew the secret now, but that number would undoubtedly increase. How long before the tribe chief found out? He won't really expel me from the tribe? Will he? Well, I'm not sure about that. But it was clear that trouble was coming. The tribe chief already seemed displeased with my becoming a noble. I had to convince him that it was for the good of the tribe, but that was a difficult task as well. It will take a long time to reach level 9 engraving. Frustrating, especially since there was nothing I could do at the moment. Even if I asked for secrecy, they would agree to my face, but report everything to their superiors. Then I'll be going. So I left the temple without further words. What's done is done. The only solution is to take over the tribe as soon as possible. Becoming the tribe chief and changing the tribe's traditions would solve everything. And with that in mind, Misha, go home now. I had work to do. I'm going to visit the sanctuary for a bit. Strike while the iron is hot, as they say. I soon parted ways with Misha and headed to the sacred grounds. The escort knights only accompanied me to the entrance. They didn't enter. The barbarians still upheld the tradition of barring other races from entering their sanctuary. Then we'll wait here. I'll be out by evening, so rest nearby. Yes. As I stepped beyond the open gate, a forest landscape rarely seen in the city appeared. Perhaps it's a remnant of the warrior within me? For some reason, this place felt more like home than Lee Han-Su's room in the community ever did. The air is certainly better here. Walking along the unpaved, overgrown path, I soon reached the residential area of the sanctuary. Roughly built huts, lacking any particular structure. Bjorn, son of Jandel, is a warrior blessed by the ancestors and invincible. Blessed and invincible. Now, listen up as Bjorn tells the tale of how he defeated the most wicked evil spirit, the Corpse Collector. Listen? What does that mean? It means open your ears and listen carefully. In a nearby clearing, young warriors were being trained. Their instructor was Einar. Einar was different from how she was in the city. The shoulders that never relaxed in front of Misha were now broad and confident, and her expression was full of assurance. And she was carrying 4 backpacks. In the barbarian tribe, the number of backpacks symbolized success. She must have wanted to show off in front of the juniors. It seemed she liked the position, as she came to the sacred grounds every morning without fail. Better move quickly. I thought about greeting Einar, but decided against it, not wanting to get drained of energy. There was a specific reason I came to the sacred grounds today. I needed to conserve my strength. Swoosh. Arriving at the tribe chief's house, I opened the tent and stepped inside. One advantage of being a barbarian is that there's no need to knock. Oh, you seem to be fully recovered. Yes. What brings you here? True to his position as the barbarian tribe's leader, he got straight to the point. I like this straightforwardness. I have something to say. Speak. In barbarian society, honesty is a virtue. I've come to inherit the position of tribe chief. I said bluntly. Inherit, huh? The tribe chief grabbed the axe that was leaning against a corner and responded. Forget the formalities, attack me. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 249. Shaban's request was simple. Please deliver this letter to Baron Nerdabin. The task was to deliver a letter. The reward? 3 million stones. But there was one condition attached. Oh, and by the way, this letter must be delivered to the Baron himself before he leaves Gnome Tree. That was the reason for the exorbitant reward. It was almost impossible for any explorer to gain entry into Gnome Tree. Essentially, unless you are a laborer working on the farms, only nobles are allowed entry. All right, I understand the request. However, I would like to know the details. I could already smell the sweet deal in the air, but I didn't get excited and calmly checked off the details. What is this letter? Why have this job done at such a high cost when they could just mail it to the Baron when he returns to the city? Shaban answered my questions without hesitation. I can't tell you the content of the letter. And the reason for this request is because if we send the letter to his residence, the Baron is sure not to read it. The administrative office has something important to convey to the Baron. However, the Baron is ignoring the situation. So the administrative office found out that the Baron was vacationing at the Gnome Tree and devised a plan to hand the letter directly to him. The Gnome Tree is practically a retreat for nobles. Moreover, only 3 escorts are allowed. You just need to naturally approach him and deliver the letter, so it shouldn't be too much of a burden for you. That makes sense. I nodded in understanding. Indeed, it is cumbersome for a noble to visit another noble's residence in the city. You'd have to dine together and greet the family members. It's impossible to just drop by and hand over a letter briefly. So, the condition to deliver it within the Gnome Tree is for my benefit? That thought crossed my mind, but it wasn't necessarily the only reason. They wouldn't have said it as a condition, just as a favor for me. So, what do you say? Shaban handed the decision over to me, and after pretending to ponder for a bit longer, I answered. I'll take it. Given the current times with no source of income, delivering a letter for 3 million stones? There's no reason to refuse. I was thinking of visiting Gnome Tree anyway. Oh, just to let you know, I only need to deliver the letter. Whether the Baron reads it or not is none of my concern. Yes, as long as you fulfill the request, there will be no issues with the payment, so don't worry about that part. Okay, that settles my last concern. I signed the contract Shaban brought and received the letter. That concluded the official business. Afterward, we chatted about personal matters for about an hour before wrapping up the friends' meeting and headed home. And then, Misha, pack your bags. Huh? We're going on a trip. I started preparing for the journey. I planned for a 2-night, 3-day trip. While it wasn't too far for a 1-day trip, I will need time to find the Baron. Moreover, there are places I need to visit while I'm there. Honestly, I would have preferred a more leisurely 5-night, 6-day schedule. But the labyrinth is about to open. Well, I've agreed with my mates that we'll skip it this time, but I'd much rather see for myself how much effort the royal family has put into this one. Gnome Tree. Wow, I can't believe I'm finally going there. Although it was a sudden proposal, Misha was excited when she heard the destination and started packing. By the way, we could bring 3 people. So, we decided to take Einar and Erwin along for a family trip. Is it okay for me to join on such a trip? What are you talking about? If you don't want to, then don't go. I don't dislike it. I'll go and pack. How long did you say we'd be back? Feigning reluctance, Erwin quickly got up and went to pack her things. Well, she hasn't had much to enjoy recently. Hey, pack properly, don't just fool around. I wasn't fooling around. Are you just going to pack underwear? What about your toothbrush? Towels? Are you going to borrow everything from me each time? Soon enough, Misha was helping Einar pack, and the preparations for the trip went off without a hitch, and in the early hours of the next day. I'll escort you to the front. With the escort's best wishes, we set off towards Gnome Tree. It was well past noon when we arrived. Baron Bjorn Jandel, your identity has been confirmed. Please come this way. We stood in front of the castle gate and went through a simple identification process before entering. The escort knights didn't follow. Gnome Tree has a rule that only allows up to 3 escorts. I feel a bit sorry. In fact, the knights wanted to fill all 3 spots themselves. But I firmly refused and filled the spots with Misha, Erwin, and Einar. Having knights around would restrict our freedom. Besides, there's little need to worry about assassins in such a place. If you encounter any danger within, don't hesitate to use this whistle. The Gnome Tree's self-defense force will come to assist you. Gnome Tree is the second most secure area after the royal palace in this city. So while the knights were disappointed, they didn't force us to cancel the trip. Wow! As we passed through the double gates, the view of the Gnome Tree was breathtaking. Even for me, a straight road stretched ahead. On both sides, a vast green landscape unfolded, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of unripe crops and fruits. Oh, look over there! Fairies! We continued to look around while riding in the carriage. The most common sight was the fairies working in the fields. They're specialists in farming. After all, the fairy tribe sends fairies skilled in special spirit magic to Gnome Tree and receives substantial support funds. So envious. The enormous wealth from the Gnome Tree. This is why they can offer interest-free tax loans to their tribe members. Unlike the barbarians. Erwin, how many years do they lend to your tribe? For us, it's 3 years. Wow, lucky you. We only get 2 years. They don't press us hard for repayment. But after that, we're on our own. Misha answered. By the way, this tax loan policy is available to all races except barbarians and humans. Fairies aren't the only ones earning money this way. Dwarves have formal contracts with the royal family for their unique skills in construction and metallurgy. It is likely that the windmills and water wheels we see were built and maintained by them. Oh, and the beast tribe. Moo. Me, Misha. What is that weird creature? Oh, it's a cow. You probably haven't seen one before. A cow. That's the meat you said was the most delicious. Oh, I've never eaten it in the wild. But the beast tribe excel in livestock farming. They naturally bond well with animals, and some of their spirit animals enhance the growth and reproduction of livestock. Although, in the end, the real moneymakers are the dragon tribe. While other races primarily make up the working class, the dragon tribe is a bit different. They can be considered landowning nobles. In fact, the Gnome Tree agricultural area was created in their sanctuary. Why are barbarians the only ones left out? The more I think about it, the more I feel deprived, but there is nothing to be done. Fighting is our only racial trait. Clatter. The carriage finally reached the area near the center of the Gnome Tree and began circling east. How much time passed? We have arrived. The coachman, who was also our guide, informed us that we had reached our destination. Kiarvis, the residential area, is a historical retreat for nobles that existed even in the game 150 years ago. Please follow me. With the guide's help, we headed to our lodgings. The place reserved by the administrative office exceeded my expectations. This is nice. It was much better than I expected. We had an entire outbuilding to ourselves, with 5 servants at our disposal. I wonder how much a night here costs? Please have your meal first. It's ready. I was quite hungry, so I ate first. And then, there are hot springs? When a servant mentioned there was an outdoor hot spring, I went there immediately to unwind. This is it. I might have to come back here again during winter, even if I have to pay out of my own pocket. After enjoying the onsen for about an hour, I came out to find Einar waiting alone. Bjorn, what took you so long? Where are Misha and Erwin? They're still in there. I don't get it. It's just warm water to me. Einar, who seemed unable to appreciate the true charm of the hot spring. Sigh. These barbarians. Never mind. Just rest here until they come out and hang out with them. Huh? What about you? I have to go to work. Why? Do you want to come along? Oh no, I'll just stay here. She quickly backed off at the mention of work, and I left the lodging with a smirk. I then started to look around the area. This place screams luxury. It was designed as a retreat for nobles, so luxurious facilities were everywhere. Hot springs, riding grounds, fishing spots, and more. If this were modern times, it wouldn't seem luxurious, but it feels different here. They not only eat wild game, but they play with it too. 99% of the people in this city eat meat and bread made from magic stones. Einar, for example, had never seen a real cow before coming here. But what about this place? They even have spots for hunting pheasants and deer. I guess that's enough sightseeing. I moved to my destination with a letter in hand. I didn't have to go around asking which lodging someone was staying at. There were no titled nobles staying in rented lodgings like me in this city. Most spend their holidays in villas they own. You may enter. After notifying the butler at the villa, I soon received permission to enter. Phew, at least he didn't turn me away. I've been wanting to talk to you at least once. Nice to meet you, Baron Jandel. But what brings you here all of a sudden? I have something to deliver. Something to deliver? I handed over the prepared letter, and the Baron immediately opened and read it. He made a strange expression. The administrative office is really heating things up for them to ask you for this favor. Well, I don't know the details. And yet you accepted this request? Someone like you, for what reason? The Baron muttered as if he couldn't understand. To be honest, I accepted because they offered me 3 million stones for the commission. Not wanting to look bad, I made up an excuse. I owed them a favor. Haha, you could just ignore them later. Wow, is this the noble mindset? I was both amazed and appalled, but I couldn't say that to his face. A warrior never forgets a favor. That's true? Huh, interesting. A noble who guarantees the value of faith? Perhaps many nobles will want to befriend you. After delivering the letter, the Baron invited me to dine with him, but I declined and left. In the small world of nobles, associating with the wrong person can have consequences. Anyway, that's the end of the commission. It ended so easily that I wondered if 3 million stones was too much. Now I have free time for the remaining days. I'll go there later when it gets darker. I headed back to my lodging while checking my remaining schedule. At that moment, I noticed a familiar symbol among the knights escorting some noble young lords. Cold sweat started to run down my back. The house of Baron Afreya. The house of the person whose face and identity the GM borrowed after knocking him unconscious. It can't be him. He's the youngest, right? It must be his older brother. Even if my expectations were wrong, it didn't matter. It's been proven in quantum mechanics. Until you open the box, you can't know for sure. Whether there's a cat inside or something else, you only find out after you observe it. Fortunately, I hadn't opened the box yet. So, let's get out of here. I quickened my pace, staring at the ground. At that moment, wait, aren't you Baron Jandel? A familiar voice called out from behind, recognizing me at last. Please stop for a moment. I heard you went through a lot because of that evil mage who disguised himself as me. I must apologize. It was real. Hans I. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 250. At first I wondered if it was the GM again, but the GM wouldn't use the same face to approach me again. Also, the aura emanating from his escorts and the people around him is completely different. In simple terms, this guy is real Hans I. Not the GM pretending to be Hans I, but the real Hans I. Therefore, there was only one thing I had to do. I held my breath. I must apologize. I clenched my teeth and ignored his words as if I hadn't heard them. And then, thud, I ran. Why? Why are you running away? Such. As I recklessly sprinted away, real Hans, I was greatly bewildered. But there was no way I was going to stop. Bethelrea. Soon, the distance between us widened, and he did not pursue me. Luckily, he didn't have that kind of persistence. Did I evade him? Arriving in front of my lodge in one breath, I calmed my pounding heart. I only heard his voice. I didn't see his face. Thanks to that, we didn't make eye contact. And since I held my breath, the chance of airborne infection was low. This should be enough. Yeah, it should be fine. Welcome. As I caught my breath in front of the lodge, the waiting attendant greeted me. Following the attendant inside. Nyaha, Bjorn's here. Misha greeted me with a highly excited expression. She was in high-tension alcohol mode. Erwin, who was sitting demurely next to her, wasn't much different. Mr. Hi. Erwin called me with a gloomy voice and then let out a creepy laugh. What's going on here? Empty liquor bottles were scattered everywhere, and the entire living room reeked of alcohol. It's been less than an hour since I left. What could have happened here during that time? As I glanced around the room like a detective, I realized that Einar was not present. Where's Einar? The warrior lady is already drunk and sleeping. It was the attendant of the outbuilding who answered my question. When I asked about her location, it turned out she was in the central courtyard of the outbuilding, not in a room. Thud. Cyrili. I first carried Einar and threw her on a bed in a room, then came back down. Misha was blowing on a bottle, enjoying herself for some reason. Sierra, sensing a strange tension, I cautiously approached Misha. Did something happen while I was gone? There had been times when people got drunk during a drinking session, but this was the first time I saw them drink so heavily. Happened? Nyaha, nothing happened. Then why are you drinking so much? I just felt like drinking because I was in a good mood. I see. She said she drank because she felt good. It seemed like my worries were unfounded. After a refreshing bath, and with free drinks being served, there was no reason not to drink. Well, at first, Misha wiped the alcohol from her lips with her sleeve and turned serious. I unconsciously looked away. Naturally, I noticed Erwin sprawled on the sofa. By the way, she was staring blankly into space alone. Hee. She kept giggling as if she found something funny. Does she laugh when she gets drunk? Hey, Bjorn. At that moment, Misha grabbed my wrist and spoke. Yeah, go ahead. About the time you rejected me. Oh, she's bringing that up now? It was an uncomfortable topic, but it didn't seem like I could refuse. As I kept silent and waited, Misha bit her lip and asked, Is it because I can't give birth to a barbarian? What? What's she talking about? Did Einar say something strange? My mind went blank for a moment, but my barbarian instincts kicked in. Of course not. I answered without a second's hesitation. It wasn't even a lie. The reason I rejected Misha that day wasn't because I didn't find her attractive or because she was a beast human. I had my own reasons to keep them to myself. I see, so that's how it is? Misha stared into my eyes as if trying to discern the truth, then opened a new bottle and drank. And then, so it's true. She kept looking at me, then looking away, opening her mouth, then closing it again before she spoke in a small voice. That you will someday disappear. Misha trailed off, and her head drooped. Nya, she must have really exceeded her limit. I exhaled the breath I had been holding and carried her to the bed. When I returned to the living room, Erwin was smiling at me with her mouth curled up. Finally, everyone is asleep. What is she saying? Go to sleep if you're drunk. Next slice. Boom. After roughly knocking her out, I threw her next to Misha. It was late, almost midnight. I considered tidying up the scattered bottles, but decided against it. This wasn't our home anyway. Once we vacate, someone will clean up. I collapsed onto the sofa, which was a bit too small for me. My mind was troubled. It was because of what Misha had said last. That you will someday disappear. The meaning behind her unfinished words was clear. She was going to ask if I rejected her, because I would disappear someday. Of course, she wasn't certain that I was an evil spirit. In fact, she probably thought it was unlikely. She had seen me receive divine revelations. Evil spirits are known to be enemies of gods in this world. So why would a god help an evil spirit by granting them holy relics? It was an absurd notion by the world's standards. But a sliver of unease, like a seed planted in her mind, had surfaced under the influence of alcohol. But at least it's reassuring to know that even if she suspects I'm in spirit, she wouldn't be hostile. I felt a sense of relief. I was grateful and proud that I hadn't lived my life in vain. But the dominant feeling was self-reproach. What do I truly want? When I woke up in the body of Bjorn Jandel, my primary goal was survival. First, I planned to adapt to this world, and then find a way back to my original world. But, is living here not bad after all? Do I really need to go back? Didn't I have fewer good experiences there? Lately, these thoughts have been growing. I think I understand why players distinguish between locals and NPCs. There's a need to draw a line. This world isn't ours. We have a place to return to. Enough. I forcibly halted the endless stream of thoughts. Whether I go back home or stay here, I can't make that decision yet. Didn't I decide, while watching those prisoners die from unpaid taxes? At least reach the 6th floor before making a decision. There's no point in worrying about it now. It's not just the taxes. There are threats to my life everywhere. Dragon Slayer, the clown, Nork, the royal family. Whether I like it or not, I need to get stronger. Whatever I plan to do, I need to be alive first. So, with that in mind, where are you going at this hour? Oh, just taking a walk. No need to wait for me. After informing the attendant, I stepped out of the lodge. It was about time for the streets to be empty. 2:37. As I stepped outside, the cool night air wrapped around my lungs. Is it because it's right below the mountain? It feels a bit chilly. Step. As expected, there were few people on the streets, but it wasn't completely deserted. The brightly lit gambling hall was still bustling with noisy crowds. It didn't matter much. My destination was outside the village. It's dark. Once outside the village, the darkness was akin to the labyrinth. It was just like the countryside in Korea. As soon as I got far enough away from the lights, I was greeted by the eerie nature. Anyway, it's about time to show up. I thought about lighting a torch, but decided against it just in case. I walked cautiously. After some time, I found the cave marked on the map provided by the lodge. It was a tourist attraction as well. No guards. As I cautiously entered the cave, it gradually brightened. This place was similar to the first floor. The walls were full of crystals emitting a mysterious blue light. I walked without hesitation. There were side paths, but in the game, you just had to go straight from the entrance. Whoosh! Soon, a large cavity appeared. At its center was a rock vibrating at regular intervals. Lignorasia. The name's origin was an ancient language, translated in the pamphlet as blessing of the earth. Touching it was said to bring good luck. Probably just a superstition. The real hidden piece wasn't this rock. Swoosh. I opened my subspace bag and took out my mace. I passed the central rock and struck a section of the mural-covered wall with all my might. Boom! The wall shattered under the ogre-powered mace. But I wasn't worried. This cave had a self-repairing magic circle. It would fix itself in about 5 minutes. Let's go. I squeezed through the revealed passage. Inside was a small space, just like in the game. The outer rock must be fake. This is the real one. I placed my hand on the central rock. Unlike the outer one, it didn't vibrate periodically or emit a mysterious aura. But soon I felt it. The energy of the earth dragon imbues you. 1/3, a sense of fulfillment flowed through my body from my fingertips. Soul power increases by plus 10 dot. Earth resistance increases by plus 20 dot. It was one of the best hidden pieces. You needed to be a noble to access the Gnome Tree District, but it gave 30 free stats. Anyone who has played the original at all will recognize it, as they be mashing interaction keys everywhere they go. I suspected many players knew this hidden piece. But not this part. The blessing imprinted on your soul reacts dot. The stat increase rate rises to 30% dot. Receiving the Earth Dragon's blessing increased the stat boost from 20% to 30%. I never thought I'd be the first to unlock this condition. This definitely wasn't in the game. Becoming a noble at level 5? If this were a game, I would think I used a bug. Anyway, time to head back. I had gathered everything, so I turned towards the exit and froze. It couldn't be helped. Shuffle, shuffle. In front of the wall that was beginning to restore itself, a man stood. Wow, so you really were a player. It was Lee Biko. Countless possibilities swirled in my mind. Why is Lee Biko here? I hadn't seen a trace of him since that day. Could he have been tailing me all this time? The answer was surprisingly simple. Fate is strange, isn't it? I thought it might be the GM disguised as Hans, so I was following him, but then you showed up. It was Hans again. Lee Biko had coincidentally met Hans' eye at the Gnome Tree, and while tailing him, found me. And then, he must have been following me ever since. The outline of the events became clear. So, how should I act now? The decision was already made, more or less. Here we go again. Aren't you tired of this? Revealing my true identity to Lee Biko wasn't a good idea. Just by looking at him, I could tell he was unpredictable. Even if we got along well, if something went wrong, he'd draw his sword and force me to choose. For example, that cat seems to have caught on a bit. Shouldn't we kill her? Yeah, just like that. Feeling cornered, I decided to feign ignorance. Now I understand why the chief said spirits aren't evil. Kia, you've got a decent mind. You're still denying it in this situation. This situation? I mustered all my strength to show a puzzled expression. However, Lee Biko just chuckled dismissively. Yeah, this situation. Your presence here is proof you're a player. Otherwise, how would you know something like this is hidden here? Okay, I knew he'd ask that. I answered as if I had been waiting for it, mixing in just enough truth. I am a benefactor of the dragon tribe. After returning the dragon sword to their clan, I became close with the ancient dragon Rafer. His daughter, the dragon shaman, follows me closely. My answer implied that I had received this information from them. Lee Biko tilted his head immediately upon hearing this. Oh really? For real? Of course it's true. I didn't lie at all. So, you're the one who took down that dragon bastard? Wow, that's amazing. Lee Biko sounded genuinely impressed. I sighed inwardly. Although I had revealed some of my hidden information to get out of the situation. Well, the vine ring broke anyway. On reflection, it wasn't such a loss. The sacred artifact's effect had ended, and sooner or later, I'd have to face him again. There was no need to hide it desperately like before. Indeed. He nodded, looking at me for a moment. It makes sense. With such achievements, they might tell you about something like this. It's not that great anyway. Did he buy it? No, I couldn't be sure yet. I remained tense, waiting for his next move. After what felt like an eternity, he spoke again. But you know, he asked, grinning, why are you answering so well? For a moment, my mind went blank. Last time when I asked if you were a player, you clammed up. Suddenly, you're being very friendly? Damn it. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 251. There is no point in making excuses anymore. No matter how cleverly I try to deceive him with words, he won't be fooled. ELL want a definitive answer somehow. Sure ball. Aside from the discomfort of having to make a choice, my mind was already meticulously considering each option and its consequences. What is the best course of action for me? Hey, why don't you answer me? Why have you suddenly become so friendly? Fuck, this Brad is persistent. Honestly, I just wanted to say I just felt like it. Is that a problem? And go into the thoughtless barbarian mode. But doing that might actually get me killed. I am weaker than him. Therefore, when he is persistently showing suspicion, I can't just brush it off and start swinging my mace, claiming there is something wrong with his head. Because I'd be the one getting my head smashed in. Damn, look how quickly he becomes unfriendly again. Lee Beko sighed in frustration and glared at me with his piercing blue eyes. Why do you keep asking? You're not going to believe me anyway. I didn't bother to hide my sigh. But, was he as frustrated as I was? No, but it's not the same as hearing it from your mouth, is it? Yeah, I know what he means. That is also why I try to keep it hidden until the end. So you want to hear it from me no matter what. It was time to admit it. Too many things had already gone wrong to resolve the situation. I need to give up something. For example, Manners mocketh man. Even though he had many suspicions, I never once confessed my true identity until now. Ah, Lee Beckho looked startled by my sudden change in attitude. Having made up my mind, I had nothing to lose. Hey, don't you think it's polite to just pretend you don't know? What? Really? You were really a player? Hearing the truth from my mouth, Lee Beckho's eyes sparkled with curiosity. So, you were really just curious. Rage welled up inside me. Does he even realize? This is the first time I'm using this tone while in Bjorn Jandel's body. Still, I feel a strange sense of relief. I glared at him, feeling a strange mixture of relief and despair. But does this guy have no empathy at all? Wow, so you watched that movie too. Even in this situation, he focuses only on topics that interest him. Does he have no social skills? An apology should come first. It was a bizarre scene where a barbarian lectures a human on social etiquette and morality. Oh, sorry, but hearing you watch that movie makes you feel more familiar. It's one of my favorites. Lee Beckho offered a hollow apology and then cautiously asked another question. Did you watch the sequel too? What kind of guy is he? ISN.T is level of stupidity enough to make even barbarians weep? I did. I answered for now. Who knows when he might suddenly change his attitude if I ignore him. But why are you speaking informally to me? Huh? Why are you talking down to me? Don't you understand mutual respect? Just because we're both players doesn't mean we can't die if stabbed. Suddenly, Lee Beckho, looking serious, began to emit a murderous aura. I felt like I was losing my mind. I'm not used to speaking formally. Oh, so you were from the West. That's how he interprets it. I had the barbarian character in mind. Then let us speak informally to each other. Good? Lee Beckho extended his hand with a bright smile, as if nothing had happened. But it cleared my head. It was refreshing in a way. Perhaps this was his way of keeping control. He used his power to keep me off balance, preventing me from having any time to think. Could it be that he talked about the sequel to find out when I came, and just now to check if I was from the East? Maybe it's just a wild guess. But it's better to be cautious. I should still hide that I'm Lee Han-soo. This was my final dilemma. If I'm going to reveal that I'm a player, wouldn't it be better to reveal everything and try to become friends? However, one thing made me hesitate. That cat seemed to have some idea. ISN.T it better to kill her. Earlier, it was just a casual suggestion. It felt like unsolicited advice from a passerby. But the moment I reveal that I'm Lee Han-soo, this issue will become his concern. Because he cherishes Lee Han-soo. No, he cared about the few Korean players in this strange world. But the fact that I'm a player. Oh, don't worry. I won't tell anyone. Do I look like someone with no manners? I barely restrained myself from saying yes. The more I talked to him, the more I understood. Lee Beckho is an unpredictable ball. So I should avoid getting involved with him. At least until I'm confident I can control him. By the way, I'm really glad you answered honestly. I heard you became a noble? I was planning to kill you if you were a real NPC before you joined the royal family. My heart skipped a beat at his casual words. What? Why are you surprised? It's not like I enjoy piking, but it's a hassle if they're destined NPCs. I couldn't understand a word he was saying. I was curious and asked him indirectly, but Lee Beckho dodged the question, saying it was just something like that. Is it because I'm Bjorn Jandel from the West? If I were Han-soo Lee, he might have answered. Oh, and one more piece of advice, even though it sounds funny to say to someone who is already a noble. Don't get too involved with the royal family. Why? The royal family ISN.T interested in opening the Abyss Gate. Actually, they're committed to preventing it. They might even be behind the disappearance of the creation relics. The royal family? Why on earth? There's a rumor that the key to saving this world is hidden in the deepest part of the labyrinth, but maybe that's all a lie? I had so many questions I wanted to ask. But no matter what I asked, Lee Beckho would just respond with a bored expression. What are you going to do even if you know? It felt like even if I asked who the GM was, he wouldn't tell me. So, as I was smacking my lips in regret. So, you're one of them, right? What side? You know, the people who plan to just live here. When I saw you risk your life for that NPC, I thought you might be one of them. But then again, considering your growth speed, I'm not sure. So, which is it? What if I decided to stay? What do you mean, what if? There are people like that too. I'm not so close-minded. As long as you don't interfere with me, I don't care. I quietly observed Lee Beckho's eyes. It wasn't a particularly meaningful action. I couldn't tell what he was thinking behind those piercing blue eyes. It doesn't seem like he's just trying to test me. After a moment's hesitation, I opened my mouth. I don't know. It was the most honest answer I could give. At first, going back was the goal, but lately I wonder if I need to risk my life to do that. Because of that damn cat girl? I didn't answer. But was that enough? You remind me of myself back then. Lee Beckho said with a faint smile. Still, you seem promising, so let me give you some advice. Don't expect too much from NPCs. You'll definitely regret it. The cold emotion hidden in his laughing voice made me wonder. What on earth had happened to him in this world to make him such a broken monster who only wants to return? I couldn't know. Well, I said all I wanted, so I'll be off now. With that, life.Ho turned his back, signaling that our conversation was over. Then, with a gesture, he collapsed the wall that had been self-repairing. Or should I say, it disintegrated? The wall remains crumbled to dust. With another gesture, even the dust disappeared. Good thing I didn't go into the thoughtless barbarian mode. The thought that my head could be been turned to dust gave me chills. As I watched life.Ho leave, all right, he turned back to look at me and delivered his final words. By the way, next time we meet, we're strangers, okay? What do you mean? Don't pretend to be familiar if we run into each other. I don't build any attachments in this world. Geez, this guy. Damn, how cold. After life.Ho left, I returned to my lodging without looking back. The next morning, ugh, mister, I'm dying. I spent the morning with the trio, who were all suffering from hangovers. Bjorn, when did you get back? Did you finish what you needed to do? Incidentally, Misha seemed to have forgotten everything from last night, including my return to the lodging. It was probably for the best. Is it because I can't give birth to a barbarian? It would have been awkward to talk to her if she remembered what she said to me yesterday. Since we're done with the quests, can we just relax and have fun today? Of course. I had planned a 2-night, 3-day trip just in case, but all our business in Gnome Tree was completed on the first day. So the rest of the time was free. Woo! Time to have fun. We spent the second day enjoying ourselves late into the night. It was quite a fun day. Well, except for falling into the water at the end. It happened at the fishing spot. We were night fishing with lanterns when Einar had a seizure after being bitten by a fish and the boat capsized. The problem was, none of us could swim. How many of us have ever been in such deep water? I really thought I was going to die. But I learned one thing from the experience. When I sank in the glacial cave before, I thought it was because of my armor, but that wasn't the case. Barbarians can't swim. It's not a matter of technique. We just sink. Well, using my transcendent mode, my head came out of the water, and I was able to call for help. I need to find a place to learn to swim when I get back. Einar and I might be fine, but the others need to know how. Anyway, that was how the second day ended, and the next morning, we slept in after drinking all night and woke up at noon, then boarded the carriage to return home. Ugh, I wish we could stay one more day. I can't believe we're leaving already. I agree, mister. You don't drink much at home. Wow, Misha, look, there's a horse running. We spent a couple of hours in the carriage, admiring the natural scenery that was hard to find in the city. Soon, we arrived at the southwestern exit and returned the whistle we had received upon entering. Come to think of it, there's this. The whistle, one of Gnome Tree's proudest features, would summon the militia wherever and whenever it was blown. I wondered what would have happened if I had blown this during the encounter with life.Ho, but it probably wouldn't have made much difference. He likely wouldn't have given me the chance. All right then, I'm going to rest. Let me know if you get hungry later. We got home by evening and everyone went to their rooms to rest, and the next day was no different. A peaceful time of rest. As always, such time flew by swiftly. And then, I'll be heading out for a bit. Finally, the day arrived. 22:10. 2 hours remained until midnight, when the labyrinth would open. I finished preparing to go out and headed to the Dimension Plaza. They say the royal family is sharpening their swords. Rumor has it that the royal family is assembling an army. Having taken a significant hit, they're planning to repay the favor with a proper battle in the labyrinth this time. No one knows the exact scale of the force. Unlike the previous subjugation, there hasn't even been an official request for cooperation from the clans. They intend to handle it entirely with the royal family's power. Once I get to the plaza, I should get a sense of the royal family's power. I saw other explorers heading towards the plaza, likely for the same reason. Everyone is curious. The true strength of the royal family, which no one has seen properly despite all the talk. Oh, Bjorn, are you heading to the plaza too? I'm a bit curious. I saw a few familiar faces along the way and chatted with them as we moved. And after some time, this is unexpected. All the explorers who came here, including me, tilted their heads in confusion. Who would have thought there'd be no one here? It's not completely empty. Guards from the security office are occupying the plaza, preventing explorers from entering. But that's all there is. Where's the army? No matter where you look, there's no sign of the rumored army. Have they not arrived yet? Hey, that can't be. The labyrinth opens in 5 minutes. If they're not here yet, it means there was no army to begin with. What a letdown. So the rumor about a big showdown was just a lie. Disappointed explorers started to leave the plaza one by one. The same went for the explorers I met on the way here. Jandel, aren't you leaving? I'll stay a bit longer to see. Then I'll head out first. I decided to wait until the portal opened and closed, just in case. In the end, there really was no army. What's this? Are they aiming for the next time? I had many questions, but staying here wouldn't change anything. So, I turned to leave. That's when it happened. Boom dash! A faint sound of collapse echoed from somewhere. Thud, 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 thud dash. Soon after, the ground beneath us began to tremble. What is this? An earthquake. The public officials and guards around me froze in confusion. But the few knights in the plaza were different. Their expressions didn't change, and they conversed amongst themselves with a determined look, as if they had been expecting this. So, this is what it was. I turned my gaze to the ground. I had a feeling I knew where the royal army was, even if I couldn't see them right now. A surprise attack. The war had already begun. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 252. It was a minor earthquake. The table trembled slightly, but the cup standing on it didn't topple over, nor was there the sound of anything breaking. At most, the chips on the table crumbled. An earthquake? The shock of the sudden natural phenomenon was fleeting. People were momentarily surprised by the sudden natural phenomenon, but as soon as the shaking stopped, the nobles inside returned to their gambling as usual. Except for one person. Hey, where are you going, sir? I suddenly remembered something to do. I'll fold this round. The man flipped over his cards, took his gambling chips, and stepped outside. Then he removed his mask. The concept of a gambling den where you could enjoy games while hiding your identity with a mask was quite amusing. But, no matter how I look at it, this wasn't an ordinary earthquake. Stepping out into the night, life.Ho sat on the first bench he saw, organizing his thoughts. The other nobles probably didn't hear it due to the noise inside, but he had clearly felt it. The massive wave of energy transmitted from beneath the ground. It felt like a mix of magical and divine power. He wasn't a mage, but with his high perception stat and some talent with magic, he couldn't have been wrong. So then, they kept talking about breaking the protective barrier and invading, and they really did it. Biko soon reached the truth. They were truly vicious bastards. It can't be a coincidence that they chose the time around midnight, when the labyrinth opens, to carry out their plan. An empty house. Having left the royal family, he didn't know the details, but the Nork side had entered the labyrinth well prepared. They must have thrown in every available force. They wouldn't have imagined that the same method they used would be turned back on them. If this goes well, all the guys down there might die. It wasn't a positive situation for life.Ho. If he had no other choice in the future, he was considering clearing the game with the Nork guys. Since I don't have anything to do, should I go down and help them? Such a thought crossed his mind, but life.Ho shook his head with a smirk. That didn't fit his playstyle. Perhaps this would suit him better. By now, the palace should also be empty, right? Soon, a wide smile spread across life.Ho's lips. First Royal Knights Captain, Jerome Saintred. Known as the protector of the royal family and the Knight of Light, his forehead was deeply furrowed. Because of the news he had just received. The royal palace is under attack. At first, he thought it was a counterattack by Nork. But that didn't make sense either. They gathered troops under the pretense that the labyrinth was their destination. But it was only 2 hours before departure that they revealed the true objective was a raid on Nork. The protective barrier was just broken moments ago. So there wasn't enough time for a force capable of attacking the royal palace to get out of Nork. Has the order to retreat been given? Not yet. Then the plan remains unchanged. We will continue our march. Jerome quickly led his troops into the sewers. And as time passed, news about the identity of the group that attacked the royal palace also came through. To think it was just one person. The one who dared attack the royal palace was just one person. It might have been a solo act by the ruined scholar whose threat level had recently been raised, but even this expectation was off the mark. life.Ho, once one of the most promising explorers, he turned out to be an evil spirit responsible for the disaster. Of course, only very few knew about that disaster. The royal family, seeing his abilities as valuable, thoroughly concealed the incident, and he also received a new identity. This is troublesome. How did he know? That even I would be away on deployment? As far as Jerome knew, life.Ho had no means of obtaining such information. In the past, he used to contact external collaborators at evil spirit gatherings. But now he had been expelled from those gatherings. That too was orchestrated by the royal family. They subtly leaked life.Ho's identity to the GM, the leader of the evil spirits, and when they couldn't expel him, they forced him to make an enemy of Nork. Did he just deduce it on his own? Jerome was deep in thought. He had heard that an earthquake had occurred due to the destruction of Nork's protective barrier. There was one part he couldn't understand. Inferring this situation through an earthquake? That's entirely possible. However, acting on it is another matter entirely. If his prediction were wrong, he could end up getting caught again. Would he really take such a gamble? He would, if it's him. Though it hurt his pride, Jerome had to accept it. life.Ho was like a beast. If he had the chance, he would definitely attack his enemy, and he wouldn't shy away from the risk of being attacked himself. Just when the position of commander of the Rose Knights is vacant. Though he was worried about the situation on the surface, no retreat order had been given to them yet. Therefore, there was only one thing he needed to do right now. To fulfill his duty as a knight, and carry out the royal command. We have arrived. The army that had passed through the underground labyrinth had finally reached the last gate leading to Nork, a stone gate imbued with dozens of ancient magics. Last time, it took several hours just to break through this gate. Fortunately, it seems they haven't fully repaired it yet. Begin. At Jerome's command, the mage squad began drawing a huge octagram on the ground. How much time had passed? Kwahai! The magic circle emitted a bright light and shot a wave of pure magic at the stone gate. And then, swish! Beyond the dust cloud, the view of the underground city reappeared. Now let's go. It's time to eradicate the wicked rebels and restore stability and peace to this city. Jerome drew the sword bestowed upon him by the king, and he was the first to step beyond, for the eternal prosperity of Rafdonia. His steps showed no hesitation. The portal closed in the dimensional square. However, I lingered there for a long time after. I thought there might be some useful information to glean from those nights. But, TSK, what a waste of time. The knights didn't engage in any trivial chatter, and they disappeared somewhere as soon as the plaza was cleared. So, I left the plaza as well. Instead of heading straight to my lodging, I planned to drop by a pub to hear what other explorers thought about this event. Should I go to Mr. Bear's place? Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Firstly, it's a pub that explorers frequent. Secondly, it's not one of those trendy places with partitions or rooms, making it perfect for eavesdropping on conversations. He'd probably get angry if I said it in front of him. Oh, Jandel. What brings you here at this hour? No, Misha. Just came out because I was a bit bored. You seem quite busy today. Don't mind me. I'll just drink quietly in the corner. Can't you just call me? My wife would surely understand if it's for you. When I arrived at the pub, Mr. Bear saw the opportunity to slack off and made the request. Doesn't he feel sorry for his pregnant wife? I just want to be alone and quiet today. All right then, I'll bring some snacks and drinks over. That'd be great, thanks. Soon I was seated at an empty table, and Mr. Bear served me a platter of meat and the Tavernest's signature salt honey wine. It tasted really strange at first, but after a while it went down surprisingly well. Anyway, that wasn't the main reason I came here. As I sipped my drink, I kept my ears open to listen to the conversations of the nearby explorers and city folk. Given the pub's reputation for spreading rumors quickly, most of the talk was about the army organized by the royal family. There's nothing worthwhile to pick up. Rumors that the royal family is spreading false information because they are afraid of Noirarch. Most of the information seemed to originate from the speaker's imaginations rather than any solid source. Well, I didn't expect roundtable information from a pub, so I was disappointed. After all, my primary purpose was to gauge public opinion. Lately, not only explorers but also city dwellers don't think highly of the royal family. After that, I closed my ears and continued drinking, organizing my thoughts alone. How much time had passed? As things got quieter, Mr. Bear approached and sat down in front of me. Jandel, what do you think? About the army? Yes, you've got a knack for this kind of thing. After a moment's thought, I shared my suspicion that the army might be engaged in a subjugation mission. It was still uncertain, so I wanted to hear the opinion of a veteran explorer like Mr. Bear. So, was that earthquake earlier because of this? You believe it? Doesn't it make more sense? More than that nonsense about the royal family being afraid of Nork. Perhaps because he had once heard the royal family's report, Mr. Bear was quick to understand. He knew that the royal family's strength was much greater than he had imagined. Maybe we'll be able to enter the labyrinth next time. Soon, Mr. Bear expressed the hope that this Cold War might end much sooner than expected. And he also worried about the city's economic issues. Jandel, shouldn't we be spending our cash now instead of hoarding it? Once the labyrinth is stabilized, prices will return to normal. I was somewhat touched by his words. As a veteran explorer with a family to protect, he had such thoughts. Einar and Misha tended not to think about these things at all. Just keep an eye on things for now. By tomorrow, we should have a clearer picture. Yeah, I was too impatient. After that, we strayed from this topic and chatted about various things while drinking. Then it happened. Dang, 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 dang. An alarm bell rang from outside. It was the first time this had happened in over a year of living in this city. Even when my carriage exploded and the GM and Lee Beckho caused chaos, the alarm never went off. But now it was ringing. Click, click, click. I hurried outside to find guards from the security office running towards one place, the sound of their boots echoing. I grabbed one of them to ask what was going on. At first, the guard refused to tell a civilian, but upon revealing my identity, his attitude changed instantly. My name is Bjorn, son of Jandel. I am a full nobleman, titled by the royal family. So answer me now. How did this happen? Sir, we don't know much ourselves. We were just ordered to head towards Karnan. From what I've heard from my colleagues, it seems there's been a major fire. A large fire in Karnan, the capital city, at this time. It can't be a coincidence. Could it be that the Nork people have invaded? I wasn't sure, but it was possible. If they'd known about the royal family's plans to invade their city, they could have used this kind of diversion as a strategy. Ah, those royal bastards never do anything right. As I sighed softly, Mr. Bear, who was standing next to me, suddenly spoke. A fire in the capital, this doesn't seem like an ordinary situation. I hope Raven is all right. Huh? Raven? Why mention her suddenly? Oh, she's staying near the royal palace to learn magic. Damn it. I was fine until now, but the moment I realized this, my heart started pounding. A sudden, ominous premonition washed over me. Such premonitions rarely miss the mark, which made the anxiety even worse. I hope it's just a simple fire. Admin, I have to go. Where are you going in this chaos? Jandel, listen to me. Staying home is the best thing to do in times like this. As I stood up, Mr. Bear tried to hold me back. But, don't worry, I'll find her and quickly bring her back. Then let me come with. What nonsense are you talking about? You need to stay with your wife. I told Mr. Bear to close his pub and go stay at our house with his wife. Misha would be worried about me too. I should at least inform her. It's also reassuring to have all the team members gathered. Be careful. After parting ways with Mr. Bear, I climbed onto the roof of a military wagon heading to Karnan. The soldiers made a fuss, but quieted down once I revealed my identity. How much time passed? Baron Jandel, we're arriving in Karnan soon. Finally, the wagon reached its destination. I tensed up without realizing it. Despite it being the middle of the night, the sky was ablaze with a crimson glow. The tall, well-maintained city walls were stained with black soot, and a choking haze of smoke filled the air like a fog. Furthermore, beyond the blazing flames, or rather, outside of the flames, I could hear the mingled sounds of screams and shrieks. Damn it, what on earth happened here? The city of nobles, Karnan, was burning. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 253. The grief of the lost. Absorbing all this with vacant eyes, Nabar's Greenhop thought. Where did it all go wrong? There was nothing more to see. It all started with Regal Vagos, the dragon slayer. Despite the objections from Nork, he forcibly abducted the archpriest and treated him like a slave. Eventually, his wicked deeds were exposed, forcing the royal family to draw their swords. But, was it me? Nabars accepted the blame without deflection. What good would it do to blame the past? Ultimately, the former Lord of Nork who accepted Orcules would also have to take responsibility. So, what do you think? Do you think it turned out the way you wanted? Stay close. Nabars kept walking without rest, making sure he didn't fall behind the magic barrier. Ahead of him was an old man who used floating magic as if it were second nature. Belbev Ruinzines, an old man nicknamed the Ruin Scholar in his later years. A mage whose thirst for knowledge drove countless people to ruin with his precious knowledge. After hearing from Amelia that there was nothing they could do, it was Nabars who sought out Belbev in frustration. Because back then, he had unwavering faith. The cause. The royal family was wrong. Their power had to be toppled, and a new world where the above ground and underground were united had to be created. That was the right thing to do. Surely it should have been. It's so hot. Please spare me. I'll give you all the money you want. Lives were being burned alive and collapsing. With each instance, the beliefs that had shaped him crumbled gradually. Is this truly the right thing? Oppressing those who couldn't even protect themselves in the name of the cause. Is this really the path to a new world? Stop. Nabars couldn't hold it in any longer and spoke up. Only then did the old man stop walking and look back, with a look as if he had heard something strange. Stop. I came here because I don't want the balance of power to be upset, but you were the first to ask for help. If we stop now, the army heading for Nork will never turn back. That's right. But this isn't what I wanted. Really? Then what did you want? His words were stuck. What did I expect when I sought out the Ruin Scholar? This is a rare opportunity that will never come again. Even I didn't expect that he would appear. What's the problem? As long as he's distracting the palace, we are not in danger. Do you think I'm saying this because I'm afraid of dying? Nabars couldn't finish his sentence. The old man, as if considering this a waste of time, coldly turned his back and started walking forward again. It seems a bit tough for you. Even at that moment, the hundreds of flames in his hands flew indiscriminately with the sole purpose of destruction, turning the city red. Abandon emotions and think only of the goal. Isn't it better than losing both? A calculated statement, very typical of a mage. Whoosh dash. Soon, the magic barrier moved farther away, and the hot heat began to seep through his skin. Nevarsh unconsciously moved his halted steps. His steps were filled with only questions. Mom, I can't breathe. It's okay, my child mom is right here. Until the end. What lies at the end of this path? The rain fell at night. It was the work of the mages from the Mage Tower. SSSHHHH dash. Guards from all over the city were not resting either. A long line stretched from the well, passing buckets nonstop, throwing water onto the flames. No, it wasn't just the guards. If you're struggling, don't push yourself and come out. Stubbornness will only cause harm. Among them were explorers living nearby and citizens who had heard the news and rolled up their sleeves to help. People gathered to help overcome the disaster in front of them. Oh no, our house will burn down at this rate. Hey man, is that what you should be saying now? Some people have family inside. If you have the strength to argue, carry a bucket. Of course, not everyone was helping with noble intentions. Even I, standing here, am no different. Raven. Upon arriving in Karnan, I felt overwhelmed. This fire was on a different scale than a few factories burning down in modern times. Is Raven holding up well? Or maybe. What do you mean, maybe? I punched myself to snap out of it. Smack. A sound mind in a sound body. There's no time to contemplate. Raven is no ordinary mage. Knowing her personality, she is probably holding up well, looking after those around her. She may even have been lucky enough to stop by the mage tower and avoid this disaster altogether. You there, mage? In the midst of the firefight, I approached a mage and revealed my identity. Although he was busy, he responded with a friendly look. You there, mage? It's been a long time since someone called me that. Huh? Apparently my image was good despite my noble title. So, what does Bjorn Jandel want from such a mage? Can you use cold magic? Is there any mage who can't? At my request, the mage laughed heartily and cast a spell on me. Your character's flame resistance has greatly increased. Phew, it's a bit less hot now. Are you planning to go in there? A friend of mine is inside. The mage who cast the spell nodded understandingly and chuckled. But is that enough? Huh? Is he mocking me? I thought for a moment, but then felt embarrassed by what happened next. Click. The mage took out a message stone. And? Can you all hear me? Sorry to bother you while you're busy, but I have a request. Bjorn Jandel, whom you all know, needs to go into those flames to rescue his friends. He contacted someone and made a request. If anyone has artifacts or potions that help with flame resistance, please send them to the coordinates of my personal lab. I'll summon them here. What, like a group chat for mages? It was an unexpected stroke of luck, so I quietly waited. Soon, replies started coming in. If it's Bjorn Jandel, who's been granted a noble title, there shouldn't be an issue with credit. But if there's any damage, I'll charge you, so be aware. The voice of a strict-sounding old man. All right, most of my apprentices have gone to Karnan to assist, but I'll send whatever I can find through the remaining ones. A young woman's voice. A beloved apprentice of mine survived thanks to him. I'll send a scroll, and he doesn't need to pay for it. A man's voice that sounded kind-hearted. Bjorn Jandel? It wouldn't be a bad idea to put him in debt. If he isn't overhearing our conversation, tell him this. The ring of the fire dragon is sent by our Ione school, so he should remember that. A calculating voice. And then, Aru? You're not referring to this child as your companion, are you? A familiar voice. This voice. Old man. If I remember correctly, it's the old man, the master of the Altemian school, and Raven's mentor. It seems to be correct. She's nodding. I'll send everything I have right now. With that, all communications ended. Honestly, I was stunned. What is this situation? I simply approached the most approachable-looking mage to get some cold magic. But it turned out to be far from ordinary. The people in the group chat all spoke with the nuance of being the heads of their respective schools. And indeed, among the members was the master of the Artemian school, the old man. Which means, this guy isn't an ordinary mage either. Out of pure curiosity, I asked, "Who are you?" He had no intention of hiding it from the start, and introduced himself with a smile. Oh, I haven't introduced myself, have I? I'm Arpagan. It was a name I had never heard before, but I knew the school he mentioned next. It was a mid-rank school in the Mage Tower, but I didn't expect the master of that school to be this young. I'll make sure to repay this debt someday, if that puts your mind at ease. A few minutes later, replies through the message stone indicated that the items had been transported, and Arpagan summoned all the items to this location through magic. It really is the ring of the fire dragon. From high-level numbered items to various rare artifacts, it was a treasure trove. Even as I examined each one, my feelings were complex. It's divine luck. In fact, calling it luck was an understatement. What are the odds that a mage I randomly approached is the head of a school and is willing to help me using his personal group chat? Divine luck? What nonsense. Huh? I've never seen those people go out of their way to help a complete stranger like that. Do you think it was just luck? When I tilted my head in confusion, Revan laughed and continued. I don't know what they saw in your words about saving your companion, but this is all because of you. It was a long-winded speech, typical of a mage, but I understood his point. It was a bit embarrassing to hear such praise directly. Swish. As I wiped the soot off my nose to hide my embarrassment, Revan laughed and patted my shoulder with his skinny arm. So, don't say it was luck. Do what you need to do. You have to save your companion, don't you? Yeah, this isn't the time to be lost in thought. Thank you. I sincerely thanked him, and then equipped and consumed the items that had been summoned. The character has consumed the water of eternity. Temporary flame resistance increased by plus 50. The character has consumed the tears of the spirit. Temporary resistance to all elements increased by plus 15. The character has consumed pure flame. Temporary fire damage reduction by 10%, fire affinity plus 15. First, I drank the doping potions. Crack. Tore the scrolls. And then, the character has equipped lava shield number 4819. Overall item level increased by 985. The character has equipped fire dragon ring number 760. Overall item level. I adorned myself with various fire specialized artifacts, including triple numbered items. Whoosh dash. The air no longer felt hot. I even reached out to the flames as a test, and the feeling was the same. Refreshing. I inadvertently said. Of course, not being Korean, Rebin wouldn't understand my sentiment. No matter how high your resistance is, you wouldn't feel such a sensation. It's just how it feels. I brushed it off, still staring at the flames that showed no sign of dying down. Then I asked Rebin one thing. What did you see in me? Earlier, Rebin had said that though he didn't know what it was, everyone saw something in me that made them willing to help. So, what did he see? Rumors. The answer was completely unexpected. Rumors? Everything I heard about you. I saw it all in your eyes as soon as we met. That it was all true. A statement open to much interpretation. Before I could ask further, Rebin pushed my back with his skinny arms. Your body feels like steel. He laughed awkwardly, noticing that my body didn't budge an inch, then made a request. Oh, I hadn't mentioned this. If you still have strength left after saving your companion, save the others as well. It wasn't a difficult task. Okay, got it? I'll do my best. When you say it, it sounds very reassuring. Anyway, I won't hold you any longer, go on. With that, I completed all my preparations by activating the orb of fire I had acquired previously. You have activated the orb of fire. All ongoing flame-based damage within a 15m radius is reduced by 50%. The barbarian firefighter mode. Bethel Rhea. I charged out, surviving the game as a barbarian episode 254. Boom, boom, sprinting at full speed through the debris of buildings that have collapsed from the fire. The reason my footsteps sound different is simple. I activated my giantification to increase my fire resistance even a little. How far am I now? I tried to figure out my exact position while running, but I couldn't be sure. The Royal Palace, which has always served as my point of reference in this city, is obscured by smoke. For now, all I can do is keep running. Whoosh dash. Anyway, about an hour passed like this. During this time, I discovered two things. First, whoosh dash. The flames surrounding me from all directions are clearly not just from an ordinary fire. These flames don't just spread, they explode periodically. It must be magic. Boom. I pause for a moment and quickly move my shield in the direction of the explosion. This red shield is far more expensive than the one I temporarily borrowed from the knights after hearing about the assassins. The lava shield has absorbed the flames. The character's soul power is restored in proportion to the amount absorbed. Number 4819 Lava Shield. I bought it for its passive stat of plus 30 fire resistance, but it's proving to be the most useful item right now. Phew, if INT brought this, it would have been a disaster. It's better safe than sorry. Since it is an item that only responds to attack skills and magic, I thought there would be no need to use the soul power recovery option. If it weren't for the shield, I would have used up my gigantification much quicker. Now the second thing. It's quiet everywhere. The sounds of collapsing buildings, roaring flames, and the city burning fill my ears, but I haven't encountered a single survivor. Not a single scream, not even a call for help. At least there aren't that many corpses. Most of the bodies I encountered had fallen facing away from me. They were trying to escape the fire, which was raging from the outskirts, towards the inner part of the city. The palace is there, after all. I hope Raven made it there safely. Hoping that she avoided this disaster, I continued to run through the flames. Just in case. According to the guards, the entire southern part of Karnan is engulfed in flames. And Raven's lodging is in the center of the southern part. It should be around here somewhere. Thud. I stop in my tracks. A stone structure emerged from the thick smoke ahead. Boom. Despite the continuous explosions, the building was large enough to recognize. The third public platform of the imperial city of Karnan. After quickly scanning the surroundings, I was left dumbfounded. Damn it. Raven mentioned that her address was near here. Of course, I don't know the exact location. But what difference does that make? There isn't a single intact place in any direction. Holding my breath, I listened carefully, but all I could hear was the cursed sound of the fire. So, what happened to Raven? Did she manage to escape in time as hoped? Aluva Raven! I shouted with all my might, just in case she was nearby and in need of rescue. But there was no response despite several attempts. Just as I was about to resume my journey towards the royal palace. Jandel, a voice echoed in my head. A common message, spell any mage can use. What? Why are you here, Mr. Jandel? So she was really nearby. What would have happened if I had just left? Feeling a sense of dread, I urgently shouted. Where are you? Follow the road opposite the public platform, and you'll see me. Following Raven's instructions, I soon arrived at a plaza. Raven was at the central fountain, along with a dozen other survivors. Whoosh! Entering the magical barrier that blocked the flames, I saw Raven standing boldly despite her small frame. Why are you here, Mr. Jandel? Can't she at least be a little welcoming? Movies are definitely different from reality. In movies, people would run and hug at times like this. Did you come all the way here because of me? Through those flames? What's she saying? I was out for a walk. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I retorted. I was truly relieved she was safe. By the way, why are you still here instead of near the royal palace? If there was a fire, you should have fled immediately. Are you out of your mind? After reuniting with Raven, I listened to her explanation. Why wasn't she near the royal palace and still hanging around her lodging? The reason was quite simple. Well, Raven had been working on her newfound knowledge in the makeshift lab she had set up in her quarters. So, she didn't hear about the fire in time. It's convenient to be near the public platform, but it's noisy. So, I usually have soundproofing on. By the time Raven noticed the anomaly, the area was already engulfed in flames. However, it wasn't too late to escape. She could have avoided it. But, if I had just left then, everyone here would have died. When she saw a woman collapsed on the street holding a child, Raven decided to stay. Although her judgments are usually cold, she has a strong sense of duty to help when she can. She probably felt complacent at the time, that the fire would be extinguished quickly. She didn't expect it to be this bad. I apologize. I never imagined you would come all the way here for me. I was just taking a walk. Don't apologize. Acting all grown up despite her small frame. Well done. What? I spoke, looking at the survivors who were anxiously watching us. You did the right thing, saving those you could. No matter how I look at it, I can't see them as mere NPCs. They're people just like me, even if they call people like me evil spirits. By the way, there don't seem to be any nobles here. Scanning my surroundings, I realized most of them seem to be ordinary citizens. It's not strange. Even in the capital city of Karnan, 90% of the population are commoners. They live here and work for the comfort of the nobles. By the way, where did you get that equipment? As the situation settled, Raven showed interest in my firefighting gear, including the lava shield. Is it because she's a mage? Even in this situation, her curiosity comes first. I briefly explained the origin of my equipment. Raven's expression turned a bit odd. That's really interesting. It's understandable for my master, but the others aren't the type to be like that. Do you know who they are without me telling you? Roughly. The mage society is wide yet narrow. Everyone knows who's close to home. I see. But we can't keep chatting forever, so I cut her off. So, what about this barrier? Can it be used while moving? When I got to the point, Raven's expression changed, and she answered seriously. It can be used, but it will be much weaker, though. So, what do you think? Can we manage? You're using the orb of fire now, right? If I add my cold blood magic, we might manage. How's your mana? I only know when I try. As one would expect from a mage, she didn't make any empty promises. Simply put, we're in a tight situation. However, neither of us suggested leaving the survivors behind. You all heard the plan, right? We're going to move now. If anyone has objections, speak up now. Raven explained the plan to the survivors again, and of course, no one objected. Then let us move out. As soon as Raven had finished adjusting the barrier for mobility, we stepped out into the flames. Is everyone okay? We can manage, mage. Sweating profusely, the survivors didn't seem to be in danger of burns. Although the smoke made it difficult to breathe, Raven occasionally used her wind magic to blow the smoke away and provide fresh oxygen. Keep up, don't fall behind. The orb of fire had a 15-meter range. Adjusting our speed to keep the survivors within range, we started jogging. Boom! I blocked the explosions in front, while Raven took care of the rear. How is your mana? Still fine, don't worry. Aside from Raven's mana being steadily drained, our movement was relatively stable. How long had it been? The flames are definitely weakening. Does that mean we're almost out of here? If my calculations are correct. Positive news for the first time in a while. Survivors who were at their physical limit started to muster their last bit of strength, holding on to hope. But good news often comes with bad. There's magic ahead. In the middle of our conversation, Raven suddenly shouted urgently. I quickly turned my gaze forward. At that moment, fuck! A massive fireball appeared before my eyes. I reflexively raised my shield to block it, but absorption limit exceeded. Soul power is being heavily drained. Instead of recovering, I felt a massive drain of energy. Fuck. A fire attack that even the lava shield couldn't block. Who the hell? I lifted my head. The first thing I saw was the debris of buildings floating around. Crackle, crackle. The burning stones were coming together, forming a golem. I heard Raven's stunned voice from behind. Mr. Jandel, this magic is... Stop. I know without you telling me. Level 5 summoning magic, flame giant. I remembered seeing this magic once before. No wonder the fire was unusually intense. I gripped my mace tighter and kept my eyes ahead. Step, step. There was no sound of walking, but an old man and a man following him appeared beyond the fire. I didn't expect to see you here. Soon the elderly man stopped and spoke. Quite fortunate. Yeah, it was never going to be this easy. Ruin scholar, Belbev Ruinzines. I never thought I'd encounter him here. My chest felt tight, but at least I learned one thing. It really was those Nort bastards. These guys were behind the fire. Well, it made sense. Who else would cause such chaos in the city? Raven. I put everything aside and gave her an order. Take the people and get out of here. You said we're almost there, so you can do it without me, right? But no arguments. Listen to me. When have you ever regretted following my orders? After a moment of silence, a response came. Not aloud, but through the mind. I'll get the people out as quickly as I can. Raven then used her wind magic to clear a path through the flames and lead the survivors away. Surprisingly, the ruined scholar let them go without interference. I was ready to stop any tricks, but... So, you think it's easier to deal with me without another mage, huh? I had an idea of what he was thinking. Though there was a sense of unease, it made sense that he would let her go if it made it easier to face me. When did you arrive? Huh? I heard you were at the royal palace. When did you get here? What the hell is he talking about? Before I could even tilt my head, the answer appeared before me. Just now, a man in his 20s appeared from the flames, as if he'd been there all along. Hey, Belle. Belle? Who told you to start the fire? Without my permission. life.Ho frowned at the ruined scholar. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 255. Explorers age much faster than normal people. That's because the higher they go, the longer they spend in the labyrinth. Sometimes a single exploration can last nearly half a year. But why does he look so young? I briefly wondered as I looked at the man with platinum blonde hair, slicked back in a pompadour style. I gulped. There was more pressing information to process than the secret to his youthful appearance. I heard you were in the royal palace. When exactly did you get here? When the city burned, life.Ho was at the royal palace. Who gave the order to start the fire without my permission? The ruined scholar was indeed the one who started the fire. Do you want to die? life.Ho was furious about that fact. But what could be the reason? Even the object of his anger, the ruined scholar, frowned as if he had no idea. I can't understand. Why oppose me? You also benefited from my actions. Benefited my foot. Burning this place doesn't make the king leave his palace. Oh, so the king was your target? Despite the situation, ruined scholar's eyes gleamed at life.Ho's response. But, what? The king was my goal? life.Ho sneered as if he found it pathetic. You really know nothing, old man. Forget it. It's too bothersome to explain. life.Ho waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. You're even more uncultured than I heard. For the first time, the ruined scholar couldn't hide his discomfort. Of course, life.Ho didn't bat an eye. It's you who lacks manners, talking back and giving off a foul smell. Seriously, get yourself new dentures. The stench is unbearable. Well, what? The ruined scholar winced, as if that remark had punched him in the gut. This insolent BAS. Seeing his mustache twitch as he tried to curse, the winner was already decided. Yeah, it's hard to imagine that old man winning against life.Ho, who embodies the spirit of a K-gamer with words. Alright, let us get to the main point. life.Ho dismissed ruined scholar's frustration and got to the point. So, how are you going to compensate me? My gutbap restaurant. It burned down because of you. That was the real reason he was so furious. Boop boop boop. The ruined scholar seemed clueless, but life.Ho continued to vent his anger. Even though he was an NPC, he made the best gukbap I've ever had just by following my recipe. He even promised to make radish kimchi next time. Was there an alchemy workshop in Karnan? Alchemy my ass. life.Ho spat on the ground disrespectfully. Talking to NPCs is pointless. If Han Su was here, he would be just as mad. When he suddenly mentioned me, I flinched. But yeah, I probably would have been equally mad. Who knew there was a place in this city where I could get gukbap? If such a place existed, you should have told me before. I haven't even tasted it yet. I felt a surge of anger towards both of them, but there was nothing I could do about it. I could only pretend to be a clueless barbarian and watch the situation unfold. So, what do you want? I don't want to make an enemy out of you. If my actions have harmed your workshop, I will compensate you. The ruined scholar tried to negotiate. It was a surprising sight. This madman who burned down the entire southern part of Karnan was trying to resolve things through dialogue. Just how significant was Li Bekho's stature for this old man to act this way? I couldn't know for sure yet, but one thing was clear. Take out your dentures. You said you'd compensate me, right? If you're truly sorry, remove your rotten-smelling dentures yourself. Then I'll let it go. Li Bekho was a formidable ally, but a nightmare of an enemy. I don't know what misunderstanding you've had, but these aren't dentures. Like hell they're not. Li Bekho stepped forward, signaling the end of negotiations. And he spoke. Then what is this? A phrase that no one there could understand. But just a brief moment was enough. Tat-tat. The sound of light footsteps on the ground. Whoosh. Instantly, Li Bekho's figure vanished. Although I don't know what his agility numbers are, my reflexes could only pick up fragments of moments. Li Bekho's clenched fist. The ruined scholar's startled expression. And then, swoosh dash. A magical barrier sprang up between them. It was the combination of danger detection aid and shield that was essential to a mage's survival in this roguelike world. Judging by the barrier's purple hue, the magic density was almost at its peak. At this level, it could withstand an ogre's punch once. But, crack dash. Li Bekho's fist couldn't be stopped. The magical barrier shattered like glass. In exchange, the blue energy surrounding Li Bekho's fist also dissipated. It wasn't a significant achievement against the ruined scholar, but it was enough to prove something with his bare fist. Thud dash. In an instant, Li Bekho's punch landed on the ruined scholar's jaw. At the same time, something white flew out along with blood. See, you lied about it not being dentures. Li Bekho snatched it from the air and clicked his tongue. If they weren't dentures, why did they come out? Even I had to admit, this guy was crazy. Are you really intending to see this through to the end? Surprisingly, the ruined scholar quickly stood up after taking a hit. He looked at Li Bekho with emotionless eyes. If you want to continue, I want to avoid it. Wow, this is the first time I've heard a mage talk about fighting in close combat. Li Bekho laughed as if it were absurd, but he didn't seem to underestimate his opponent. After all, Li Bekho was also injured. Why is he hurt? I still didn't understand. The ruined scholar had cast an additional barrier after his danger detection barrier was broken, and Li Bekho had smashed it with his bare fists, knocking out a tooth. And that was all I saw of their exchange. Spit. Li Bekho spat out blood-mixed saliva on the ground and asked, "What was that at the end?" "A simple curse spell. I shouldn't be affected by curses, though. Given your level, you should know this technique. I connected the circuit to complete the spell using your body as a medium during the brief contact." "Oh, so that's why my magic resistance didn't work." Li Bekho nodded as if he understood. It seemed to be a common technique among the veteran mages of this world. Ha! There were no such cheat code in the game. But that still doesn't make sense. You did that in such a short time? Others take several seconds just to connect. I created this application technique. I should be able to do at least this much. Wow. So you invented that shitty technique? Li Bekho glared at the ruined scholar, as if acknowledging a formidable opponent. The ruined scholar returned the gaze equally. I know your situation. I have a rough idea why you left the royal family. So what? Since we've met, I have a proposition that might interest you. What is it? Tell me. Li Bekho asked back, seemingly curious. He seemed more interested in the offer than in avenging the NPC at the Gukbap restaurant. The atmosphere felt strange, so I discreetly took a step back. That's when it happened. How about we finish off that friend first, and then talk? The ruined scholar shifted his gaze to me as he said this. I didn't see this coming. Damn it. My heart pounded. Just dealing with the ruined scholar was already pushing my luck, and having Li Bekho intervene would leave me with no options. Except revealing my identity as Li Hansu and appealing to his emotions might be the only options. That is not happening. I had considered even the worst scenario, but fortunately, Li Bekho rejected the ruined scholar's proposal. Not because he knew I was a player, and not out of some emotional reason like being unable to watch me die. It would seem like I'm acting according to your orders. It was simply a matter of maintaining control. The ruined scholar seemed frustrated by Li Bekho's stubbornness and spoke as if persuading a difficult child. That man is now a noble. So what? Given that you've fallen out with the royal family, he is a potential enemy. It was a reasonably logical argument even to my ears. Fortunately, Li Bekho didn't seem to care at all. And what of it? I can handle him myself, so stay out of it. The source of his confidence was clear. He knew I was a player. No matter how close I got to the royal family, he believed he could easily render me powerless. So in a way, it's actually good that my identity was exposed. In that case, we need to change locations. In the end, the ruined scholar couldn't bend life.Back's will and had to give up on killing me. After all, from his perspective, life.Back was far more important than I was. Just so you know, I'm not using teleportation. Teleportation? Instant movement, you know. Lead the way. I'll follow. Feel free to try anything funny, but be prepared to die if you do. Then let us move. The ruined scholar and the man who seemed like his attendant floated into the air. They used a levitation spell. What are you staring at? I'll follow, so go ahead. The ruined scholar stared at life.Back for a few seconds before disappearing beyond the flames. This averted the immediate crisis. But I couldn't relax just yet. One of life.Back's traits was that he was unpredictable. Hey, what? I spoke, not bothering to hide my fear. life.Back smirked and said, You know I just saved your life, right? With that parting remark, he left. I felt my mind go blank. So his refusal to kill me wasn't just about maintaining control. I wasn't sure, but if that were the case, I might be a bit touched. I wiped the soot off my nose. Ugh, damn kid. He said he didn't want to build any bonds. Not long after life.Back and the ruined scholar left, Raven arrived. Mr. Jandel. Thanks to the ruined scholar's reputation, Raven was accompanied by a battalion of knights and several military mages. We're here to rescue her? Where is everyone? Raven looked confused when she didn't see the ruined scholar anywhere. The royal troops behind her had similar expressions. Before any misunderstandings could arise, I quickly explained the situation. You mean to say that guy from the assassination incident showed up and started fighting the ruined scholar? Yeah, they suddenly started fighting and then disappeared in an instant. Do you know why that guy opposed the ruined scholar? I have no idea. I simplified the events for one reason. I didn't want anyone to think life.Back had helped me. You were really lucky. Since the incident involved such prominent figures, the knights didn't question my account. Then we'll go ahead and investigate. The royal troops stayed to investigate the area, while Raven and I stepped outside. The first to greet us were the survivors we had saved. The dozen or so lives we had struggled to protect. They all bowed repeatedly to me, their faces blackened with soot. But that moment was short-lived. After all, no one dies from not receiving a thank you. Huh? Where are you going? Raven asked when I turned to leave. Honestly, I was exhausted from the recent events and desperately wanted to rest. I made a promise. A promise? In exchange for receiving fire-resistant gear and supplies, I had told Rebin Arpagan, the mage, that I would do my best if I had the strength. Raven looked a bit stunned, but didn't try to stop or scold me for wasting my efforts. Go ahead. I'll stay here and help others. She seemed to be saying we'll each do our best in our own way. I gave Raven an approving look before heading back through the flames. And over the next 12 hours, until the heavy rain came pouring down, extinguishing the fire. Swoosh! I managed to save 17 more lives. It's a number that wouldn't even make it into a main episode in a film or comic, but character's reputation has increased by +1. Character's reputation has increased by +1. Character's reputation has increased by +1. It was my best effort. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 256. Open World 5. The ruined scholar's signature flame magic was as vicious as his reputation. Despite the massive manpower gathered from all corners of the city, the best they could do was stop the flames from spreading further. It took the combined magic of the 7 school masters to finally subdue the fire. Swoosh! Rain poured down as if a hole had opened in the sky. Wah! Some cheered as they watched the flames lose their power and die out. Others quietly sighed in relief, while some, too exhausted to even cheer, collapsed to the ground. As for me, I was among the latter group. Damn it. Finally it was over. My body, heated to a boil, quickly cooled down, and with it, the tension released. I fell to the ground and lay there, and immediately regretted it. Sigh. The lukewarm ground, mixed with ash and rainwater, felt sticky. It was an environment that would make anyone uncomfortable. Still, I was too tired to get up. I closed my eyes. How long had I been lying there? Whoa, you scared me. I thought you were hurt. When I opened my eyes, Raven was looking down at me. But you're not actually hurt, right? Just tired and resting. So leave me be. If you're going to rest, you should go back and properly wash. Later. All right. You've been through a lot. After lying there for a few more minutes, I got up. The rainwater had reached my ears by then. Looks like drainage here is poor. You're a mess too. You're not one to talk, Mr. Jandel. We trudged toward the intact part of the city, covered in blackened ash water. Everywhere, people could be seen. Some were frantically searching for someone they lost, while others were digging through the debris, hoping to find survivors. All of them were in a state similar to ours. What time is it now? Almost noon. June 2nd, noon. How ironic. Usually only explorers look like this at this time of day. The rain's stopping. The mages must have lifted their spell, for the dark clouds that had filled the sky parted and a warm beam of light began to shine through. At the same time, Bjorn! From a distance, I saw Misha. Einar and Erwin were with her. They must have heard the news in the night and come here too. Judging by their appearance, they had also fought the fire all night long. You're not hurt, are you? I worried I'd get scolded, but Misha didn't say much because of the people nearby. Sir Jandel, among the few survivors I had rescued the previous night, a few called out to me. I was sure she probably couldn't ask why I did it in front of these people. Why are you still here? Why haven't you gone to rest? When I asked in disbelief, they stammered their thanks and left. What? Were they waiting just to say those few words? If that's the case, don't be afraid of my noble status. I chuckled and continued walking. Soon, we reached the intact Eastern District. We found a place nearby. There was no way we could take a carriage home in this state. It would take hours to get home anyway, and I wanted to rest. I wonder how much a night at Karnan will cost. Being the capital, it was likely more expensive than the commercial district of Kamalby, but today, the cost didn't matter. Because it was free. The manager has instructed us not to charge anyone for today. All nearby lodgings were offering free rooms to the city's residents and explorers who had helped fight the fire. Before you go up, please sign here, a Baron Bjorn Jandel. I've heard a lot about you. Thank you for your efforts. The city is grateful. Whether it was because of my noble title or my reputation, I wasn't sure. However, the receptionist assigned me the largest available room. Elsewhere, a dozen people were sharing a single room. With one living room, 3 bedrooms, and 2 bathrooms, the 5 of us had plenty of space. You can use one of the bathrooms first, Bjorn. We'll take turns with the others. Thanks. I didn't decline my teammates' consideration and took a quick shower. Despite hurrying, it took about an hour. I'll clean and return the borrowed gear later. I gathered my gear in one corner of the room and lay down on the bed. The bed was plush, befitting a room in Karnan. Fatigue overwhelmed me. I wonder what happened in the labyrinth. Did the army win? I'm curious. But that could wait until tomorrow. With that last thought, I fell asleep, waking up the next morning. The army is back. The royal army, which had gone underground, had returned. It left me feeling conflicted. What on earth happened down there? From my window, I watched them march towards the royal palace. There was no sign of battle on them. In the dark underground, where no light penetrated, tens of thousands of people were walking in lines, relying on torches. All of them were from Nork. This way. At the very front, an enigmatic old man led the way, followed by the city lord, who was trailing him closely. My lord, this person is unknown to us. Even now, we should head elsewhere. Watch your words. He's our only hope right now. But how can he know of these hidden paths we've never seen? It's too suspicious. What if he's a royal spy? Enough. The lord cut off his subordinate firmly. He understood the suspicion towards the old man and the palpable fear. But a royal spy? That was too far-fetched. If not for this old man, they would have already perished along with the city of Nork. We have no other choice. Trust him. The lord murmured helplessly, recalling the events from earlier. My lord, the royal army has invaded. The army had stormed in just past midnight. It was the exact moment when Rafdonia's forces had entered the labyrinth. The royal army shattered the protective barrier that had guarded the city and began their advance. Evacuate all civilians to the refuge. Though momentarily stunned, the lord led everyone to the shelter beneath the fortress. A shelter that could accommodate thousands, built by the royal family in the distant past. The fortress of Nork had once functioned as a royal castle. When the witch's curse threatened to destroy the world, humanity gathered from across the continent to build cities underground, extending protective barriers until they could safely return above ground. That's also why the labyrinth portal to the underground exists. Yes, they've taken position at the plaza and are not moving. It seems they are waiting for the portal to open. Thankfully, the royal army showed little interest in those hiding in the refuge. It made sense. Once the portal opened, the Nork explorers would emerge. The royal army's priority was to deal with the explorers first. Destroying the refuge could wait. Send a message to the surface. In the end, the lord requested support from the surface, and the ruined scholar drew attention by setting the capital ablaze. But those damn bastards. The army didn't return to the city. Even the ruined scholar, their last hope, had gone silent at some point. Time kept ticking away. 11:41. With only 20 minutes left before the portal opened and the forces that had been sent into the labyrinth returned. Listen up. The Lord of Nork, cornered, gave orders to his remaining troops. Uncertain of how many would die, but judging it as the only path with a slight chance of survival. Open the gates. Just before noon, the Lord led his remaining troops out of the refuge and charged toward the waiting army in the square. Seeing it firsthand was even more disheartening. Thousands of knights and even more soldiers. Mages and priests were positioned everywhere. But retreat was not an option. The portal is opening. Prepare yourselves. As the portal in the center of the plaza began to glow blue and spit out explorers, the scene erupted into chaos. What the hell? The royal army. Damn it. No wonder there was no one inside. Though shocked by the royal army's presence, the Nork explorers quickly grasped the situation, having sensed something was amiss even within the labyrinth. What are you doing? Do you want to die here? Draw your swords, damn it. The explorers drew their weapons and prepared to fight, while the Lord's troops engaged the army from the outskirts, trying to draw attention away. His only command was clear. Escape. To the surface. The best plan he could devise in such dire circumstances. Every man for himself. Survive even a little to fight another day. But was he noticed? So this is the face of the insolent rebel leader. I am surprised. You look more normal than I thought. Soon, a knight stood before him. The knight's sword, gleaming with aura, spoke for itself. The Knight of Light. Jerome Saintred, first captain of the Royal Knights. A protector of the royal family. A significant figure in the kingdom. Do not worry. You won't die here. Just to make sure, I'll cut off your limbs first and then take you alive. The Knight of Light swung his sword. The Lord, who had barely reached the 5th floor as an explorer in his 20s, couldn't even see it coming. Whoosh dash! A flash of light followed the sword's path, blinding his vision. But then, flash dash! As the momentary flash faded and he opened his eyes. Nothing happened to the Lord. His arms moved and his legs were still attached to the ground. What was going on? At that moment, you still have a task to complete. An old man appeared dozens of meters above. The surrounding battle had stopped. Not by choice. The Knight of Light, with his sword aimed at the Lord's neck, trembled as no one could harm another. As if it was the rule of this space. Now that everyone is here, let us go. With a gesture, the old man caused a huge magic circle to light up on the ground. A profound magic felt for the first time. It still works well, thankfully. With the old man's mumbling, everything blurred. And then, flash dash. When the Lord came to his senses, he was in a dark, underground passage. He wasn't alone. Everyone from Norkside was there. What have you done? Mass teleportation? It's impossible to move so many people at once. A few knights had also been brought along. There seems to have been some errors due to the large number moved at once. I didn't bring them intentionally, so go ahead and kill them. The Lord, as if enchanted, followed the old man's instructions and ordered the knights to be killed. He then followed the old man, who began to walk with a meaningful smile. Time passed and now, are you who I think you are, sir? The Lord was pulled from his thoughts by a man's voice. Surprisingly, the man, the leader of the Orcules, spoke to the old man with respect. If you have no doubts, there are no answers. You mean I should figure it out myself? Understood. The leader, who had often clashed with Nork's forces, bowed his head and stepped back. That sight was peculiar. The Lord's curiosity about the old man grew. Who is he? He considered asking the leader. But he wouldn't tell me easily. Instead of questioning the leader, the Lord approached the old man. He then actively started a conversation that he had been reluctant to have earlier. Surprisingly, the old man was very friendly. Ah, the teleportation? It was just the power of the ancient magic circle in the city, so don't think it's too impressive. Temporarily stopping the battle was the same. Nork is well designed that way. I didn't know such a thing existed. Ah, it would be strange if you knew, so don't be discouraged. Is that all you're curious about? The Lord asked the old man various questions, and the old man answered everything except their destination. After some time, we're here. The narrow passage widened into a sloped path. And then, what is this place? They emerged outside. It was a sight the Lord had never seen before. Sunlight, forests, flowing streams, chirping birds, and earthworms wriggling on the moist ground. But most importantly, there are no walls. No walls to be seen anywhere. This meant they were not inside the last bastion, Rafdonia. Where are we? The Lord muttered in disbelief as he returned to the old man. He saw the old man smiling under his hood. Congratulations. You will be recorded as the first people in thousands of years to step outside the city. In the year 154 of the new era, June 2nd, the age of being confined by walls ended, and a new world opened. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 257. After the royal army returned, people realized that the army was real, and that the reason they hadn't been seen in the Dimensional Plaza was because they went underground for the raid on Nork. However, what happened? No one knew the details. Thus, speculation began to run wild. People debated whether the army had won or lost, and even entertained baseless conspiracy theories that the royal family was merely pretending to fight the underground city. Every morning, new hypotheses emerged among gossipers, and a few days later, the royal family posted notices throughout the city. To summarize briefly, we are awesome. We won and even conquered Nork. So stop worrying. How much of that was true, I couldn't tell. However, assuming that the notice is based on some truth, let us fill in some of the gaps. It is certain there was no battle. The knights returning to the royal palace showed no signs of having fought. The Nork guys must have fled. This world is blocked in on all sides. It doesn't make sense that they hid above ground. If such a large number had surfaced, they would have left some traces. So, they must still be down here. Bjorn, stop dawdling and come help move this. Yeah, I should focus on moving these things. What is the point of pondering all day? It's wiser to wait for the round table with the clown as the member. Could you place the bed over here? I am currently at an orphanage belonging to the Leetless Order, working as an employee of a moving company, helping to remove items from a building set for demolition. It was time to start earning merit points. Occasionally, when tasks come up from the order, people with free time get together to take care of them. Einar, did you think you wouldn't get caught slacking off? I wasn't slacking. I was playing with the kids. Wah, this sister broke my doll. She's a doll-killing murderer. That I was just trying to show the vital points of a human. There were various incidents today, too, but after a couple of hours, the moving was done. Thus, today's task was concluded. Afterwards, we had a simple meal in a restaurant near the order, and then Misha told me something interesting. Did you know? That orphanage we went to today is that place. That place? You know, the place where Dwaki stayed for a while during his childhood. The old building set for demolition tomorrow was that one. I see. Anyway, just thought you should know. I'm off. Oh, and since I'll be late today, take care of your own dinner. After the meal, we dispersed. Misha left, saying she had an appointment with an old colleague, and Einar headed to the sanctuary. And? Now it's just the two of us left. I have somewhere to go, so head home first. What? I sent Erwin, who had no particular plans, home, and went to the guild alone. The escort knights who used to stick with me daily was no longer there. They all left at the end of last month. Apparently, the higher-ups had ordered them to return, saying it was enough. I didn't think much of it at the time, but it was probably because of the Nork raid. If the Nork bastards had escaped and were hiding somewhere underground, would they send the knights again? I decided not to expect much. Still, one of the knights I spent a month with did tell me something before leaving. Take care. If assassins come again, the higher-ups believe it will more likely be the work of a major clan rather than Nork. It seemed Deerhorns, the one who assigned my bodyguards, believed the assassination the clown mentioned was the work of a major clan. It's already been nearly a month since the clown said the assassins would come soon. Shouldn't they protect me more if the target of a major clan is the royal family? Don't worry about that. Judging by his tone, the royal family seemed fully prepared to fend off any public opinion battles waged by the major clans. Hence, there was no need to protect me anymore. Well, it's also more convenient for me if they're not around. While musing over things, I arrived at the Explorer Guild. Unlike before, I didn't need to take a number and wait. There weren't many explorers to begin with. Baron Bjorn Jandel, your identification is complete. I'll guide you to the branch manager's office. Yes, I might as well enjoy the benefits of my noble title in such ways. Not the branch manager's office, but the district head's office. The staff asked if I had an appointment, but such trivial matters could be crushed with noble power. Are you a traitor? The combination of a barbarian who doesn't understand words and a noble who won't listen. The barbarian noblesse mode. I'll take you there right away. I was soon taken up to the 4th floor, where the staff knocked to announce my arrival, and soon the door opened with a loud sigh from inside. I immediately entered and sat on the sofa. Then, putting my feet on the desk, I spoke arrogantly. Greetings. Aren't you going to greet me? As soon as I finished speaking, the district head, who had been working at his desk, stood up and greeted me. Baron Jandel, welcome. Isn't it time he got used to this? Sit. Only when I permitted did the district head sit opposite me. Though this had happened several times already, it still thrilled me. Is this the true taste of power? What brings you here today? The 7th district head of the Explorers Guild, Nilobins. This guy had several bad relationships with me in the past, but now he asked politely. Of course, it wasn't like this from the start. He initially spoke to me informally, trying to match me, but after I raged about him insulting a noble, he switched to this polite tone. I came to check if any explorers responded to the recruitment notice. Such inquiries could be handled at the branch manager's office. What's he talking about? The reason I come all the way to the 7th district head's office is because of you. Talking back to a noble? I'll check immediately. Just in case there's a mistake like in the past, do it yourself. Don't have someone else do it. Yes. After that, the district head went downstairs to carry out my instructions, while I munched on the snacks laid out on the desk. How much time had passed? Here it is. The district head returned with several documents. Without a word of thanks, I snatched them and read through them. Nothing had changed much from 2 days ago. I've only got one more applicant, and even he isn't very good. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. Showing occasional magnanimity as a superior, I read through the documents again. As of today, 31 explorers had applied to the recruitment notice I posted a few days ago. Contrary to my expectations, the number of applicants was low. In these times, not many explorers are willing to venture into the labyrinth. I thought there would be more applicants, given that so many clans have been wiped out. Disappointed, I put the documents down. None of the applicants were worth bringing to the interview stage. The special profession I was looking for was still nowhere to be seen. Am I doomed to wait endlessly? By the way, spit it out instead of dragging it. Is there a particular profession you're looking for? Not really, as long as they're capable. Why? I saw a famous name among the applicants. The district head then proceeded to talk about how skilled, loyal, and promising that explorer was. It seemed like he was eager to find me a teammate quickly, hoping I wouldn't come back again. However, enough. I threw the documents on the floor and stormed out of the district head's office. No matter how great the explorer's resume was. You just do as you're told. Adding Hans to the team? That's insane. It's been nearly 2 weeks since the fire incident, and I've done a few things in that time. Temple merit tasks, sparring with the tribe chief at the sanctuary, checking prices while wandering around the commercial city of Commelby, and relieving stress by pestering the district head at the guild every 3 days. Although these activities were somewhat productive, there were no immediate results. The value of currency was likely to keep rising for a while, so I kept it. It'll take at least 2 to 3 more months to reach the minimum merit requirement for the priest. The same goes for recruiting teammates. The special professions essential for the 6th floor had not appeared, and I hadn't found suitable people for the 2 remaining spots to make up a team of 10. If the labyrinth opens before then, we'll just have to go up with 6 people. It's a bit disappointing. Normally, when teams are split into 2 or more, they meet on the 5th floor. Exceeding 5 people means spending significant time getting through the 4th floor. Time is a critical loss for explorers. It's still too risky to go up and split into 3s. Meeting at the 2nd floor and proceeding safely is better. Of course, it's a bit premature to worry about this. If labyrinth entry was delayed by a few more months, it wouldn't matter. What mattered was when the political situation would stabilize. I might find out today. On the 15th, when Ghostbusters opens, I headed to the sanctuary in the morning, preparing things to enter the community. Because this time, I couldn't just enter casually. GM. The GM suspects me of being a specter. It was likely the GM would target today. If I were him, I would do the same, spending 12 hours in the community. In other words, 12 seconds in reality. As always, this short moment is a significant weakness for community users. They are disconnected from reality for 12 seconds. Since even a knife to the throat wouldn't wake them, it's possible to discern whether someone is a player or not by using this moment. However, not entering is the worst choice. I decided to enter the community. Given the major incident between the royal family and Nork, there would be plenty of information. In addition, Soul Queen, the GM's right hand, had recently joined the round table. The absence of the lion mask might later connect me to the lion mask. Maybe that's a bit of a stretch. Anyway, the point is this. It's always better to be safe than sorry. I didn't know if the GM would try to confirm during those 12 seconds, but there was no reason not to prepare. Bjorn, did you call for me? Oh, I have a favor to ask. A favor. Could you wear this on your face? Upon arriving at the Holy Land, I handed over a hidden item I had obtained from the Blood Citadel, the golden mask, to Karen. What's this? It's shiny, I like it. It's a magical tool that changes your face for 30 days. Huh? But why give it to me? You're the closest to my physique. I then asked Karen to drink in the city with my face until the next morning. It's not a difficult request, but why bother with such a hassle? I need to sneak out without my companions knowing tonight. Seems like the beast humans don't understand you well. Huh? Why bring up beast humans now? Though puzzled, I understood immediately upon hearing the next words. A warrior's instinct is to desire offspring. Is that why you came to the sanctuary today? After a moment's thought, I nodded. It seemed like a better way to keep the secret than the excuse I had prepared. Anyway, don't worry about it. I'll make sure that beast woman won't suspect anything. No, she'll definitely catch you if she comes. That's why I told you to drink outside all night. I trust you. You're the wisest warrior next to me. Oh, you thought so too? I'm glad. After explaining the precautions and movement routes, I sent Karen, who had turned into me, to the city with my equipment. And character has used the golden mask. Appearance will change for 30 days. I also put on and took off the mask to change my face to Karen's. Being in the sanctuary with my own face would draw attention. If my sightings come from 2 places, everything I did today would be meaningless. I'd better head back to the city. Staying in the sanctuary could reveal my identity to Karen's acquaintances. So I quickly donned Karen's gear and left for the city. Once there, I checked into a random inn and holed up in a room. How much time had passed? Your character's soul resonates and is drawn to a specific world. Phew, I just hope he doesn't cause any weird incidents with my face. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 258. Location: Lee Han-Su's room. Every time I come here now, I feel like I'm back home. For something so familiar and comfortable, it also feels strangely unfamiliar. This room, which was once my sanctuary. Click. First, I pressed the power button on the computer and turned on the community. Then, I waited for the post to appear. There wasn't too much else to do until the round table meeting at 3 o'clock. Long live Korean independence, 0 people online. Once again, there was no sign of Biko. Sigh, from the way he threatened the GM, it seemed like he was trying to find a way back, but not yet. He said his ultimate goal was to return. I recalled Biko's past ambitions and thought about the GM. What could the GM's goal be? Is it also to return? I don't know. Something is constantly happening beyond my understanding. I just hope it wasn't all for nothing. Hoping that the plan to use Karen as a decoy would go well, and that the GM's suspicions would be cleared up, I organized what I knew about the GM. There wasn't too much. Firstly, the GM is a mage, and he's a fan of Elf Nuna, to the point of using the nickname Elf Nuna Love in the community. Wait a minute. What if he finds out I'm that person? Would he start helping me with all sorts of things? Suddenly, I thought I might gain a reliable supporter. But such hopes eventually lead to the same conclusion. Absolutely not. It's somewhat similar to why I never fully revealed my identity to Biko. I don't know the GM's intentions. Moreover, the GM has already sent a community entry pill to Bjorn Jandel once before. Simply put, it means he wasn't just trying to invite a player to the community. So, I must thoroughly hide my identity. Even if I find out he had good intentions, it's the same. No one knows how human relationships will turn out. Revealing that I am an evil spirit to someone is akin to handing over my own noose. I've seen bad examples firsthand. Alright, if you want, I'll destroy the place you're in. Hans Kreisen is an evil spirit. If I were to suffer the same fate as Hans G, what choice would I make then? Would I be able to refuse to make a choice? Click, click. I erased my thoughts and moved the mouse. Quite some time had passed, and various posts were appearing on the forums. I spent time browsing as if surfing the web. It was about 30 minutes after the community opened. I'm from Nork, and there is something I need to tell you. The post appeared. The post started like this. I've debated several times whether to post this fearing a ban for being from Nork, but I believe everyone, regardless of faction, should know this. We are currently outside. Not inside the walls, but the actual outside world. Shocking content that undermines the foundation of the world. You probably think this doesn't make sense, right? But it's true. We fled from the royal family and are still alive out here. Whether the witch's curse has faded over time or it never existed in the first place, we still don't know. But one thing is clear. The outside world is perfectly fine. Plants grow, insects eat the leaves when you get close, and there are wild animals too. The author went on to describe the outside world in detail, then narrated what had happened like a diary. I slowly read through all the long passages, and my first impression was this. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem like the author is just trying to get attention. It didn't seem like a simple prank. After all, no one would risk being banned for posting a joke. However, the comment section was in an uproar. Brutaliza X, here, take some attention. Aral5205 came here out of curiosity, but scrolled past quickly. No way anyone believes this, right? Starting with the top comments dismissing it as a lie. Ryan Zeus 31. But if this is true, isn't the royal family screwed? If there is a world outside where we can live without mana stones, this city won't survive. Freaking1955. Maybe that's why they hid it? There's no way they didn't know about this. Some believe the content and worried about what might come next. And Gareth. Wow. So that old guy who disappeared went outside? Some left comments suggesting they knew something. Nikamoto. Old guy? What do you mean? Please share more information. Gareth. I was waiting in front of the portal to slaughter any Nork bastards that showed up, but then an old man appeared, teleported, and took them all. Nyae Tafram. If you're going to lie, at least make an effort. How can you teleport that many people with mass teleport? Gareth. I don't know, I don't even want to convince you. Anyway, what do I do now? I chose the night path, thinking the royal family would be better. Is the royal family doomed now? Thanks to this comment, the opinion started shifting towards believing the post. Royal family troops who participated in the subjugation began to appear one by one to testify. Amulet. As hard as it is to believe, it's true they escaped via teleportation. I can confirm this because I was there. Konkon 2. This person has been posting about the Night Order for years. So, is all this real? As the post gained popularity, Testimonies from the royal family side poured in, followed by appearances from Nork members. EX Blunt. Ah, the fresh outside air is nice. Are we the real winners for moving down here early? XXFBLZ. Yeah, we're living well without mana stones. You guys are slaving away, paying taxes. I started to feel confused. The idea that the outside world is fine is plausible. I felt something was off while watching the guards at the walls. However, there were parts one couldn't understand. Why are they telling us this? It's not strange that there are Nork members in the community. But why share their situation now? Do they see it as a duty to inform fellow players? No way. If that were true, a few weeks ago, I wouldn't have struggled to break through to the first floor, knocking on Death's door as I cleared the way for hundreds of others. Back then, they kept completely silent. They didn't disclose the ambush plan even as a joke, and as a result, most of the explorers above ground were wiped out. Naturally, many of those were players. So, it must be an order from Nork. They have a motive. If they lie about having escaped outside, it would help them evade the royal family's pursuit. But if the outside isn't fine, wouldn't the royal family know anyway? I soon hit a contradiction and sighed deeply. What the hell is really going on? I couldn't hold back and left a comment. Elf Nunna, I have a question for Nork members. If the outside is really fine and you're really out there now, why are you telling us this here? You've been silent all this time. Soon, a notification for a reply popped up. But, firework. Wow, are you really Elf Nunna? I'm building a fire magic archer. Can you give me some tips? Big Fisher, did you get fooled? It's Elf Nunna, not Elf Nunna. Bling 0_0, but it could be the real deal. I heard that the original nickname was taken by someone initially, and now that they died, it can't be used anymore. None of the replies were helpful. Why do I get these responses when I ask questions to Nork members? TSK. I click my tongue and check the time. Surprisingly, only about 10 minutes were left until the roundtable meeting. Time had flown by, while reading the constantly updating comments in real time. Yeah, I might find useful information there. I stopped reading comments and took a short break lying on the bed. As soon as it was time, I entered the round table. Surely he wouldn't skip out, right? I was worried that the clown who got beaten up during the last meeting might not turn up, but luckily, he was a persistent one. Mr. Lion, you're here too, Sit. There he goes again, pretending to be friendly. I half-heartedly returned the greeting and sat down in my usual place. The current participants were Goblin, Deerhorns, Clown, and Soul Queen, but strangely Fox was absent. That is odd. She is always the first to arrive. Goblin looked at me questioningly. Well, I was the last one to have a private conversation with Fox. He must be wondering if something happened. But I had no idea why Fox wasn't here yet, so I kept my mouth shut. How much time passed like that? It was almost time for the meeting to start, but Fox still hadn't shown up. However, instead, so Crescent Moon wasn't dead. Crescent Moon, who had caused a lot of speculation by missing the last meeting, showed up. Thanks to this, the attention that had been focused on the absent Fox was focused on him. Hello, a new face. Nice to meet you. I just joined last time and still have a lot to learn. Soul Queen, ever the natural socialite, approached first to greet him. But Crescent Moon seemed off. He didn't respond to Soul Queen's greeting and just sat down, showing no interest. Was he always this cold? Sit, acting all serious. What happened to you? Can't you see everyone's curious? Clown asked, and the other members didn't comment on his rude behavior. They were curious too. What exactly had happened to Crescent Moon? I wasn't in the mood back then. Crescent, seemingly uncomfortable with the attention, briefly explained his situation. He didn't go into detail, but it wasn't hard to understand, given the timing, and that deeply somber voice. Seems like you lost someone. Deerhorns clicked his tongue and muttered, and Crescent Moon didn't deny it. This made Goblin visibly uncomfortable, and he looked back and forth between Clown and Crescent Moon. The reason was simple. If that's the case, you're in the right place. Your enemy might be here. What do you mean? Crescent Moon, who missed the last meeting, didn't know Clown's true identity. The Clown is the corpse collector. As Deerhorn spat out the information without hiding his displeasure, Crescent Moon paused. A brief silence followed. I see. So, Clown, it's you? Crescent Moon then fixed his gaze on the Clown. Had he really lost someone due to Nork? His stare was filled with a palpable sense of malice. However, Clown, experienced in such situations, simply smiled as usual. Sit so, who's going to die? Crescent Moon glared at the Clown for a while, and then relaxed his clenched fist. His malice disappeared as well. Crescent Moon knew it too. Even if his enemy was in front of him, there was nothing he could do in this mind world. One day, I will come for you. A calm, measured voice. Clown smirked after a brief pause. I'll be looking forward to it. That concluded their personal exchange. Well then, the doors are closed. So shall we get started? I've been looking forward to this for a month. Soul Queen, trying to lighten the mood, took the lead. It was time to decide the order. All right, then I'll go first. Clown volunteered to go first. Although no one said it out loud, it was clear that everyone was more eager than ever to hear what he had to say. This might be exciting, huh? Clown said, looking at us, and then fixed his gaze on Crescent. You said you'd come for me, but how do you plan to do that? Everyone saw the post, right? The outside world is fine, and everyone from Nork has moved out there. Clown placed his hand on the jewel in the center of the table. Then he muttered softly, "It's all true." To prove his point, the jewel on the table glowed green. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 259. Even after the light of the jewel went out, the silence continued. The gravity of the situation hit hard as the truth was confirmed through the clown's mouth. So, the outside world was indeed okay. What will happen to the city once the community ends? Rumors will undoubtedly spread uncontrollably. Damn those Nork bastards. Hearing the truth from the clown's mouth made the intentions of Noah's Ark's side clearer. The post wasn't a personal, reckless confession. It was a deliberate scheme to spread this information within the city using the community. That's why the clown so easily spilled the beans. The clown often hid behind a frivolous mask and spoke in emotional voices, but he wasn't a fool. For example, he was silent during all of Nork's previous plans. Although he was one of the top members of Orcules, he never used that information here. An assassin will soon be sent to Bjorn. The most recent information he shared was a similar case. He hinted that Nork was sending an assassin. However, in reality, it was a conspiracy orchestrated by a major clan. And the reward for this information was simple. By the way, you seem to be quite diligent, Deerhorn. The clown manipulated D. Horns to take action in reality. Sid, I didn't expect you to send the knights like that. He had taken the first step in tracing back Deerhorn's identity. He probably judged then, even if the assassination attempt on Bjorn failed. This was more important. Annoying bastard. Perhaps the Deerhorns retrieved the knights halfway through, realizing the clown's intentions too late. The longer the tale, the easier it is to catch. It's fun watching you two fight, but save that for later. Clown, can I ask you a question? As the clown and D. Horns were about to start a power struggle, Soul Queen skillfully changed the atmosphere by posing a question. So, who is that old man? The one who disappeared with over 10,000 people using mass teleportation. I heard he guided people outside. That is... The clown trailed off, then laughed awkwardly. Sid, it's a secret. It's no fun if I just tell you. He clearly didn't know the old man's identity. Acting like he knew, but clearly didn't. With my seasoned lion instincts, I made a sharp remark. That old man wouldn't have revealed his identity. I gave the clown a disdainful look, as if to dismiss his pathetic trick. The clown flinched as if caught in a lie. He seemed to think, how does he know that? On the other hand, Soul Queen looked at me with a curious expression. Does that mean you know who that mysterious old man is, Mr. Lion? No, there is no way I could know. I met her gaze and remained silent. A signature gesture saying, bring me something interesting if you want to know. Soul Queen grumbled. TCH, then can you at least tell me what you're interested in? Oh dear, that would limit the variety of information. I could only say one thing. A line I had used in a similar situation before. I don't know. The lion himself doesn't know what I'm interested in. Soul Queen gave me a look as if to say, what kind of person is this? Okay, I think I've covered my quota for today. I pretended to be disinterested, but listened closely to the conversation that followed. The gathering, which had been temporarily halted, resumed. Then I'll go next. The second turn was taken by Goblin. As usual, the Goblin brought up information related to the religious order. A few months ago, there was an oracle. I finally found out who it was. What? Suddenly? I didn't expect it to come up here, so I kept my composure. It's been a while since we've had something useful. So who is it? And what relic did they receive? The clown, who had shown a keen interest in the oracle and relic, adjusted his posture. Is this the first time something like this has happened? The Goblin, with a confident posture, spoke. Bjorn. The barbarian recently called the giant in the city is the one who received the prophecy. Things are getting interesting. Bjorn. Even I have to admit, his name has been the hottest recently. He received the oracle? Having suffered greatly at my hands, he laughed in disbelief. Hey, are you sure about this? How can a non-human receive an oracle? Well, I found it strange too, but there have been a few such cases in the past. There were actually non-humans who received oracles. They all made a significant mark in history. D. Horns added, supplementing the Goblin's explanation. So stop doubting Goblin without knowing anything. Didn't the jewel glow green anyway? It's not always accurate. He clearly wanted to say that, but the clown couldn't finish his sentence. He himself was an example of that. All right, clown, let us stop. This time it's 100% confirmed. I saw and checked it myself. Huh? Saw and checked it? That changes things. At first, I thought Goblin had simply gathered and spread information. But to have seen it himself? So, he was among them? When the third vine was cut, there were 5 people around me. 3 escort knights, and Misha. And Sven Parab, the deputy commander of the Second Holy Knight Order of Leetless. Naturally, the list of suspects narrowed down to one person. It was almost certain that the Goblin was a Holy Knight. Incredible. I didn't expect him to be that guy. There was a significant disparity between the Goblin's image at the round table and that dignified Holy Knight. Well, it isn't as extreme as mine. Maybe this turned out well after all? After the Clown and Soul Queen, I discovered the true identity of Goblin. One day, this information may prove immensely useful. So, what was the relic? Given it's from the goddess of stars, it's likely related to fate, right? Actually, I don't know. I can't just go around asking everywhere. The Goblin admitted he didn't know the relic's power and ended his turn. Next up was Soul Queen. On the day we were rewarding the explorers who returned alive from the Palace of Glory, the Royal Palace sent an official document to the Mage Tower. An official document? Yes. It was a request to repair the labyrinth portal. Upon checking, it was in a very unstable state. With this, Soul Queen stopped speaking, and soon the gem emitted a green light, signaling approval. However, the members were not convinced. Even though this is the second round, isn't it too scummy? Sit, who would use such trashy information? Well, it might look different depending on one's rank. If the repairs had been delayed, dimensional collapse could have occurred. Despite the Clown's sneer, Soul Queen remained unfazed and countered with words. This time, even Deerhorn sided with the Clown. It's not like the dimensional collapse will happen soon, and the information that the repair is finished is a bit lacking. Indeed, they couldn't gain much from this information. My situation was a bit different. If the repairs are done, the experience duplication bug must be fixed. TSK. Now I'll have to speedrun to gain portal opening experience. Just to be sure, I'll confirm this during my next labyrinth entry. I have nothing more to say. I genuinely believe this information is not inferior to what we've heard today. Despite objections from the members, Soul Queen stood firm and eventually passed. Wow, I didn't know you could do that. Goblin, who had faced many rejections, seemed impressed by this approach. But knowing and achieving are different matters. Even if Goblin tried, the result wouldn't be the same. Barbarian-style coercion ISNT for everyone. You need confidence that you're the best. This woman is really unique. Anyway, next up was Deerhorns. Deerhorns reported that one of the royal treasures was stolen when Karnan went up in flames. I hadn't heard of it before, but judging by his reaction, it seemed quite significant. I'll have to investigate this later. Your turn, Crescent Moon. Finally, it was Crescent Moon's turn. He had been unusually quiet throughout the meeting, making me curious about what he would share. But it turned out to be nothing special. The fairies have decided to replace the next pureblood successor due to internal circumstances. They're looking for a suitable candidate. It was the internal affairs of one of the 6 races, useful for understanding the current affairs in the city, but just ordinary information. However, I couldn't take my eyes off Crescent Moon. He was staring intently at me. Next time I'll bring something more interesting. This time, he had nothing valuable, but he clearly hadn't given up on the Stone of Resurrection. Not bad. Actually, today's information wasn't that bad for me. But if they're choosing a new pure-blood candidate, could they possibly consider Owen? If that's possible, it would be a huge win. As I was sorting my thoughts, I felt gazes directed at me. It's my turn now. Instead of the few pieces of information I had prepared, I decided to share something else. The Stone of Resurrection can revive up to 2 people. So, keep working hard. The Stone of Resurrection. Until I mentioned it, it was regarded as a legendary item, but now it has become a reality. Naturally, information about this item is valuable. However, members who didn't need it desperately might express dissatisfaction. It's not related to how to obtain it, just that it can revive up to 2 people. I had already exploited this information twice. But the members remained silent. It wasn't the atmosphere for complaints. 2 people I see. Crescent mumbled dazedly at my words, as if he had just lost a loved one. Crescent Moon, who seemed to have recently lost a loved one, muttered blankly at my words. His voice carried a great longing. A brief silence followed. Thanks to Crescent Moon, we wasted a turn today. The Clown, lamenting that my turn was wasted on the Stone of Resurrection, suggested moving on to the next round. However, I have nothing more prepared. I'll end here. I wouldn't have come if not for you, Mr. Lion. Crescent Moon didn't even look at the Clown, instead apologized to the members and left the table immediately. The Goblin, in a similar situation, also excused himself. I've had all my questions answered. I have nothing to offer, so I'll be off. After Goblin left, Deerhorns also felt that continuing with only 4 members was burdensome and decided to leave. Indeed, it's tough with just 4. Excluding the speaker, One could only pass with information unknown to 2 or 3 people. Additionally, with each round, the amount of information one could obtain will decrease. So, what do you say? Should the 3 of us continue? I don't mind. The clown and Soul Queen were willing to continue. Ultimately, the choice was mine. If we proceed with just the 3 of us, precious information might come out. I was tempted, but decided against pushing my luck. I might accidentally reveal that I'm just a hollow shell. So the gathering ended after the first round. If there were anything interesting, it would have come out already. Following my lion persona, I arrogantly turned and returned to Lee Hansu's room. I spent some time browsing the posts, and when it was time to log out, I returned to my original body. This isn't my house. The inn room in Zone 7, borrowed under Karen's name and face. As soon as I opened my eyes, the worries I had set aside came rushing back. Is Karen doing all right? Karen was my alibi. If the GM is targeted today, he would be watching Karen from afar, checking if he was a player. I wanted to check on him immediately, but going to Karen's location now could mess things up. So I exercised patience. And then, almost sleeplessly, the next morning arrived. Bjorn, as promised, Karen and I met again at the sanctuary. The duration of the appearance change was 30 days, so we put on masks to return to our original forms. Judging by those dark circles, you must have had an absolutely fantastic night. Oh, that was the excuse I made. Thanks to you. I roughly covered it up and asked Karen about everything that happened yesterday. I couldn't afford to forget anything later. Honestly, I was just insanely curious. Though I had entrusted it to him, I had spent the night filled with endless worries and imaginations. Oh, yesterday, huh? So, what exactly happened yesterday? Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 260. A barbarian warrior emerged from the sanctuary. A man sighed in relief as he watched Bjorn Jandel. Thankfully, you came out right away. If he had intended to spend the night at the sanctuary, they would have had to wait until the 15th of the next month. Sneaking into the sanctuary with his body was just stumble. The man, who had been following Bjorn Jandel, lost his balance and staggered significantly. It was his first time connecting to a golem, and he wasn't used to its controls. Are you okay? When the man finally regained his balance in an awkward position, he attracted the attention of those around him. I'm fine. Feeling a strange sense of shame, the man quickly left the area. He followed Bjorn Jandel with a creaky, awkward gait. Mom, that man is weird. If it weren't for Lee Biko, he was using an unfamiliar golem instead of his own body because of Lee Beck-ho. He never knew when that guy would show up again. It was too risky to leave the tower in his real body. So, where are you going now? In the early morning with the sky still blue, the man continued to follow Bjorn Jandel. And then, drinking this early in the morning, they arrived at a famous pub in the 7th district. This pub was known for being open 24 hours a day, with staff working in 3 shifts. Isn't that Bjorn Jandel's son? Oh, is that him? Lucky us. We get to see the man who's only been rumored about. As soon as Bjorn Jandel entered the pub, all eyes were on him. His fame had grown to the point where he was recognized wherever he went. Smirk. Enjoying his newfound fame, Bjorn Jandel couldn't hide his smile and took a seat alone at the center table. He ordered a drink and began to chug it down. Sir, how can I help with your order? The man, who had taken a seat at another table, ordered some food while keeping an eye on Bjorn Jandel. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. Drinking and drinking again and again. The table was soon filled with drunkards who smelled the alcohol and flocked to it. Drinking such strong liquor all at once, truly a giant. People who initially approached out of curiosity stayed because they found it amusing. Among them, there were quite a few women. Hey, can I touch your arm? Sure. Wow, it's really like steel. I'm Amy, by the way. Women who were intrigued by the famous explorer tried to seduce the barbarian warrior, pretending otherwise. It was to no avail. Bjorn Jandel was known to have 3 lovers already, whom he cherished deeply. I am Jandel's son Bjorn. Nice to meet you. Ahem. Oh my, how manly. Even as the women's touches grew more secretive and bold, the barbarian warrior didn't stop them. Can I touch your thigh too? If you want to. He pretended to allow it reluctantly, but the slight upward curve of his lips showed he was enjoying it too. Is this a hero? The man was dumbfounded, but the people here didn't seem bothered by his actions at all. They didn't seem to think there was anything ethically wrong with it. Anyway, the drinking continued into the evening. Bethel, Rhea, bring more drinks. I have plenty of money. As midnight approached, the man hoped Bjorn Jandel was not a player. He had good reason. Bjorn was suddenly arm wrestling, breaking tables, solving problems with money, and intimidating a drunken patron with his strength for staring at him loudly. This went beyond merely acting. He was a brainless barbarian warrior, through and through. This couldn't be Elf Nunna. Even as he thought this, the man waited until midnight. It would be a waste to leave without confirming after spending the whole day here. How much time had passed since then? 23:59. There was 1 minute left until the community opened. The barbarian was still drinking with people. It was something no community user would ever do. Tick. The minute hand moved, marking midnight. The man had set it so that he didn't have to enter the community this round, so he could watch Bjorn Jandel without missing a second. It wasn't him. Even at midnight, Bjorn Jandel was still laughing and chatting. Even the quickest logout would cause a moment of stiffness, but there was none. It meant he wasn't part of the community. If he received the letter earlier but still isn't a member, he must not be a player. After all, if he could read the letter, there would be no reason for him not to have joined by now. The man stood up, feeling relieved. Bjorn Jandel wasn't a player. And with that fact, yeah, there's no way someone like this could be a modern person. An inexplicable sense of relief also bloomed. Karen's account of the previous day's events was simple. After all, he had been holed up in the pub drinking all day. No wonder he reeked of alcohol. Of course, I wasn't planning to complain about this. I was the one who instructed him to drink. I figured that in a pub, he wouldn't be able to openly pull any tricks due to the watchful eyes of the crowd. So, what happened while you were drinking? All that? It's a long story, but it was quite entertaining. I quickly skimmed over the stories about him befriending a drunkard at the pub and accidentally breaking a table, which he then had to pay for. These were expected. I didn't mind the cost of the table or the drinks, as long as what I wanted to be done was properly taken care of. Did you notice any weirdo in the bar? Karen seemed to be searching his alcohol-soaked brain before giving me the answer I wanted. Now that you mention it, there was a weird, weak-looking guy in the corner all day. He kept ordering but never ate or drank anything. I knew immediately that this was him. So, what did you do? Did you talk to him? No, I didn't. He seemed mentally unstable, so I didn't approach him. When did he leave the bar? I'm not sure, but it was around midnight. I couldn't help but smile. Staying in the bar all day and leaving right at midnight? It seemed my plan had worked. Given how Karen had mingled with the drunkards, any suspicion about me should be gone. So, this plan concluded successfully. Yes, it must have been midnight. I met the beast woman around 1 a.m. Huh? What beast woman? An uneasy feeling crept over me. And as usual, my premonition was spot on. Karlstein's daughter, Karen, who was disguised as me, had met Misha. What happened when you met? I urgently asked Karen to explain. The summary was this. She's quite fierce, even for a beast woman. I see why you like her. Misha had grabbed Karen by the collar and dragged him outside from the midst of other women. They had a brief conversation alone. Sorry, no matter what I said, she didn't believe me. Karen's identity was soon revealed. Of course, how could he fool her? But the important part was what happened next. So, what happened then? I just told her the truth. You told her the truth? When I asked through gritted teeth, Karen flinched. But it seemed he felt the need to say this. Bjorn, you're a hero of our tribe. Just fulfilling your duty. So why hide it? So I told her the truth. That Bjorn is fulfilling his duty with the female warriors of our tribe, and not to interfere. She didn't seem to understand what duty meant, so I explained it to her in detail. Thankfully, she seemed to get it and left, saying she understood. You should thank me. Now you can go to the sanctuary anytime to fulfill your duty. So why are you so silent? Karen cautiously asked, and I continued to answer with silence. I didn't know what to say. Damn it, how did things end up like this? Getting mad at Karen felt pointless. Karen, son of Tarsan, swear as a warrior. Swear to keep everything that happened today a secret. A vow? If you wish, I'll do it 100 times. Sighing internally, I demanded an oath, and Karen agreed without hesitation. That's why I couldn't be angry with him. By the way, what does keep secret mean? It means not to tell anyone. That's not difficult. I'm known for being tight-lipped among our tribe's warriors, right? What would getting mad at him solve? I had to accept it like a natural disaster. No one gets mad at rain clouds for bringing rain, right? Karen had already done his part. Thanks to him, the GM was successfully deceived. Now I just have to deal with the aftermath. After parting ways with Karen, I headed home. Step. Unlike usual, my steps felt incredibly heavy. When I arrived home, Misha was on the sofa. She was sitting in the dark living room, her expression unreadable. Yeah, really nothing. You're back, Misha asked nonchalantly. But her usually neat nails were ragged, and her eyes were bloodshot. Could she have stayed on the sofa like that all night? Yeah, I am. My heart tightened. So, none of the lines I had prepared came out. That's fine. Go get some sleep. Misha, who had been watching me as if giving me time to speak, turned and went back to her room. Even then, I just watched her. What could I even say? That Karen's words weren't true? To explain that, I have to talk about the GM. Sure, I could try another lie. It might make things worse. Maybe in the past. Right now, Misha was suspicious that I could be an evil spirit. Better this than being suspected of that. Fulfilling the duty of the tribe? At least it didn't make me seem like an evil spirit. This was the best option. Bullshit. I quickly went up the stairs and knocked on Misha's door. There was no answer. Does she not want to talk to me? I'm coming in. Like a true barbarian, I ignored her wishes and did what I wanted. Bang dash. Fortunately, the door wasn't locked and opened easily. Misha was on the bed, covered with a blanket. So, she didn't even want to see my face. I was right to follow her. There's a right time for everything. A tank protects their comrades, not hurts them. So, if you don't want to talk, just listen. I said. I still didn't have the courage to reveal that I was an evil spirit, using the body of a barbarian straightforwardly. Nothing happened at the sanctuary. Misha lowered the blanket a little at my words. Then she asked, "Why are you telling me that?" She meant that there was no need for explanations or excuses. She wasn't wrong. Misha and I were just comrades. There was an opportunity to become something more, but I pushed it away. I believed that emotional involvement would hinder rational decisions in critical moments. But, Bjorn, if you're worried about my feelings, you don't need to. I'm not saying this for you. I'm saying it to ease my mind. Unlike Dwaki, I'm a selfish person. I cut her off and continued. Misha, nothing happened at the sanctuary last night, and I don't want you to misunderstand because of that. Why don't you want me to misunderstand? There was a glimmer of hope and expectation in Misha's eyes that emerged from the blanket. Something that couldn't be ignored forever. After a brief pause, I continued. Even if I was just an evil spirit in Bjorn Jandel's body. Because I don't see you as just a comrade anymore. It was a truth I couldn't deny forever. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 261. I consider you a precious comrade. I drew the line with those cowardly words. I believed it was the right thing to do, and it actually was. At that time, I was still burning with the will to return. I wasn't qualified to cross that line. Because I am an evil spirit. Whispering affection while in the body of Bjorn Jandel would only be deceitful to the other person. However, what do you mean? Not just a comrade? Misha asked back, her eyes wide open, and without a moment's hesitation, I replied. You know what I mean. You know what I am saying now. I realized something clearly after returning from the community. More than Hansu's dark, gloomy room. I feel much more at home where I am now. You didn't explain it properly. Misha, avoiding my eyes and looking at the wall, slowly turned her head to stare at me. Perhaps this is what life.Back was wary of. The moment you deeply connect with an NPC, the desire to stay here grows stronger. But so what? Misha Karlstein, I like you. Return doesn't matter anymore. Becoming involved in a romantic relationship makes it difficult to make rational decisions in the labyrinth. That is also the same. It's already too late. Even at this moment, I cherish Misha and my team members, and I can no longer prioritize only myself. Dwaki. It was the trace he left me as a legacy. If he showed such a face and left, what could I do? I can't regard them as NPCs. So, what would Misha's answer be? I felt anxious for the first time in a long while, but I made sure not to show it and affect the outcome. Time flowed in silence. Bjorn. Finally, Misha broke the long silence and spoke. She had come out from under the blanket and was standing in front of me. Let us go outside. Misha held my hand and led me outside the house. I didn't ask where we were going. Early in the morning, when people were just waking up and starting their activities. Without even putting on a coat, Misha and I rented a room in an inn 30 meters away. We hugged each other tightly. Bjorn, gently. It hurts if you hold too tightly. Afraid of hurting her, I moved my ragged barbarian body carefully and delicately. Are you sure it's okay? If it's with you. Misha clumsily but warmly embraced me. We held each other tightly, sharing our warmth until evening. So this is how her tail looks. I confirmed something I had always been curious about that day. However, happiness is said to be a fleeting illusion. Bjorn, why aren't you sleeping more? Don't worry about Einar and Erwin. They'll all be fine. It's not that. There is something I need to say. I tilted my head in confusion, and Misha, who had adjusted her position on the bed, looked at me. And with a determined voice, she said, After all, I think it's better if we just remain comrades. I had been rejected. It felt like a dream. Misha Karlstein, I like you. From the moment she heard those words, her heart began to beat like crazy, and the whole world shone brilliantly. So, let us go outside. Misha led Bjorn out of the house as if running away. Because she was anxious. She felt like she would wake up from the dream if she lost focus even for a moment. Bjorn, don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. The dreamlike time continued. The two of them transmitted their warmth to each other, sometimes stopping to rest and chat when they were exhausted. From the first time they met until now, they shared many moments, pouring out their emotions and thoughts. It was a time of confirming and sharing each other's feelings. But, wait, I'm asleep. A dream is a dream because it must eventually end. Misha slowly opened her eyes. Outside the window, the sky was dark, and next to her, the man she wanted so much was dozing off. For a moment, she felt a deep sense of happiness. But the world turned to the colors of reality, and she came to her senses. After all, Bjorn is an evil spirit. Misha couldn't even utter the hidden words in her mind. Just thinking about it made her heart feel like it was being torn apart. Huff! She felt suffocated. She had always suspected it, but today she confirmed his identity. After hearing about the duty from Karen and checking various things with Einar. Only barbarians can bear barbarian children. This was a fact she had known from the beginning. But, can barbarians date? What a question. Of course they can. From what I know, there are quite a few like that. Barbarians are human too, after all. As they spend more time in the city and with other explorers rather than their own kin, their values gradually change. According to the tribe chief, even the most hardened warriors change a bit after living in the city for a few years. He calls it urbanization. Just because they find someone pretty. Because their personalities match well. Because they have spent a long time together and grown attached. Barbarians in the city fall in love regardless of the other person's race. However, they share a common trait. But I hear it's hard to find a partner who understands our duty. Even those barbarians want to have children. Einar called it an innate racial duty engraved in their souls. So, Misha tried to understand. Even though she couldn't sleep and waited until morning with a heavy heart, she went up to the room without saying much. However, Misha, nothing happened last night at the sanctuary. I don't want you to misunderstand. She heard that he didn't want her to misunderstand. I no longer see you as just a comrade. She also heard that. At that time, she was too happy to think, but after coming to her senses, it was full of contradictions. Of course, she believed that nothing happened at the sanctuary. But, then why did he lie to Karen? Why did Bjorn tell Karen he was going for duty? Thinking about it now, the answer was simple. Because he had to. Only rookie warriors who haven't established themselves yet skip their duty. It would be strange for a warrior known as the Giant to neglect his duty. So Bjorn used Karen. The words Karen spoke yesterday were the evidence. Bjorn is fulfilling his duty with the female warriors at the sanctuary, so don't even think about disturbing him. Karen spilled the beans without being pressed. It was impossible if Bjorn truly wanted it to remain a secret. He would have made Karen swear an oath. Given his usual meticulous nature, it made more sense that it was intentional. Bjorn Jandel wanted Karen to spread the rumor in the barbarian society. That Bjorn Jandel was fulfilling his duty. Despite this, the reason they had to go through the trouble of changing appearances was, Misha soon lowered her head deeply. Because he likes me. Bjorn wanted to be seen by his kin as a barbarian fulfilling his duty, but he didn't want such stories to reach her. In fact, if she hadn't gotten a strange feeling that night and dropped by the pub, she would still think Bjorn had just been drinking all night. That's what she would have heard if she had asked around. Knowing the whole truth, she trembled. Bjorn Jandel is an evil spirit, but her feelings for him hadn't cooled at all. Of course, it was natural. She didn't fall for Bjorn Jandel, but for the man who inhabited his body, saved her, and shared many journeys with her. So now, what should I do? The fact that he is an evil spirit doesn't matter. Even if the world points fingers at him for being wrong, she only needs to follow her heart as she was taught. However, a practical problem remained. If things continue like this, it will be revealed eventually. Love makes rational judgment difficult. Misha knew this better than anyone. In fact, Bjorn made the wrong choice. Pretending to fulfill his duty rather than actually doing it would have been more advantageous for hiding his identity. There was only one reason he didn't do so. It was because of her. Yes, it's because of me. Misha soon made up her mind. If this relationship continues, Bjorn will eventually make an even bigger mistake. So, I just have to endure it. This was indeed the best solution. Even just imagining it made her heart ache. But she was confident she could endure it. She had lived her whole life that way before meeting Bjorn Jandel. Bjorn, she called out to her sleeping lover. And? Why aren't you sleeping more? Don't worry about Einar and Erwin. They'll be fine. That's not it. I have something to say. She forced a smile, awkwardly, even if the path ahead was filled with pain. After all, I think it's better if we remain just comrades. She could surely manage it. If it was for this man, you come home a bit later. I'll take care of the kids, got it? Before I could fully understand what had happened to me, Misha left. And I stood there, frozen like a stone. Enter barbarian stone mode. Did I get dumped? My head was spinning. What did I do wrong? Did I make a mistake today? I retraced my steps for a long time, but only random thoughts came to mind, so I just checked out and left. Why think about it? If you're curious, just ask. If there is a mistake, fix it. You're back? Come eat. When I got home, Misha greeted me as if nothing had happened. "You're back, mister. Bjorn, you stayed out all night drinking? Take me next time." Erwin and Einar seemed to think I had just come back from being out all night. We all sat down for dinner. I wanted to ask about what she said earlier, but I couldn't do it here. "Well, I'm tired, so I'll go rest first." After dinner, Misha quickly retreated to her room. Erwin, Misha is acting strange today, and her walking is awkward. Not sure. I don't know why either. I have a bad feeling about it. I told the two who were wondering about Misha's behavior that maybe she wasn't feeling well and that I would go and check on her, then quickly followed her. Bjorn. Finally, we were alone again. I asked her to tell me if I had done something wrong and why she wanted us to remain comrades, but her answer was the same as before. "Let's just forget what happened today. It's better that way." It was a firm rejection without a clear reason. I decided it wasn't the right time and took a step back. "But, sorry, I have somewhere to go now. Einar, let's go hang the laundry. I'm tired today." Misha continued to avoid situations where we could be alone, and even when I managed to create an opportunity, she only gave the same answer. After several days, I gave up. "All right, let's forget what happened that day." Even I couldn't stubbornly insist when she was acting like this. That would be coercion. To be honest, it was an unconscious defense mechanism. Wow, I really want a cigarette right now. I can't even remember the last time I felt this mentally exhausted. Not even when I stepped on a goblin trap and crawled through the cave, or when the pillar of fire erupted in the plaza. Yeah, let us just focus on my work. I couldn't remain dazed forever, so I tried to forget about Misha and concentrate on my tasks. Fortunately, there were plenty of other things to worry about. Hey, have you heard that rumor? About the outside world being intact? Yeah, that's all anyone talks about these days. The information about beyond the city walls, first revealed in the community, started spreading throughout the entire city. It was still just a rumor for now, but it was sure to grow as days passed. I wonder how the royal family will react. Contrary to expectations, the royal family had yet to respond. We need to keep watching. Of course, while doing my work. By the way, you remember today, right? We're meeting at 3 p.m. in the main guild building in Sector 7, right? Right. As soon as lunch was over, I went out and headed to the Explorers Guild. I started filling out various forms needed to create a clan. Raven and Mr. Bear, who had been considering it, had finally made their decision. They decided to join the clan I was forming. Raven. While I was working on the paperwork, Raven showed up before the appointed time. It's an important task, so I didn't want to leave it all to you. She spoke as if she didn't trust me, but in reality, she had come early to help. How far did you get? Let me see. Raven took a few forms and quickly filled out the necessary sections with her pen. She was 3 times faster than me and made far fewer mistakes. The internal rules are tricky. We need to be clear about these. The same goes for withdrawal clauses. We need to specify exceptions properly. I see. Give me what you've done so far. I feel like I need to redo it all. Here it is. Thanks to Raven's help, we were nearly done with the paperwork by the time the others arrived. It feels a bit strange to be creating a clan. Did you do all this, Raven? Yes. You guys just need to sign here. You can read through the documents first if you want. No need. I trust you did it right. Led by Mr. Bear, the others signed the documents, and we handed them over to the staff to complete the clan registration process. It should be officially registered with the guild by tomorrow. Well, that takes care of that. The clan will not only unite us as a group, but also take us further than before. In that spirit, everyone cleared their schedules, right? We left the guild and moved to a pub. Though there were only 6 of us, it was our first meeting as a clan rather than a team. We ordered some simple drinks and snacks and shared our future plans. Well, it was more of a briefing than a discussion. We're entering the labyrinth again. With our newly formed clan, it was time to push forward once more. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 262. When I mentioned entering the labyrinth, Raven quietly asked me, "Mr. Jandel, do you believe in that rumor?" Believe it or not, I know the rumor is true. The outside world is safe, and the Nork forces have all left for that place. But still, I'm not entirely convinced, but I think it's quite possible. Since the information came from the Ghostbusters, I couldn't appear too confident. Therefore, I spoke. About that time when I went to Bifrin and felt an odd sense when I saw the guards looking inside the walls. I felt something strange back then, and if the rumor is true, it would explain it. To be honest, I also had doubts about that. For example, the Mage Tower has no windows. The Mage Tower is a high-rise building taller than the castle walls. The royal family allowed it to be built, but demanded that no windows be made. The superficial reason was that the Mage Tower shouldn't overlook the royal palace. What? Wait, does that mean the outside world is actually safe? It's still just a possibility for now. Raven cut off Mr. Bear's excited outburst sharply. Then she looked at me. Although she said nothing, it was easy to understand her meaning. She was asking if I was really going to enter the labyrinth based on mere possibilities. I voiced the answer I had prepared. Honestly, I don't care whether the rumor is true or not. Why? It's a fact that the royal family has taken over the Nork fortress. What does it matter if they're outside or still hiding underground? The army has already occupied the Nork fortress with the labyrinth portal. That means we don't have to worry about meeting the Nork forces inside. You think the same way I do? Good. I'm in favor. Apparently Raven was only curious about my opinion. She seemed to see this as an opportunity and agreed. Thus began the voting process naturally. Well, if you two are saying that, then I guess it's decided. I'll follow. Oh, we're finally entering the labyrinth again. Everyone, including the overly excited Mr. Bear, Einar, Misha, and Erwin, agreed to explore the labyrinth. Now it was time to move on to the next issue. So, how are we going to handle the number of people? Including Erwin, we have 6 now. We'll split into 2 teams of 3 and meet on the 2nd floor. So, we'll be spending quite some time on the 4th floor? At Raven's question, Erwin turned pale and quickly apologized. I am sorry for being a burden. That is not what I meant. Really. But still. What but still? I stepped in before things got more awkward. It won't take as long as you think. Unlike me, Erwin is a proper scout. Overall, the time might be similar. Oh, then there is no problem. Thus, the discussion about Erwin ended. Next, we discussed the future exploration plan, and everyone agreed unanimously. Yes, it feels like we're not ready yet, but we've gotten a lot stronger. It's time to get ready. It's been a while since I've been there. Our goal is the 6th floor. Even after the clan meeting ended, my daily life remained busy. It was the time to start spending the money we had saved up. If anyone wants to buy equipment or supplies, buy them now. Einar, consult with me before buying anything. Well, I heard about it, but it's really bad. A Latinium weapon only costs 700,000 stones. While the prices of food and essential goods had skyrocketed, the prices of exploration-related and consumable equipment had plummeted. This was because 70% of the demand had disappeared. Most explorers had died, turning the remaining supplies in the city into dead stock. But this is probably the lowest point. With the money we had saved and the money received from the royal family. I had kept the money saved until now because its value would rise if left alone, but now it was time to spend it. The prices would gradually rise as the labyrinth normalized. Here are the recent transaction records you requested, Sir Junam. Thanks. I'll return it soon. The central exchange market prices had barely fluctuated recently. Just a few days ago, they were continuously plummeting. It seemed like people like me were starting to spend money. The seller's expectations that the prices would recover also had some influence. If this had lasted a few more months, I might have been able to graduate from the exchange. Feeling a bit of regret, I continued to visit the exchange daily with my team for rational shopping. We ended up purchasing 3 items in total. Character has equipped the adamantium large combat shield. Overall item level increased by plus 1,750. First, a new shield to replace the one broken in the last battle. Since I was buying, I chose a tier 5 material. It was unbelievably cheap. Not only was it not a custom order, but it was also cheaper than the tier 4 moonstone shield. Character has equipped number 8,820 iron wall. Overall item level increased by plus 310. The second item was steel boots. These boots double physical resistance and magic resistance for 3 seconds when used, synergizing well with my shield. Of course, it doesn't mean it's the best item. There are better boots among the higher numbers. These boots should be sufficient until the later stages. The last item was a material. Its name is Soul of the Dead. It's the most expensive item I bought, and I will it to receive the level 7 spirit imprint. It's also used in alchemy and magic materials. While its price had dropped, the drop was relatively less significant. But still, I don't know when I can get it again. It's not about the price. These materials are harder to find than equipment, because the supply is limited. That's why I decided to buy it as soon as I saw it. It's 100 times better to buy it than to hunt for it myself. Soul of the Dead is an item that drops at a certain rate when hunting a level 4 monster, the Lich with Distortion. Who knows how long it would take to get it myself? That time could be better spent on other things. Bjorn, I'll head to the training ground then? Once again, when it was time to leave the exchange, Einar ran off to the training ground. It seemed she really liked the 2 numbers items she bought this time. Misha, what about you? I'm heading home. I need to prepare dinner. Then you can take Admin home. Huh? Aren't you going home? I'm planning to visit the sanctuary today. I might not come home tonight. At my words, Misha flinched for a moment and then stared at me. The sanctuary? It must be because of this keyword. I hurriedly added an explanation. I bought some materials this time. I'm planning to get a soul engraving. Oh, I see. Yes, that makes sense. Since that day, awkward situations like this have sometimes occurred. We had decided to pretend nothing happened, but it's not that simple. Well, take care. I'll make sure the kids are all right. Yeah, I'm counting on you. After parting ways with Misha, I got into a carriage heading towards the sanctuary. I could see Misha sitting on a bench, waiting for her carriage. When our eyes met, Misha quickly looked away and then awkwardly waved at me. This is really uncomfortable. I nodded awkwardly and drew the curtain in the carriage. Feeling a wave of self-reproach for my actions, I tried to shake it off. Still, it's much better now. They say time heals all wounds. If I keep pretending everything is fine, eventually it will be. We're departing now. Soon, the carriage started moving and left the station. I closed my eyes for a bit, and before I knew it, we arrived at our destination. The terminal at the outskirts of the 7th district, closest to the sanctuary. I crossed the city gates and walked along the forest path until I arrived at the barbarian's campsite. It's been a while. Are you here for a duel? I first entered the tribe chief's tent and greeted him. Phew, fortunately, he hasn't heard about the revelation yet. I was a bit worried because that goblin brat mentioned the revelation at the round table, but luckily, it hadn't reached the tribe chief's ears. Well, it's only a matter of time, though. I'm here to see the shaman. The shaman? Then your timing is bad. You can't meet the shaman right now. Why not? He is performing a soul reception ritual. Soul reception? It was a term I had never heard even in the game. Don't you know what it is? The tribe chief's eyes narrowed as I tilted my head in confusion. It wasn't a big deal. In the past, I would have flinched, wondering if it was something everyone but me knew. I forgot. Living among barbarians, I naturally realized something. A lack of common knowledge wasn't strange for a barbarian. I see. As expected, the tribe chief easily accepted this and briefly explained what soul reception was. Soul reception is a ritual that must be performed every few years to use shamanistic magic. So, how long do I have to wait? The ritual started at the beginning of the month, so you can meet him next month. Next month? All right, I'll come back then. I left with some regret. Late evening, when drunkards started appearing all over the streets. We gathered at Mr. Bear's pub. Oh, by the way, today the pub was closed to the public, so it was just us inside. Although Mrs. Ant was healthy enough to work at the pub during her pregnancy, her due date is now very close. Are you sure it's all right? Not staying with her? Don't worry, it's just one day. Besides, I need to earn more since the baby is coming soon. My wife agreed to this, so don't worry. If you say so. I didn't push further since it was partly a formality. Honestly, it would be a problem for us if Mr. Bear backed out now. Let us form the bonds first. After a simple meal at Mr. Pub's tavern, Raven cast the bonding magic, splitting us into 3-person teams. The team distribution was simple. I, Mr. Bear, and Raven were Team A. Erwin, Misha, and Einar were Team B. We'd only be moving separately on the first floor and meeting up on the second floor, so it didn't matter much. It's time. Let's go. Wait a moment. Just as we were about to leave for the Dimensional Plaza, Raven stopped us. With a somewhat shy expression, she took out a few small items from her subspace. Since we're a clan now, I made an emblem. I had some free time recently. It was an emblem. You know, the kind that explorers from clans always have on their armor. When I looked into it, I found that the symbolism of a clan emblem is really important. So, I used Jandel's nickname and made it a giant. But this looks more like an ogre than a giant. Oh, if you don't like it, just give it back. I didn't say I didn't like it. Once we return, let's officially register it as the clan emblem with the guild. Raven's face lit up when I suggested registering the emblem, even though she had momentarily gotten serious at my joke. She must have really hoped for it. Come here, everyone. I'll attach it for you. Raven used magic to attach the emblems to everyone's equipment. Once attached, it looked quite stylish. It really made us look like top-notch explorers. Thanks, Raven, for taking care of this without saying anything. Well, it's my clan too. That's what I mean. Thanks. All right, enough with the thanks. We're going to be late. Stop being so shy. After attaching the emblems, we hurried to the Dimensional Plaza. There were quite a few people watching us. People looking at us from afar at the plaza. Hey, there's Bjorn Jandel. After all that, he's going in again? They said he formed a clan, but it's just 6 people. What's that emblem? An ogre? Probably. One of Bjorn Jandel's aspects is the ogre. The plaza was bustling with more people than expected, but there weren't many waiting to enter. At most 300 or 400. Most of them were low-ranked explorers who had no choice but to gear up and head out because they were desperate for money. If other plazas are in the same state, the upper floors will be almost empty. I spent the remaining time checking the exploration plan one last time. Soon, a burst of light erupted from the center of the plaza as the portal opened. Entered the first floor crystal cave. This time, there was quite a lot to do in the labyrinth. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 263. Chapter 263, Bug 2. A cave adorned with crystals emitting a dazzling light. Although I've been here several times, today it feels unfamiliar. Well, it's been 2 months since I last entered, so perhaps that's only natural. There must be other reasons too. I clicked my tongue in regret as I looked around. First of all, there are only 3 of us today. Additionally, while it's not as bright as broad daylight, it's illuminated enough that we don't need torches. Simply put, it's not a dark zone. The experience copy bug has been fixed. This means it's no longer possible to start from the second floor portal entrance using dimensional instability. Do you know anything? Feigning ignorance, I asked, and Raven cautiously offered a hypothesis. I heard that the royal family recently made a significant request to the Mage Tower. I didn't know the details because I've been staying outside all the time, but seeing this, it might have been for portal stabilization work. So, it really was because of that request that the bug got fixed. Thanks to Soul Queen, I was mentally prepared, so I quickly moved on. Well, what can I do? We'll have to go the classic way from now on. We've been enjoying the easy life for a few months, haven't we? Let us move. After a brief look around from the starting point, I quickly took out my compass to find the direction. This time, there weren't many people entering. If we're lucky, we might be able to gain portal opening experience even without the bug. Admin, summon Iron Bear. We're going to move a bit faster than usual. As soon as the Iron Bear was summoned, Raven climbed onto it familiarly. If only Einar could be this fluffy. Honestly, these mages. Always thinking about mounts, aren't they? Wong. Anyway, I took the lead, running with Raven and the Iron Bear following behind. Despite being a ranged attacker, the bear's sturdy body formed the rearguard. Goblins are no longer a threat, but we never know. The most dangerous thing in a labyrinth is always people. At least there don't seem to be any Nork scum. Initially, I ran through the cave with tension, but soon lowered my guard a notch. As we picked up speed, we encountered several explorers, but most were low-level adventurers with inferior equipment. And there weren't many of them either. Maybe we really can open the portal? As time passed, my faint hope grew, but it was shattered when we reached the edge of the dark zone. It seems someone has already been here. A level 9 magic stone lay in our path. It couldn't have been Misha's team that passed through first. Even if Erwin didn't know, Misha and Einar wouldn't act against my teachings. Why are you picking that up? A level 9 magic stone is still a magic stone. Remembering the days when I crossed this long passage on 3 legs, abandoning magic stones was unthinkable. Back then, this small stone was my only hope. No, I meant I could retrieve it with magic. That is true too. Does that mean there is no mage in the team that passed through here? Light. Using light magic instead of a torch, I continued running. After about 40 minutes, the portal appeared. I didn't have high expectations, but as expected, the portal was already open. You have entered the goblin forest on the 2nd floor. Putting disappointment behind, I stepped into the portal. Whoever arrives first, the agreement was to wait above. It feels strange, just like in the cave earlier. Yes, it was so intense back then. The goblin forest, where there was a fierce battle between Nork scum and Rafdonia-S explorers. The surroundings were silent, with no one in sight. It seems Misha's team hasn't arrived yet, so let's wait a bit. We took a break, and I looked around, finding traces of people nearby. It must be from those who arrived first. But why are you so focused? It just bothers me for some reason. Mr. Jandel, when you say things like that, it makes me nervous. What is she talking about? Everyone, sit down and rest. We don't know when the other team will arrive. We took out our personal chairs from the subspace and sat down. Occasionally, goblins approached from afar, but they didn't interrupt our rest. Iron Bear handled them easily. Excuse me. A young woman in her early 20s spoke, pouting, in a forest bathed in soft moonlight. We've made it to the 2nd floor, and there is no one around. Can't we summon our dragon? No. Its size will definitely leave traces. Come on, sister. Please? There's so many summoners around. Please? Carmilla, stop it. Didn't Rainwile say no? Hey, can you just stay out of it? Then behave in a way that allows me to stay out of it. What exactly is so difficult for you? You rode on my shoulder the whole time on the 1st floor. Your clothes reek of bachelorhood. It sticks to my nose. It's harmful. What? The warrior carrying the woman paused briefly, but then sighed, as if accustomed to such behavior, and continued. Fine. What is the point of arguing with you? Then don't start in the first place. Carmilla, I know you're sensitive these days, but stop acting like a child. There are other people here besides me. Seriously, this lecturing. Carmilla pouted, mumbling in discontent. She wasn't happy with the entire situation. By the way, why are we still on this mission? Everyone else has fled to the outside world without any news. And does killing that explorer really change anything? They must have their reasons. We did get in contact a few days ago. Oh, right. That 10-second contact, where they just said what they wanted. Carmilla spoke sarcastically, and the archer frowned. They apologized for that. They said it was impossible to make long contacts due to the barrier. But they mentioned they have a way to get us out. So let us just focus on our work. So naive. Have you ever thought it might be a lie? Then why did you come here, Carmilla? Why not stay in the city? That's... Carmilla trailed off, biting her lip. How could she say it? She was afraid of how that woman might react if she refused and threw a tantrum about not wanting to come. Ugh, what the hell is going on? Feeling frustrated, she snapped at the archer again. By the way, Nabars, what happened to that ruined scholar? You were the last one with him. I told you. The ruined scholar talked with that person and then disappeared. Enough. The woman leading them stopped, and the archer changed his expression, cutting off his words. Amelia, is there a problem? The trap we set near the portal has been triggered. It means someone has reached the second floor. Judging by the time, they must be upper-level explorers. Maybe more explorers have entered than we expected. Nabars, do you have any guesses about which team it might be? I'm not sure, but it's probably not from a major clan. They wouldn't move without certainty. I see. Carmilla interjected. Does it matter who they are? I don't see why it's important. You're not entirely wrong. Amelia pondered for a moment before murmuring softly. But it bothers me, for some reason. What? What did you say? Amelia shook her head. Nothing. Let's keep moving. Mister, have you been waiting long? Sorry, it took a bit of time since we started from the southern area. After waiting in the forest for about 2 hours, Misha's team finally arrived on the second floor. We quickly resumed moving. More than 10 teams had already passed by while we were waiting. It's not as empty as I thought. The third floor portal we reached afterward was naturally already open, and the same went for the fourth floor, which we reached after 6 days. At least we can have proper meals now. We replenished our strength and cleared the trials, having spent the whole time running without proper meals. Although we were a 6-member party, our pace was actually slower. With 6 people, the difficulty of the trials increased. The increase in monsters wasn't a big deal, but trials like the Maze of Wisdom took much longer due to the larger map. Is it because of her racial traits? She certainly finds the path better than I do. Erwin, who had received scout training from her sister, exceeded my expectations in navigating. While I relied on experience and knowledge, Erwin depended on her instincts. Her night vision was also much better, allowing her to spot traps from a distance. Even without Mr. I can tell. It's this door? ISNT it? I hear magical waves behind it. She was even able to locate the portal to the 5th floor without any scout abilities. Her sensory stats were that high. She hadn't consumed any essence to boost her hearing. Is it just natural talent? Anyway, we arrived at the 5th floor portal just as the 19th day began. About a day later than usual. If we had been a 7-people team, it would have taken much longer. The waiting times for each trial increased proportionally with the number of people. That's why large clans split into teams of 5 and meet at the 5th floor. Aruru, why don't they meet up on the 2nd floor and hunt like we did? It's because dividing the rewards for an extra person ISNT cost-effective in the lower floors. Plus, splitting the team means each side needs a scout. Many low-level explorers have non-combat members, right? That makes sense. You understood nothing and just nodded, didn't you? Oh, as expected of a mage. Stop fooling around and get some rest. As it was time to camp anyway, we took a break on the safe 4th floor and went up to the 5th floor together early the next morning. You have entered the Great Demon Realm on the 5th floor. The 5th floor, which we hadn't visited in a while, looked slightly different from usual. It was exactly what I had expected. It's nice and quiet. The clans that always arrived first and controlled the hunting grounds were nowhere to be seen. Also, oh, look over there. Istolto's party. Monsters that used to be impossible to see without paying the clans roamed freely in the field. So, this place had this many monsters. Mr. Bear sounded disheartened as he spoke. He had been active on the 5th floor for a long time. Given his strong resentment towards the clans, his feelings must be complex. Jandel, what do you think? This won't last, will it? No, it won't last long. I answered honestly. By next month, major clans will start entering the labyrinth again. Over time, new clans will fill the gaps. So, let's move. This opportunity won't come again. There was a monster that would be hard to catch otherwise. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 264. We are walking on a shaking canyon. I'm in the lead, with Iron Bear at the rear, and the rest of the team clustered tightly in the center. Screech dash. With every step, we hear the wailing of wraith-like monsters echoing from beyond the darkness. This is one of the 4 routes leading to the 6th floor, Wraith Canyon. It is characterized by the following. The character has entered a special area. Field effect Wraith Canyon has been applied. The ground shakes violently at regular intervals. The eerie background noise from the wraiths. And status ailment, Earthbound Spirit has been applied. Darkness resistance and physical resistance have decreased by -100. A chilling sensation as if my skin has become thinner. It feels eerier since we haven't seen any other explorers. It's been a day since we entered the Wraith Canyon, and we've yet to meet any other teams. All we've encountered are monsters. You have defeated a cursed creature. EXP plus 4. You have defeated a corrupted creation. EXP plus 2. You have defeated a blood ghoul. EXP plus 5. You have defeated a Decurion. EXP plus 5. You have defeated an ancient tarantula. Well, this is actually an advantage. We've managed to gather most of the experience points available on this route in just this one exploration. We just need to come through here once more to catch any remaining monsters. Be careful not to fall down. We invested all our time in combat and movement, pausing only when the ground shakes. Camping is the only rest we get. It's a bit of a rigorous schedule, but we've built up quite a bit of stamina on the 4th floor, so we should be good for a few days. It's a bit strange. I thought the next area would be Frost Canyon. We weren't ready to move to the 6th floor then. This path is the closest to the 6th floor. I heard that too, but if that's the case, wouldn't it have been better to pass through the familiar Hellfire Canyon rather than this unfamiliar place? But we already collected all the achievements there. I gave Raven several reasons for coming here, but there's another reason I chose this route. I already got the essence from Frost Canyon. I had originally intended to feed that essence to Misha, which I received as a royal reward. And above all, that monster appears here. To proceed to the 6th floor, we must defeat a certain monster that appears on this route. Of course, I couldn't say that was the reason. Otherwise, I would have to explain how I knew about the monster, and I had no good excuse for that. It's best to just chalk it up to luck. Mister. This time we need to go this way. I ended my thoughts and looked ahead to see 3 paths blocking our way. Although calling them 3 paths was a bit of a stretch. This time, the distance to the other side is a bit long. I'll go over first and throw the rope. Using leap, I jumped over 30 meters and threw the prepared rope to the opposite cliff. This is one of the interesting aspects of the 5th floor Great Demon Realm. The available routes increase depending on the character's abilities. Installation complete. We're coming over now. Once the rope was set, the team members crossed over to my side one by one. Thanks to the incline, there wasn't much effort involved, just sliding down the rope. Let's move out again. After finishing the crossing, I used leap again to retrieve the rope from the other side. I can't afford to use it as a one-time thing, after all. Do they know how much it costs to custom make a rope for this length? Erwin, how far have we descended? About 1/7 of the way, so we can reach the 6th floor in a week. Yes, if we maintain this speed. We continued descending rapidly under Erwin's guidance. Though her exploration method differed from mine, she never once seemed lost or wandered aimlessly. The fairy lady is quite good at finding her way. I've never been to the 6th floor, but I've experienced all 4 routes while staying with the clan. Besides, Mr. Admin tells me which way the portal is, so I should be able to do at least this much. Don't be so modest. Knowing the portal's location on the 5th floor doesn't mean much. You can be more confident. I didn't think badly of her initially, but as Erwin demonstrated her skills, our teammates' opinions of her have improved. She seems to be getting along well with Misha these days, too. Sis, move a bit more inside. The outer edge might be dangerous. Thanks. Anyway, following Erwin's guidance on the shortest route, it was soon time to find a campsite for some rest. This spot looks good. I chose a site by the cliffside. We only had to watch one direction, and if anything went wrong, we could leap about 5 meters to a side path. Of course, the watch schedule didn't mean much. Bjorn, wake up. More monsters? Monsters appeared every 20 minutes on average, so we had to wake up and grab our weapons frequently. This included Raven, who lacked stamina. We tried to handle smaller groups without waking her, but when dozens of monsters swarmed, we had no choice but to rouse her. Yawn, I'll go back to sleep. Good work. Raven snored softly without even replying. It's a bit amusing to watch. She's really become a proper explorer now. She doesn't wake up to minor noises anymore. No, I think she wakes up every time she hears something. She just goes back to sleep if it doesn't seem serious. That's pretty amazing. That's actually the hardest thing to do. It's tough, but it's about time she got used to it. Yeah, that's true, you get used to everything with time. Just like my relationship with Misha. At first, it was awkward even in the labyrinth, but now we chat comfortably. Everything becomes familiar with time. Anyway, you can sleep now. I'll stand up next. You still have a few minutes before your turn, don't you? It's more annoying to fall asleep and wake up again. I feel bad though. No need to feel bad. We'll probably be fighting again in 20 minutes. Our exploration continued, and it's been 10 days since we entered the 5th floor. However, we were still on the 5th floor. How much longer until the 6th floor? About a day, I think. At our current speed? Yes. So we can expect it to take about 2 days. Unfortunately, as the exploration progressed, our pace slowed down. Our stamina was gradually reaching its limit. It's not surprising, considering we've been fighting all day without proper sleep. Explorers aren't superhumans. They're just much more capable than average people. Well, at least we caught that guy yesterday. The schedule has slowed down more than I expected, but I achieved one of our secondary objectives. A rare level 5 Soul Eater. It's a uniquely distinctive monster in many ways. Not only because it only appears once when the labyrinth opens. You have defeated a Soul Eater. EXP plus 177. The experience points it gives are just absurd. At first, I thought it was a bug when I saw the experience log. Who would have thought there was a monster that gives anywhere from 100 to 200 experience points randomly upon first defeat? I wonder how much I gain? Although I can't precisely calculate the experience anymore, I didn't feel disappointed. Because with this, I finally reached rank 6. Character rank has increased. Soul power has increased by plus 30. Maximum absorbable essences have increased by plus 1. Corpse Golem, Orc Hero, Ogre, Manticore, and Bayon's essence from the Royal Reward. Even though I had filled all 5 slots with essences, I didn't erase the Corpse Golem before entering the labyrinth. I had copied enough experience, so I figured leveling up would be achievable if I just defeated it. No matter how few explorers there are, I never expected to come across it. We were lucky. I've said it many times. This team is blessed with luck. Luck, my foot. They don't know the effort I put into meeting its spawn conditions. Ururu, it's not just a team anymore, it's a clan. Oh, right, yeah. Enough chatting. Focus. As the leader, as the clan leader, I kept everyone on task to prevent them from becoming too relaxed during the journey. Despite the delay in our schedule, the exploration was going smoothly, though there were some hair-raising moments. Thanks to the Royal Reward, our combat power exceeded the 5th floor level. But this world doesn't rely on stats alone. Misha, you'll need to repair your armor as soon as we get out. Yeah, I can't believe it's already damaged. It's so frustrating. Misha was directly hit by the lance of a Soul Eater summoned Ghost Knight. Fortunately, she wasn't injured. But, Misha, what's so frustrating? If it weren't for that armor, you'd be dead. The lance pierced deeply into Misha's armor, right where her heart was. If it had gone just 1 finger width deeper, her life would have been at risk. Thinking about it still gives me chills. If she'd still been wearing the Tier 2 leather armor from our first PK encounter with Zensha, it wouldn't have held up. It's a huge relief I spent extra to get the Tier 5 leather armor instead of sticking with Tier 4. Even so, it's still a waste. Sigh, she still doesn't get it. Enough, don't skimp on equipment costs from now on. Okay, this is why low physical resistance is such a problem. It makes it impossible to feel secure. Ahem, it's nice to see, but shouldn't we get moving? After a brief moment of awkwardness while I scolded Misha, we resumed our exploration. After almost a day, we descended Wraith Canyon and reached the lower ground. Half a day more, and the portal appeared. Wow, it's really the 6th floor. It's my first time here too. I feel so excited. I've heard so much about this place. As we entered a new floor, everyone shared their thoughts. Of course, I had my own significant feelings too. Finally, the 6th floor. The day I first saw the execution of tax evaders in the plaza, I thought to myself, to live in a house with a kitchen, to receive treatment when sick, and to retire at 50 while comfortably raising 3 puppies, I had to at least reach the 6th floor. And from there, work tirelessly until retirement. So, thinking about how to get back home could come later. I didn't expect to get here in less than 2 years. About 3 years ahead of schedule. But I don't want to attribute it solely to luck. It's been 13 months since I woke up in this body. A short time, but filled with countless events. I struggled and fought hard. Despite my efforts, I lost people. And through their legacy, I grew into who I am now. Bjorn. I was just thinking. You go first. You let us here. Mr. Bear patted my shoulder. Yeah, without you, I wouldn't have entered the labyrinth. Raven poked my side with her staff. Impatient, aren't you? All right, let's go. I stepped toward the portal. You have entered the Great Sea on the 6th floor. Blue skies and the shining sun. The salty scent carried by the wind. And the sound of crashing waves. Swoosh. When I balanced and landed in midair, the first thing I saw was a vast sandy beach. The sand was nearly white, and beyond the wet, muddy shore stretched an emerald sea. Wow! Everyone was mesmerized by the sight. I wasn't much different. It was such a beautiful scene, and for me, it held a different kind of emotion compared to those seeing the sea for the first time. We stood there, staring at the horizon, as if we had forgotten the passage of time. Though I had snapped out of it earlier. There's no need to disrupt this moment. I took my eyes off the sea and glanced around, taking in our surroundings. This was Rymea, the island of beginnings, the starting point of the 6th floor. In the game, it was always crowded, but now it was empty. Well, they've all probably set sail by now. I turned back toward the sea and approached Misha. Misha. Calling her name briefly was enough. All right, we need to do that. Understanding what I meant, Misha took out an item she had cherished all this time. Raven tilted her head in curiosity. What's that in the glass bottle? It looks like an explorer's badge. It is. No way. Yes, it's Dwaki's. We held a simple funeral for Dwaki, burning most of his belongings, but we kept this. It was the dwarf's request. That place is so mysterious. They say it has its own seasons, even though it's a labyrinth. Please do this for me. He'll surely appreciate it. But he's never been there. That's why he'll like it. He would. I wonder. I'm not sure. But here we are. Wait here a moment. Take your time. Raven stepped back with the others, giving us space. Misha. Yes. Misha and I walked across the sand to the shore. Splash. The waves surged and receded, like a beating heart. Misha bent down and dipped her fingers in the water. It's colder than I thought. Indeed. It would have been nice if he were here with us. Yes. It truly would have been. He was so happy when we first reached the third floor, like a child. I think I'm beginning to understand what explorers mean when they say the world is vast. If only he had stayed with us a bit longer, he could have seen the real night sky instead of the one painted on the dungeon ceiling. Give it to me now. But if we leave it here, it'll just wash back ashore. All right. Misha understood, watching the waves, what I meant without needing a scientific explanation. So, I took the specially made glass bottle from her and went into the sea. The shallow water gradually deepened, and I moved as far from the island as possible. This should be enough. Despite using gigantification, the water reached up to my neck. I threw the glass bottle as far as I could. Splash! Soon, the bottle floated to the surface and drifted toward the opposite side of the island with the waves. Great, it worked on the first try. If it hadn't, I would have had to take a boat out later. Anyway, I tried to make it work with Misha, but it didn't happen. I spoke, watching the bottle drift away. Then I chuckled a bit. What am I doing? Rest in peace. Thinking that my words wouldn't be heard, I turned away, swallowing the rest of what I wanted to say. But I still wondered, what would Dwaki think if he saw me now? He would have been happy. Even if this was an act for those left behind, he would have smiled. In fact, he'd like it even more because it's for us. That's the kind of person he was. Splash! Feeling the waves pushing against my back, I looked back once more and offered a short prayer. I don't know where that glass bottle will end up. Splash! But I hope these waves lead it to where he wished to be. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 265. Sorry to have taken up your time. I quickly apologized as soon as I returned. After all, these guys had never met Dwaki before. Since I had taken up our exploration time for personal reasons, it felt natural to apologize. Of course, my teammates were understanding. Nothing to apologize for. What do you take us for? Yeah, Raven S. right. You're worrying about unnecessary things. Any one of us could be in that friend S situation someday. It's probably better not to say things like that. While I was thinking that to myself, Raven spoke up to Mr. Bear on my behalf. You're fried, please don't say things like that. It brings bad luck. Raven, you don't even believe in superstitions. I'm an explorer now, too. Ah, right. Mr. Bear chuckled, lightening the somewhat heavy atmosphere. Was that a joke on purpose? Probably not. I smiled wryly at Raven's cocky expression. Then I started to get to the main point. All right, if we've rested enough, let us start exploring the island. It's time to begin the expedition. The starting island, Limea. Whichever route you take on the 5th floor, you always end up at this island first. However, Limea is called the starting island, not just for this symbolic reason. It contains the basic materials for exploring the 6th floor. Well, theoretically at least. It's already been stripped bare. The mountain stood prominently in the center of the island. We climbed to the summit and looked around in dismay. Originally, special trees grew here. These trees have the hardness of a tier 3 metal and are light enough to float on water. But, even if trees grow quickly, they can't fully mature in just a month. What greeted us at the summit were thousands of stumps. There were a few trees that had grown somewhat, but most of them are useless. But there are some trees grown enough to use. Let us take those. We took out the axes we had prepared. We selected and chopped down only the trees that were sizable enough to be processed as materials, and stored them carefully in our spatial pockets. It took about 30 minutes. If we're lucky, we can gather this much next month too. Yeah, if there are no people like this time. Sigh, if only the 6th floor reset every month too. It's quite unfortunate in many ways. No matter what happens, the labyrinth from the 1st to the 5th floor resets every month when it reopens, but that is not the case from the 6th floor onwards. Here, time continues seamlessly, just like those various marks carved into that big rock over there that never fade away. Wow, there is something written on the rock. It looks like writing. What does it say? Guarantee you go into the sanctuary every day to learn how to read? I gave up on that a long time ago. I sighed briefly at Ainar's unnecessary cheerfulness, then approached the rock to read the writing. Most of it was just nonsense. Someone has been here. Make me rich. I love you so much, etc. People are the same everywhere, scribbling graffiti. I smiled wryly and turned my gaze. The vast ocean spread out below. We didn't manage to get much wood, but from this high vantage point, I could see an island that wasn't visible from below. Oh, that must be Farun Island. Farun, the second island located to the north of the starting island. It's where we're headed next. Admin, just asking, but can you sense the portal-S location? No, I can only sense the one on this island. I see. As I nodded, Raven spoke up in defense of Mr. Bear. Don't be too disappointed. This floor is so vast it's bound to happen. Once we get near the portal, you'll be able to sense it again. Disappointed? Hardly. Unlike the lower floors, there's not much a scout can do on the 6th floor. Especially right after entering the 6th floor. Anyway, we've gathered everything we need, so let us head down. Having finished our business on the summit, I descended to the coast with my companions. We then headed towards the island we had seen from the summit. Normally, the basic strategy would be to gather more wood from the starting island and build a boat. Skipping tedious work with in-game purchases is the norm. I took out a boat we had prepared from the spatial pocket and set it afloat. It was a boat we had bought with the clan's funds when we founded the clan. We spent most of the funds, but if it weren't for the current situation, we would never have gotten it at this price. Timing was on our side in many ways. The wood we gather in the future can be used to upgrade the boat or sold as lumber to buy a better one. Bjorn, this 1T sink, right? Come on, you fished from a boat in Gnome Tree last time. All right, the boat flipped over then. Don't worry, we've already tested its performance in the city. As long as you don't move too much like last time, it will be fine. But whoa, it's shaking. Is the boat defective? It feels completely different from last time, because it was a lake then, and now it's an ocean. The real problem is that this boat is half the size of the one we used last time. Anyway, after the commotion, we all got on the boat one by one. And then, all right, set sail. We rowed hard against the waves, just like we practiced on land in the city. Our boat didn't have a sail. If we had bought one with a sail, it would have been too cramped for 4 people. We couldn't afford a bigger one. There's a certain charm to the struggles of being a newbie. After all, I think the boat is going backward. It's just your imagination. Row harder. 1, 2. 1, 2. Although it was our first time rowing in a real situation, and we had a few trial and error moments, we quickly adapted, as true explorers do. Oh, the island is getting closer. Raven's emotions were stirred by the seafaring experience, and she reacted to every little thing in her characteristic way. But that excitement didn't last long. It's taken a lot longer than I thought. It didn't seem that far from the summit, but once we were in the boat, rowing, our progress felt agonizingly slow. Or is it just me feeling that way? I never expected to face such a challenge so soon after entering the 6th floor. Ugh, BJ Bjorn? What's wrong? Seasick. Bjorn Jandel wasn't cut out for the sea. As I was dying from seasickness, Misha asked worriedly. Seasick? Is it that something you get from riding a carriage? It seemed absurd that she could ask such a question, but from her perspective, it made sense. If she's lived her whole life inside the walls, it's understandable. Raven seemed to know about it only theoretically. Seasickness is a type of dizziness caused by the discrepancy between what you see and your sense of balance. It doesn't only happen when riding a carriage. Oh, I see. Misha nodded, not understanding a word of what was being said. Now that you mention it, I've been feeling a bit nauseous too. Misha was relatively better off, but Einar, the barbarian warrior, was in worse shape than I was. Move aside. You're forgetting to row. Einar grabbed the railing and started vomiting her guts out. Kaya, stop. Einar, you can't move like that. She was vomiting so violently that the boat was rocking side to side, making it seem like it might tip over any moment. Ugh, stop it. With such a small, cramped boat, there was no physical way to stop Einar. And there were 4 of us who couldn't swim. Except for Erwin and Misha, none of us could swim. We were too far from the island for me to use gigantification and allow us to touch the ground like last time. This really a dangerous situation? Raven, use magic to knock her out. All right. Realizing this was no laughing matter, I quickly assessed the situation and gave orders. Saratala Byron. Ugwa. You. Fortunately, Einar lost consciousness after a single spell, as her magic resistance wasn't properly set up yet. And then, Mistritinkiam Golnadia. Oh, me too. I need to rest. One by one, my companions succumbed to seasickness, unable to withstand Einar's chaos. At least Mr. Yurik Fried seems fine. Blee. Oh, Mr. Jandel seems fine. Of course not. Blared. Holding onto the railing as carefully as possible, I threw up, hearing a sigh from behind. Why are you all like this? Surprisingly, Raven didn't get seasick. The concept of the 6th floor is simple. Sailing across a vast sea, passing through various islands to reach the 7th floor. Hence, from this floor onwards, a navigator becomes essential. A specialized profession from the sixth floor who can steer the ship, record the route, and even consuming essences that aid in navigation. Well, once we get a proper ship, volunteers will flock to us, so there's no need to rush. After disembarking at the bow, I pulled the boat ashore by hand and stored it in my spatial pocket to avoid losing it. This method works only with a small boat. To cross treacherous seas like the windless zones and the frozen seas, we'll need progressively larger boats. That's also why clan-size groups are recommended from the sixth floor onwards. Due to the high cost of boats, exploring the sixth floor is a heavy burden for a small team. Finally, solid ground. Solid ground. With the sun setting in the distance, we arrived at Faroon Island, half dead. We quickly had a simple meal and began setting up camp. So this is what the sunset looks like from here. Yes, today I really feel glad to have become an explorer. My companions, who had only ever seen the sun disappear beyond the walls, were deeply moved by the sunset over the horizon. I felt the same way. Lying on the beach like this, it really felt like being on an island on Earth. Well, I've never actually been to such an island. Why didn't I go sooner? For the first time, I regretted my past self who stayed holed up playing games. Back then, I lived in a world without walls, a much wider world. Einar, you should sleep first. We'll wake you for the last watch. Is that really okay? Thank you, Misha. We assigned Einar, who suffered the most from seasickness, to the last watch and set up the watch rotation among the rest of us. We probably don't need 2 people on watch. I heard only monsters below level 8 come out on this island. Yeah, let's take turns alone and wake others if anything happens. By the way, wouldn't it have been better to sleep on the previous island? It seemed like there were no monsters there. We didn't know we'd arrive this late. Well, that makes sense. The weather was warm enough, so we just laid out sleeping bags on the sand. We brought tents in case it rained, but it's so beautiful. Yes, it is. Looking at the galaxy spread across the sky, we unanimously decided to sleep under the open sky. My wife would have loved this. Why do you make it sound like she's passed away? Are you going to tell her this? W, what are you talking about? I mean, it's a shame she gave up being an explorer. That's all. Stop chatting and get some sleep. We'll explore the island at first light. Was it because it was our first night on the sixth floor? Feeling restless, my companions took a long time to fall asleep. And the next morning, before we venture inland, let us circle around the coastline. We woke up early, packed up the campsite, and started walking around the island. There wasn't any grand reason. I just wanted to see for myself. I wanted to see how much the size of the island differed between the game and reality. It's much bigger than I expected. As I walked about halfway around the island, lost in thought. Hey Bjorn, there's a boat. We discovered a boat anchored on the shore. It wasn't a large sailing ship, but it was 3 times bigger than ours and equipped with everything necessary. This could handle the windless zone and even the frozen sea. But it's already imprinted with an owner S mark. Oh, so we can't take it? Einar tilted her head with innocent curiosity at Raven's explanation. And at that moment, hey barbarian, what are you doing by our boat? The ship's owner emerged from the island. Wait a minute, aren't you that barbarian from before? Long time no see. It was a face I remembered. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 266. When I said it had been a long time, he laughed. No way. You remember me? He seemed surprised that I recognized him. Well, our encounter had been brief. I didn't even have the mental capacity to hold a face-to-face conversation, let alone a full introduction. But such memories don't fade easily. How could I forget? Dragging a bloody leg, crawling through a dark cave on 3 limbs during those days. Patron, can you give me a potion? It's in case you can't use divine power. You have plenty anyway. I'll pay you back later. TCH. The guy who saved me, the swordsman from their team, threw a potion with a disgruntled look at the leader's command. It was a rare experience. How often in life do you feel both humiliation and gratitude at the same time? As expected from a barbarian, you don't forget a favor. That's a warrior-esque code? ISNT it? He misunderstood my words in a way that pleased him, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. I didn't bother correcting him. Well, it's true that I felt grateful. Still, it's surprising. I didn't expect you to remember me either. Not many can crawl that far with a body like yours. He looked me up and down as he said this. By the way, I didn't expect you to be the Bjorn Jandel. He had already deduced my identity through my appearance without needing any introductions. Whether this was a strength or a weakness, I wasn't sure. As I smirked, Raven approached from behind. Long time no see, Patron. Who? Miss Raven? I was as surprised as the bewildered swordsman. What? They knew each other? Yes, I heard you join a team a while back. It's not a team anymore, it's a clan. By the way, wow. I didn't know you and Patron knew each other, Mr. Jandel. What a coincidence. Coincidence? We don't even know each other's names. When I interrupted the conversation with this remark, The swordsman chuckled and introduced himself. Malmarin Patron. That's a strange name. It's one of the few families that still sticks to central naming conventions. Just call me Patron. That's what everyone else does. A family? Are you a noble, by any chance? Noble? Hardly. Maybe a few thousand years ago. I understood immediately. There were cases like this sometimes. Before the world collapsed, some were nobles or royals. But after entering this city, they fell to commoner status. Though they had no titles, they still maintained their legitimacy by appointing heads within their families. So, what were you doing in front of our ship? With the introductions over, Patron moved on to the main topic. I hadn't done anything special, so I answered honestly. I was just taking a look around the island. I see. Given my reputation and Patroness acquaintance with Raven, he accepted our words without suspicion. Then, Nervio Fursha. He activated the magic circle engraved on the ship, summoning the docked ship back into his subspace. It was a trivial action, but it bothered me. By the way, where's the team that was with you back then? They're exploring the island. Are they looking for something? Well, I don't think we're close enough to discuss that. Geez, getting prickly already. His curt reply drew a clear line, but I had a rough idea. They docked the ship and sent one person back. They were probably looking for something. Most summoning marks have a cooldown. If they hadn't found what they were looking for, they would have left the island immediately. The fact that they unsummoned the ship means they found what they were looking for. So, what exactly were they after? I had an idea. I had aimed for the same thing when I reached the 6th floor this time. If that is the case, my plans might be messed up. I managed my expression to hide my frustration. Maybe he was doing the same. Jandel. So how long are you planning to stay on this island? Patron asked nonchalantly. Sneaky bastard, trying to probe me. We'll probably stay for a while. A while? There is not much here. It's our first time here. Still, it might be worth checking out the next island. Well, never mind. You'll figure it out. Patron, who had been speaking with hope in his voice, suddenly thought he had crossed a line and corrected himself. Yeah, who are you to decide where we go? Anyway, if you're staying on this island, we might meet again a few times. See you later, Jandel. With that, Patron wrapped up the conversation. His intentions were obvious. He probably wanted to hurry back and discuss our presence with his companions. Wait. When I called out, Patron turned around, curious as to why I had stopped him. I couldn't just let him go. This had been bothering me since earlier. It's not just Jandel, it's Baron. What? Seeing him tilt his head in confusion, I clarified once more. Baron Bjorn, son of Jandel. How dare he try to get chummy with me? Did he still think I was that ground-crawling barbarian from back then? Well then, I'll be going. Ahem. Lord Bjorn Jandel. Once Patron hurried off out of sight, Raven sighed. Did you really have to do that, Mr. Jandel? It was obvious what she meant. She thought I was too harsh. But I squared my shoulders confidently. I didn't expect him to use the highest honorifics. I didn't make him call me Lord Bjorn or use overly formal speech. But she questioned if it was necessary. Raven, I'm surprised by you. Where else would you find such a lenient noble? Well, when you put it that way, I can't argue. But this has never happened before. What happened between you two in the past? Raven seemed to think it was personal revenge, but it wasn't. I was much more grateful for being saved back then. However, that was then, and this is now. Raven, there's a big difference between me allowing casual speech and him assuming it without asking. Even after becoming a noble, my speech with comrades and acquaintances hadn't changed. That was because I told them not to. But what about Patron? Though it wasn't my place as a barbarian to say this, he naturally assumed he could speak informally from the get-go. Sigh, so you did it to maintain noble dignity? You've really become a proper noble now, huh? What is she talking about? I'm not a noble. I'm a clan leader. What? It means that wherever we go, I represent all of you. Should I have just laughed it off, showing consideration to an explorer I barely know, just because you know him? Well, more importantly, it seemed like their team had objectives overlapping with ours, so we were bound to cross paths again. That's why I switched to the noblesse barbarian mode. Starting off being underestimated was not ideal for the long run. I'm sorry for the sarcastic remark. I wasn't thinking straight. Raven hung her head low and apologized, a trait I admired in her. One of her strengths was admitting her mistakes and apologizing sincerely when she was wrong. That's fine. Let us forget about it. I put the incident behind me like a true barbarian and asked something that had piqued my curiosity. But I didn't know, Raven. Do you dislike nobles? No, not at all. Really? It didn't seem that way with the sharp sarcasm earlier. Oh, could it be that she was close friends with that guy? Maybe she was upset seeing me scold him? Thinking it was a plausible guess, I asked again, but Raven shook her head. Oh, that is definitely not it. I've only met Mr. Patron a few times at banquets. Then why were you so upset? I wasn't really upset, but it's true you were different from usual. Raven didn't answer easily. It wasn't T that she found it difficult to talk, but more like she herself didn't T know the reason. It just felt a bit off. I guess I didn't T want Mr. Jandel to be like that. No. What am I even saying? I don't know either. Raven seemed confused. I chuckled because I thought I understood what she meant. Even I would feel strange if Einar suddenly became authoritative. Yes, the pure-hearted brain of a barbarian is indeed charming. Both of you stop it. What else with this weird atmosphere? Misha interrupted our awkward conversation, shifting the topic naturally. So, what is the plan now? There is still a lot of the island to explore. Actually, I was thinking of wrapping up the island tour. We had a rough idea of the island's size and confirmed that there were other people here besides us. Potential competitors who might have visited the island for the same purpose. So, what is next? Raven asked. We head inland. We couldn't be explorers if we backed down just because there were competitors. Faroon Island. Located closest to the starting island, it was a popular hunting ground, though the monsters were all below level 8. The abundance of insect-type monsters made it quite profitable. Well, profit-wise, that is... Erwin, fire. Fire. Hurry. Why, yes. Spit, spit. Ugh, I think it got in my mouth. Einar, a magic stone just came out of your mouth. Did you kill it by chewing it? The 8th-rank insect-type monster Crumby, with a body larger than a human head, and the swarms of bugs it summoned. Every time Erwin, who controls fire spirits, or Raven's area attack was unleashed, magic stones poured out, but no one looked pleased. I wasn't any different. It's more disgusting than I thought. Even with my strong stomach, it was hard to bear. Sticky fluids covering my body. The nauseating smell of roasted insects. Ugh, I didn't want to know such a smell existed in the world. I didn't hear there would be this many monsters, but since there are no people around don't talk. It'll get in your ugh. Despite experiencing the worst moments of their lives in real time, my companions didn't suggest turning back. For a simple reason. It seems you were right, Bjorn. Yes, there must be something on this island. Otherwise, those with good ships wouldn't have come here. Of course, we weren't planning to just follow them and figure out what it was. I already knew what it was. Besides, our clan wouldn't stoop to such tactics. So, we decided to search diligently on our own, assuming something was hidden on this island. Thanks to that, it won't look suspicious when we find it later. The problem was Patron's team. The hidden piece of this island is an event that affects the entire island. If there are no more people besides us, then there are 11 in total. It wasn't the highest difficulty of 15 people yet, but 11 was still quite challenging. That is probably why they wanted us gone. It would be easier for them to proceed with the event without us. I'm a bit curious. How did they find out about this hidden piece? Is there a player on their team? Or is Patron himself a player? I guess I'll find out when we meet again. It was while I was thinking about this. Mr. Erwin stopped the group. Someone is fighting over there. She pointed towards the center of the forest. Given her much better hearing, she couldn't be wrong. Looks like Patron's team is hunting. If we run into them here, they'll probably think we're following them and misunderstand. No, they're not hunting. What do you mean they're not hunting? Erwin's eyes glinted sharply. They're fighting. People against people. She meant a PK, player kill, was happening. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 267. That single phrase snapped me to attention. Maybe I had become a bit complacent without realizing it. Thump dash. No explorers from Nork were around. Actually, there weren't many explorers to begin with. But even so, anything could happen in the world of the labyrinth. So, let's start by checking the information. How many are there in total? At least 8. When I lowered my voice and asked, Erwin replied immediately. That means at least 2 teams are fighting. At least, based on the circumstances. Any peculiarities I should know about? No. Her tone suggested otherwise. It's not good to ignore things like this. Just like in the movies, right? Any peculiarities I should know about? I asked more firmly this time, and Erwin cautiously answered. I have a bad feeling about this. I see, that is what it is. I'm sorry for saying something unnecessary. I chuckled as I watched Erwin trail off. No need to apologize. Honestly, I felt the same way. When I heard that explorers were PKing each other, an ominous feeling began to creep up on me. I was contemplating my next move when, Mr. Jandel, what will you do now? Are you going to save them this time too? I tilted my head. This time too? You did it before on the first floor, and when the capital caught fire. You like saving people. What is she talking about? The situations are entirely different. In the capital, I simply had the means to help, and I had promised to help if I had the chance. And on the first floor, I think I understand your misunderstanding, so let me clarify. I ended up leading thousands of explorers and opening a path, absurdly being treated as a hero. To be honest, it was true that I got somewhat heated back then. But, back then, what I truly wanted to save was you guys. My priorities haven't changed. I don't deserve to be called a hero. I'm a selfish person. It's already overwhelming just to protect myself and my people. That means I have a bad feeling about this, so there is no need to get involved. Let us leave the island. But is that okay? We don't know what is going on over there. Maybe they need help. Mr. Bear opened his mouth, looking uncomfortable. He wasn't originally this kind of character. He must still be intoxicated by the hero's thrill he felt on the first floor. They're explorers too. They must have been prepared for this since they chose this line of work. I spoke with the authority of a leader, and Mr. Bear accepted it without further argument. But did something worry him later? Raven, are you okay with this? You seem to know that guy we met earlier. Mr. Patron? Well, if he has fighting over there, it's likely he got involved. Raven trailed off at Mr. Bear's concern. Then she looked us straight in the eye and firmly drew a line. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter? We weren't that close anyway. What if something happens to us if we go to help? Selfish words that are the epitome of an explorer. But her following words made us all hold our tongues. Our team is more important to me. Wow, she said that without batting an eye. She has become more audacious with age, although she still looks like a child. Then it's decided. As soon as the decision was made, we turned and ran towards the coast. Estimated time to reach the coast, about an hour. The island wasn't that big, so if we hurried, there shouldn't be any major problems. It's a shame to leave the hidden piece, but we can come back later after we've escaped and reassess the situation. Yeah, when in doubt, retreat is the best option. I discarded my last lingering attachment. And how much time passed? It's the sea. We reached the coast and quickly launched our boat into the waves. One by one, we climbed in, rowing away from the island. Just as we started to feel a bit relieved, BJ Bjorn, Einar, the brave barbarian warrior, shouted, her voice filled with fear. What is happening? The sea is rising. The previously calm sea suddenly turned violent, rocking our boat fiercely. The offering of Faroon Island has been destroyed. The wrath of the sea engulfs the island. Damn it. The hidden piece of Faroon Island is simple. By destroying the offering hidden in the center of the island, you can trigger the event called the Wrath of the Sea. It's a type of defense event. Sea monsters swarm towards the island from the coast, and we have to fend them off from inland. What I was aiming for was the essence of the event boss. A level 4 monster, Elfrod. If Misha or Erwin consumed it, it would be useful even in the later stages. Well, whether it drops or not is another matter. Anyway, that is not the issue right now. At least 8 people over there, and here we have 6. The maximum difficulty event is now open. Regardless of the hidden piece, escaping this island is the top priority. What is happening? How can the waves be so rough suddenly? I didn't hear anything about this. Row faster. We quickly started rowing, taken aback by the violent waves crashing as if they wouldn't let anyone leave the island. We were almost out, right? Just a bit further, and we can escape completely. Even in the game, the system didn't prevent escaping the island after the event started. It's just that most boats would sink not far from the island. 1, 2, 1, 2. We chanted in unison, rowing with all our might to cross the waves. But I should have spent more on a better boat. It felt like we weren't making any progress. We were not just at a standstill. Despite our best efforts, it felt like we were being pushed back towards the island. Not just a feeling, it was actually happening. By Bjorn, the island is getting closer. Despite our rowing efforts, we were being pushed back. I felt a bitter taste in my mouth. If only we had a magic propulsion system on the boat, we might have been able to break through. By Bjorn, the boat is taking on water. What should we do? Is it broken? As water began to fill the boat, panic spread among the group. It was time to make a decision. Give up on getting off the island. After a moment's contemplation, I quickly gave orders. Everyone, turn around. We ride the waves back towards the island. The advantage of a small boat with a capacity of 6. The boat wasn't completely symmetrical, but it didn't matter much in this rough sea situation. Put all heavy gear into the subspace. To reduce the boat's weight and prepare for a possible capsize, I ordered everyone to remove their equipment. Okay, we've done all we can to prepare. To the right, we used the oars not so much to move the boat, but to keep it from capsizing by balancing it. After about 3 minutes, we could feel the island getting significantly closer. The boat, which had been bouncing forward intermittently, was swept up by a large wave. And then, it completely capsized. Submerged instantly. I held on to the overturned boat. Is everyone all right? For now. I'm safe too. Voices reporting their safety came from all around when I shouted. Everyone except for one. Where's Raven? What happened? Could she have been swept away? PFF here. I'm here. Phew, that was a scare. Holding tightly to the overturned boat, we quickly discussed our next steps. So what now? Can't we just stay like this? Well, it seems like we're still moving in the right direction. It wasn't a bad idea. Made from a special wood known for its buoyancy, the boat wouldn't sink even if tipped over. It feels more stable than when we were on it. Since the waves were pushing towards the island, we wouldn't need to steer to reach the shore. Hold on tight. We clung firmly to the boat's handles to avoid being thrown off by the waves. After about a minute, didn't he think of this? We faced a new crisis. Look out, rocks! Rocks ahead! As we got closer to the shore, towering rocks began to loom near the boat. It was too late to change course. If we get separated, head to the center of the island, I shouted, preparing for the worst. And then, crash! The boat struck the rocks. Splash! I woke up to the sound of rough waves. My vision was blurry, like something was in my eyes, and my mouth was filled with the salty taste of the sea. And for some reason, scritch, 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 something was gnawing at my foot. When I looked down, I froze. A lobster monster the size of a large dog was trying desperately to chew on my foot. What the hell? No way it could. My physical resistance is too high for that. Wham! Using my free foot, I kicked the stirrup away. I quickly stood up and struck the lobster monster's head with the plank I was holding. You have defeated a stirrup. EXP +1. The lobster monster disappeared in a flash, befitting a level 9 monster. But what's with this plank? Only then did I realize I had been clutching a plank since I woke up. Where did this come from? Without much thought, a memory I had forgotten resurfaced. Oh, the boat got wrecked. When the boat hit the rocks, it shattered. I grabbed the largest plank and held onto it, figuring it would keep me afloat despite my barbarian physique. It saved my life. Having assessed the situation, I quickly looked around. The empty beach showed no sign of anyone. Are the others okay? Raven should be fine. She couldn't swim, but used a levitation spell at the last moment. Misha and Erwin could swim, so they were less worrying. The problem was Einar and Mr. Bear, who couldn't swim. I hope they were swept safely to shore. Despite trying to calm myself, I couldn't stop worrying. But regardless, I kept moving, taking out my gear from the subspace and putting it on. Soon, the island would be swarming with monsters. Seeing the stirrup roaming around meant the event had just started, fortunately. I had to be ready. They said explorers were fighting, but what situation triggered this event? There were a few things I didn't understand, but I couldn't solve them now. I should have gone to help them. Then I'd at least know the situation. Thud. I stopped as I was about to enter the forest from the beach. I heard movement beyond the bushes. Thud, thud, thud. Someone was running. Not a monster. All the monsters on Faroon Island were flying insects capable of gliding. It meant the footsteps weren't from a monster. Also, it was unlikely one of my scattered companions. We agreed to meet further inside the forest. No reason for them to run in the opposite direction. One of the explorers fighting, perhaps? I slowly raised my mace, waiting for whoever it was to show up. The reason for waiting was simple. There was only one set of footsteps. Even if a fight broke out, I could handle a one-on-one. So gathering information was the priority. Now, timing my move to the approaching footsteps, I reached out suddenly. Huff, huff. My prey was subdued instantly, flailing in the air. Stay still. I want to hurt you. My original plan was to follow up with my mace to subdue them, but I held off, because I recognized her. Though it seems she didn't remember me. I'll let you go, so be quiet. Who are you? I told you to be quiet. When I scolded her in a harsh voice, the priestess in the white robe shuddered. This makes me feel like a bad guy. I'm Baron Bjorn. Oh. As soon as I revealed my name, her face brightened. She didn't seem to doubt my identity. She must have heard about me from Patsarin. So calm down, Erzina. I'm not your enemy. How do you know my name? How could I not? We met once before. It's a hard memory to forget. Priestess Erzina, could you heal this person? I refuse. When she refused to heal me, it felt like the world was collapsing. Anyway, that is not important now. We'll talk about that later. Tell me, what happened in the forest? Understanding the situation is the priority. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 268. Tobera Church's priestess, Laren Erzina. Her account of the events goes like this. We were exploring the island's center when an unidentified team suddenly attacked us. It was an ambush. A team of 5 members. Each of them was at least a rank 7 fighter. And Erzina's team was on the brink of destruction before they could even put up a real fight. Losing the mage at the start was the biggest factor. Well, it seems they fought valiantly despite such harsh conditions. The situation kept worsening, and eventually, Sir Drowse made a decision. In the end, one of the team members made a decision to sacrifice themselves to save their comrades. However, it felt distinctly different from the Dwaki incident. So, you guys ran away while your comrade bought you time? When I asked incredulously, the priestess reddened and tried to explain. I was against it. I told them countless times that we couldn't leave anyone behind. What is she talking about? If she was so deeply against it, we wouldn't be meeting here now. Enough. Explain the main points. What happened next? I don't know what happened to Sir Drowse, but soon we were pursued. I got separated from the other members. No wonder she was running frantically alone. Now I roughly understand the situation. Time to focus on the details. Let us start with this. By the way, who is this Drowse? Guardweaver Drowse. He was the blonde-haired swordsman who gave you the potion that day and saved you. Oh, so his name was Drowse. It took over a year to learn the name of the blonde, but there was no time to dwell on it. What about the enemies? Describe them in detail. I quickly questioned her about the unidentified 5-person team, and the priestess told me everything she could remember. The abilities they showed during the battle, their appearances, even the names they called each other. Listening intently, thinking these details could save my life, I froze at one part. Wait a minute, a red-haired woman? One of the descriptions sounded like someone I knew. Yes, she seemed to be the leader of the group. But is there a problem? Of course there is a problem. How many red-haired women using blades and aura exist in this city? Moreover, asking in detail revealed that the location of her tattoo and her half-severed right ear matched. It couldn't just be a similar person. Amelia Rainwiles, it's her again? A feeling of suffocation rose from deep within my chest. It's no wonder since Amelia is from Nork. The other 4 might also be from there. In short, it is not just a simple plundering. This is going to be troublesome. As I sighed unknowingly, the priestess cautiously asked, watching my reaction. Do you know that woman? Maybe. I replied nonchalantly and asked a few more questions. Forget that for now. Erzina, did they have any peculiarities? Peculiarities? Anything unusual? Do you have any clues as to why they ambushed you? Well, the priestess hesitated before speaking after a long pause. At the time, I couldn't think clearly, but now that I think about it, there was something odd. Stop stalling and get to the point. Sir Drowse said something while buying time. He said it was his responsibility, and that we had no reason to be involved and should leave. I thought it was just something a leader would say, but that is indeed strange. Yes. Moreover, it seemed like he knew the assailants. They called him a traitor and demanded something incomprehensible from him. What? Why are you only mentioning this now? Isn't this the clear cause of the attack? I looked at her in disbelief, and the priestess's voice turned into a whisper. Well, at that time, I was so out of it. Despite her frustrating response, I started to piece together the situation in my head. Before the blockade at Nork, they sent a few people above ground. The goal was to kill an explorer. Surprising, right? According to the clown's words at the round table, Amelia and a few infiltrators were assigned assassination missions. I didn't know who their target was until now. But perhaps this guy was the target. Who exactly is this Drowse guy? As I pondered, the priestess interrupted. But Sir Jandel. Yamaparon. Oh, yes, anyway. Why were you alone in such a place? For the first time, the priestess, who had been answering questions all along, asked. Apparently, she was curious about my situation as well. I was leaving the island, but the ship sank, and I got separated from my comrades. Pardon? Why do you sound so surprised? For a while, we need to work together. Let us talk while moving. Pardon? Are you saying we should go inside? I promised to meet my comrades in the center if we got separated. Oh, I see. But over there. The priestess looked at me with reluctance. I can guess what she is thinking. It must feel like entering a tiger's den. But didn't she also get separated from her comrades? A priestess worried only about herself. Huh. If you don't want to stay, I'll go alone. I spoke firmly instead of persuading her gently, and the priestess reluctantly agreed. What could a lone priestess do anyway? She didn't have a boat, and even if she did, the sea was in that state. Do you know why the wind is blowing so hard? It's as if a storm is coming. Well, that is what I want to ask. I don't know, but monsters are gathering from the coast. I see. This is as puzzling as the identity of Drowse. I know there was an ambush, but who triggered the island's event, and why? Anyone who knew the activation conditions would know how dangerous this is. Well, I'll find out eventually. Like it or not, I'm trapped on this island. I'll eventually meet Amelia and her comrades. For now, let's focus on reuniting with my comrades. Pushing aside negative thoughts, I moved deeper into the island with the priestess. At first, I led with the priestess following behind, but at this rate, it will take hours. Come here. Due to the slow pace, I ended up carrying the priestess on my back midway. The monsters we encountered were not a problem. Even if I were alone, I could pass through them unscathed. Thanks to the priestess's skill, Laren Erzina casts Sanctuary, a protective holy spell that prevents attacks from monsters below level 7. It was a bit funny. Tobera's sect, one of the 3 sects in Rafdonia, had a peculiar rule. Specifically, that holy power should not be used on barbarians. What a petty god. Apparently, a barbarian once drunkenly urinated on Tobera's statue thousands of years ago. That's the historical event that led to this rule. It probably explains why she didn't heal me back when I was crawling in the cave. Even the sun god seems to understand breaking the rules in such situations. Huh? I understand your feelings, Sir Jandel, but please do not insult him. When I made a snide comment, the priestess responded sharply. I broke the rule, so if you need to blame someone, blame me instead. Oh, she is serious. You misunderstand. I wasn't blaming you. Sure, you have to use it to survive. No matter how much you like your god, you wouldn't want to meet him this early, right? If that incident left a scar, I apologize. But I insisted on the rule because it was a situation where a potion could solve it, not because I wanted to ignore you. That does sound somewhat reasonable. All right, I understand your situation. I replied briefly, shaking off any lingering resentment. What can an individual do about a rule set by a group? Anyway, let us stop talking about this. It's not the priority now. Yes, we ceased our idle chatter and focused on moving. How much time had passed? Here. This is where the plunderers. Be quiet. We reached the island's center, our target. There was nothing around, only traces of a battle that happened some time ago. You can dispel your holy spell now. I had the priestess end her holy spell first. Then I began to search the area slowly. It seemed I was the first to arrive. There were no comrades here. There is really no one here. There was no sign of Drowse, the team leader who chose to sacrifice himself, nor the mage who was killed at the start of the ambush. What exactly happened here? So, what will you do now? The priestess asked, and I answered without hesitation. We wait until someone comes, whether it's an enemy or an ally. Yes, understood. Contrary to my expectations, the priestess accepted my decision without complaint. When I asked why, she gave me this answer. I need to meet my comrades as well. What do you mean? It's impossible to leave the island in the current situation. If my escaped comrades met with yours at the coast, they might be heading here. So, you follow me with that thought in mind. Erzina, aren't you afraid that all your comrades might be dead? I asked thoughtlessly, and the priestess replied. Of course I am, but all we can do is believe. Oh right, she is a priestess. For a moment, I regretted asking. All we are allowed to do is that much. The priestess actually wasn't wrong. Please, I hope everyone is safe. This was all I could do for now. Splash. The sound of rough waves pierced her ears. Ugh, bleh. Misha Karlstein vomited up the seawater from her stomach as she opened her eyes. She hurriedly looked around. Einar. Her heart sank. After all, Einar had been by her side until the very end when the ship sank. Determined to take responsibility for Einar, who couldn't swim, she had clung tightly to her in the turbulent waves. I lost her. Anxiety flooded her mind. Was Einar all right? What would she tell Bjorn if she met him later? Wait, what about Bjorn? Smack! Misha slapped both of her cheeks with her hands. She came to her senses. Positive thoughts, positive thoughts. She herself had woken up on the shore despite losing consciousness. Everyone would be okay. So, if we get separated, head to the island's center. Misha remembered Bjorn's last words and brushed the dirt off her hands and face. She then started walking slowly towards the forest. Then, tap! She heard a noise beside her. Einar? Einar! Misha called out weakly as she ran towards the sound, only to be confronted by an unfamiliar figure. You. Acha. You must be one of Bjorn Jandel's companions. It was a red-haired woman with a scar where half of her right ear had been cut off. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 269. A woman stared coldly at a particular spot. At the end of her gaze lay a man's corpse. Guardweaver Drowse. The trash who tried to escape the consequences of his actions under a new name, living a second life. Yes, he definitely was. Sister, why do you look like that? Amelia unconsciously bit her lip. She didn't feel as relieved as she thought she would. Are you upset because his comrades escaped? Hey, don't worry too much. The other two went to find them, didn't they? They'll catch them soon. Even her immature companion, who had been grumbling the entire journey, had taken notice of her, but Amelia couldn't care less. It's my responsibility. You guys don't need to get involved. So go quickly. The image of him sacrificing himself for his companions lingered in her mind. At first, it was absurd. What on earth was this guy talking about? When did he betray them? And now he's doing this. Her teeth ground together involuntarily. If he could do such a thing, why didn't he do it for them? Still, we retrieve the item, right? Even if they escape alive, our mission is a success. Only then did Amelia shift her gaze to the jewel in her hand. The legacy of the great sage Gavrilius, a treasure kept by the lords of Nork for a long time. Even so, this didn't feel right. More precisely, The words he said while she was taking this item from him kept resurfacing. Amelia, this won't change anything. For him to say such a thing, even knowing what that item meant to her. Amelia used the poison in her possession to dissolve the man's body. She then placed the jewel in her hand into the subspace. After all the high-ranking members of Nork had left for the outside world, and communication with them was practically impossible. She would have to keep it for a while. She planned to find a way to use this jewel later when she returned, without rushing into action. Finally, I have it. Despite everything, her long-cherished wish was within reach. With that thought, Amelia shook off her uneasy feelings. At that moment, but sister, Carmilla, the team summoner in their transport on the 6th floor, approached her. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Is this the real thing? Amelia could understand her feelings. This item was legendary, even in Nork, sometimes considered more mythical than the Stone of Resurrection. Hence, Amelia didn't have any room for doubt. I don't know. Of course, she did know that the stories about this item were not just made up, and that the item she just put in her subspace was the genuine one. But isn't there also a saying, seeing is desiring? Creating variables by sharing such information would be foolish. Oh, come on. You knew that guy well, didn't you? You'd know if it's real or not. As I said, I don't know. And whether it's real or not isn't our concern. Our mission was to retrieve what he had and return. Amelia drew the line again, just as she was about to turn her back. Wow, judging by your reaction, it must be real. Carmilla smirked. Wow, I can't believe this actually exists. It could have sounded like a naive joke. However, Amelia, who had seen all kinds of unseemly things, instinctively reached for her dagger. That moment, stab dash. A burning sensation spread from her back. I'm sorry, Miss Rainwiles. It was a mistake to only watch Carmilla. When she came to her senses, a warrior's sword had pierced her stomach. But so what? Amelia quickly assessed her mistake. Good job, old man. The blade had gone in below her ribs. When will you start calling me brother? Though her organs were damaged, it wasn't a fatal wound. Therefore, whatever, we're only half related. She pulled out her dagger and thrust it forward. Her target was Carmilla, the woman she had often wanted to kill. Whoosh dash. Unfortunately, it fell a bit short, but it didn't matter much. She had learned some grappling techniques from fighting barbarians before. Swoosh. The moment she infused her dagger with aura, the gap closed. Squelch dash. Ah! The dagger's tip pierced Carmilla's eye. Pity. If it had gone a bit deeper, it could have reached her brain. Whoosh dash. Before she could regret it, the sword in her stomach was pulled out. The recoil made her stagger, but there was no time to rest. Damn it! The warrior's sword swung immediately towards a vital point. Knowing it would be difficult to avoid, Amelia extended her arm. An arm isn't a vital point after all. Slice dash. The sharp sword cut through her forearm. She saved her life, but suffered a significant loss in combat capability. Even this wasn't a huge problem. That wasn't too much of a problem this time either. If her main body was damaged, she could simply use her duplicate to fight. Tap! Amelia used the doppelganger's self-replication to create a clone right behind the warrior. She immediately swung her foot towards his head. Most enemies couldn't even react to this combination. Behind you! The explosion sound that followed was from the clone's foot hitting the warrior. Boom dash! But it wasn't the head she had targeted. The foot landed on the warrior's shoulder. He had twisted his body to the side in response to the warning. Squelch dash! As a result of her failed attack, the warrior's sword slashed her abdomen again. But the clone's interference forced the warrior to pull back quickly, preventing a deep wound. At this rate, I might die. Dangerous. The thought dominated Amelia's mind. What are you doing? Grab the arm quickly. The warrior rolled on the ground, picking up her severed arm. It was the arm that had the spatial bracelet on it. Feeling a sense of defeat, Amelia quickly chased after the warrior using her clone. But, dragon, let's go. She was 3 steps short. Roar dash. The warrior mounted the drake that Carmilla had summoned. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the drake ascended into the sky. She could hear their conversation through the noise of the beating wings. Amelia Rainwiles. Truly a terrifying woman. To be that dangerous even in such a state. Enough. Give me a potion first. Let's talk first. What are we going to do now? We didn't kill her properly. Who cares? She'll die anyway. The drake had completely disappeared into the sky. Damn it. For the first time in a long while, Amelia cursed out loud. But cursing wouldn't change anything. The only way to save herself from this desperate situation was to act. Thud. Using her intact clone, Amelia lifted her main body, and she quickly moved away. Her judgment was that if they came back down to finish her off, it would truly be the end. Thud, thud. Amelia kept moving, not knowing exactly where she was headed. She walked for what felt like an eternity, Even after her soul power was depleted and the self-replication was deactivated, she forced herself to get up and continue walking. Tap! She froze at the sound of footsteps beside her. If it was her companions coming to find her, she would live. If it was the enemy, she would die. But, Einar? Is that you, Einar? To her surprise, Amelia's expectations were wrong. You. Huh? You're one of Bjorn Jandel's comrades. Raising her head to check her side, there was a cat sitting there. Ugh, what is this now? Misha was confused. Of course, anyone would be if a woman with a severed arm and a hole in her stomach suddenly appeared and collapsed in front of her. Is she one of those explorers they were fighting? Potion. Yes, a potion first. Though the woman was a stranger, Misha quickly opened her water-soaked expandable backpack and took out a potion. Whether this woman was on the good side or the bad side, or if there even was a good side in this mess, she had no information. But, you're one of Bjorn Jandel's comrades. The words the woman had spoken just before collapsing erased any hesitation. Yeah, she might know Bjorn. First, treat her wounds. Pop dash. Misha opened the potion and poured it on the woman's wound. But then what was this? Drip, drip, drip. The potion didn't produce the usual bubbling sound. It just flowed through the wound like cold water. Hey, I bought this from an official store. Misha couldn't understand it. Remembering an incident with fake potions in the early days, she took out another potion from her bag. But the result was the same. Why isn't this working? Was this one a fake too? Misha experimented by pouring a bit of potion on the scratches she got from falling into the water. Sizzle dash. The intense itching confirmed that the potion was fine. But why wasn't it working on this woman? Though she couldn't understand, Misha didn't give up. She had learned from Bjorn that barbarians would chew with their gums if they had no teeth. It's been a long time since I used this. Misha took out herbs and bandages. Emergency supplies she had saved for a situation where potions couldn't be used. This might sting a bit. You can't hear me anyway. First, Misha cleaned the wound with disinfectant, applied the herbs, and wrapped it with bandages. She then laid a blanket on the ground and placed the woman on it. That concluded the temporary measures. After laying her on the blanket, Misha had done all she could for now. The rest was up to the woman's will. At least she's breathing well. Watching her stable breathing, Misha squatted down beside the blanket and let out a deep sigh. Ugh, I can't just leave her here. If she had just fainted, Misha could have carried her, but her condition was too severe for that. Bjorn will be waiting. Misha's face contorted with worry. She couldn't just leave this woman behind, despite the urgent situation. About 10 minutes later, a disturbing creaking sound made Misha turn her head. What is it now? Monsters were crawling out from the coastline. Tap, 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 tap. The sound of flesh hitting flesh follows regularly. It's coming from my hands. I can't seem to keep my body still. 2 hours. That much time had passed since I arrived at the center. Even if I got here quickly, at least one of my comrades should have arrived by now. Why isn't anyone coming? Even though I tried to stay optimistic, ominous thoughts kept filling my mind. Misha, Raven, Mr. Bear, Einar, and Erwin, are they really okay? If I had known, I would have checked the coastline instead of staying at the center. Are you planning to stay here indefinitely? The priestess asked cautiously, noticing my anxiety. She seemed like a damn cultist to me. Weren't you the one who told me to have faith? Aren't you a priestess? Why are you so quick to give up? I grumbled, but inside I understood. Given her job, her reaction wasn't unusual. Kriak, kriak, kriak. As evidence, sea monsters, which usually appeared only during events, had started showing up even here. They had walked all the way here with a gait slower than half a normal human's walking speed. Soon, stronger ones will fill this place. The coast is probably already full of them. Despite this, no one had arrived. Erzina. Yes, what is it? We're moving. Waiting around isn't my style. I see you still have faith. What the hell? She said having faith is the only thing we could do. And now this? If you were born a human, you might have become a great religious leader, Jandel. As a proud atheist of modern times, her comment felt odd, but since it sounded more like admiration than sarcasm, I didn't argue. Stop with the nonsense and get up. Yes. I helped the priestess to her feet and got ready to leave. Just as we were about to set off. Footsteps. After nearly 2 hours, a visitor finally arrived. Unfortunately, it wasn't one of our team members. The figure was tall and lanky, covered in minor injuries from a recent battle. A longbow was slung over his shoulder, and his green hair was caked with dirt. Jandel. It wasn't hard to tell whether he was friend or foe. He looked at us and asked, "What did you do to Lady Rainwiles?" What a coincidence. I had a question for him too. Ignoring the ringing in my ears, I asked, "Hey, why do you have Raven's spatial ring? You'd better answer well, or you're really going to die." Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 270. The sea was raging with fierce waves. Currently, a Luva raven was flying above it. For the first time in ages, she was shouting at the top of her lungs. Mr. Yurik fried. Hang in there. Just a little further, and you'll reach the shore. Below, she could see only Abman clinging to a plank, being tossed around by the waves. Every time a towering wave engulfed him, her heart tightened, but there was nothing more she could do. I need to take good care of Abman at least. When the ship had wrecked, all her other companions had scattered and disappeared, and Abman was the only one she found while searching around. She had been following him to avoid losing his location, but, whether he lost his grip on the plank, Abman's body disappeared below the surface. Raven quickly descended in a panic. Yet despite this, she couldn't see Abman. Mr. Yurik fried. Mr. Yurik fried. She circled around, shouting for quite a while, but there was no answer. No, he'll be okay. Suppressing her trembling, Raven pulled herself together and headed toward the coast. And then, found him. After thoroughly searching the coast, she finally found who she was looking for. Abman, washed ashore by the waves, lay unconscious on the beach. Phew. He was breathing properly, and his body temperature didn't seem to have dropped too much. Using a fire-based support spell, she dried Abman's wet clothes and body, then waited by his side for him to wake up. At that moment, not the person I was looking for, but this isn't bad either. A man emerged from the forest. Blood rushed to my head. Why does this guy have Raven's ring? No matter how I try to think positively, I can't come up with a good scenario. But still, hey, why do you have Raven's subspace ring? Clinging to the last hope? I asked. Explain. Hoping desperately that it was some kind of misunderstanding, I exhibited superhuman patience. But the answer I got wasn't what I expected. I asked the questions first. Is he saying he doesn't intend to give up control of the conversation? If that's the case, he picked the wrong time. Really? I'll ask again, you guys from Rain-Whale? Then die. I launched myself forward, kicking off the ground. I figured there was no rush to ask questions after sorting out the pecking order. Leaping high, my body rapidly expanded through gigantification, causing him to backstep and widen the distance. But what can he do about this? Character's total weight exceeds 500 kg. Special terrain effect recoil is additionally applied to the damage area. With that little distance, he can't avoid this. Boom dash. The ground rippled out from the impact point. His slim figure, fitting for an archer, was catapulted into the air like a spring. I didn't miss the chance and dashed forward immediately. And then, using the characteristic brutish hand of a barbarian, I quickly reached out. At that moment, Nabar's green hop has cast, emergency escaped. He vanished like a mirage right in front of me. There was no reason to be flustered. Quickly scanning the surroundings like moving the camera in a 3D game, I spotted him 20 meters away. So, it was a blink-type skill. He didn't go far. Thud. I adjusted my posture in midair. As expected from a high-tier archer, he had already fired an arrow. Whiz dash. Seeing the white light enveloping the arrowhead, it was probably a skill-enhanced arrow. But there was no problem. Character has cast Transcendence, a power I obtained as a royal reward from Bayon. The next skill used will be Enhanced. I didn't obtain it just to link with gigantification. Character has cast Leap. The power inherent in this skill is unlocked by the power of the Transcendent being. In short, it's Transcendent Leap. The effect is really simple. It can now be used in midair. First, it could be cast while airborne, significantly increasing its utility. And the travel time is greatly reduced. It becomes much faster. A flash dash. The moment I kicked off the air, I was already in front of him, with all the effects of Leap in my body. Boom dash. Unable to withstand the recoil, his body was once again launched into the air. I quickly reached out and grabbed his neck. He groaned in pain. There was no room for sympathy. For a long-range type, maintaining distance is crucial. If he failed to do that properly, he deserved to die. I tightened my grip on his neck. I wasn't too worried about him escaping. Blink-type skills usually have a long cooldown, and even if he used another skill to escape, I could catch him again. GGH. His struggling intensified. If I applied more pressure, his neck would snap. At that moment, I regained my senses. Hey, snapping his neck wasn't the best choice. I needed to hear his story first. And if it wasn't the story I wanted, snapping his neck wouldn't be enough. Thud. Releasing my grip on his neck, his body collapsed to the ground. To prevent him from having any funny ideas, I stomped on his abdomen and bent over. Then I grabbed his wrist. Crack dash. I broke his wrist instead of his neck. The wrist of the hand wearing Raven's ring. Overwhelmed by the pain, he couldn't even scream, his eyes rolling back. Not my concern. I had been patient enough. Where did you get this ring? I asked him the same question again. Earlier, we had been throwing questions at each other without listening, but this time was different. What strange things are you talking about since a while ago? He responded. Not the answer I wanted, but an answer nonetheless. Just answer my question. Guh, this ring, where did you get it? As I asked, I glanced over his frail body. I had already broken his wrist, but there were still plenty of parts left to break. And he must have realized it too. The Kerman Magic Workshop in District 7. He shouted urgently. I bought it from the Kerman Magic Workshop. An entirely unexpected answer. What? I had been prepared to continue the interrogation if he gave some vague answer like he found it by chance or didn't kill Raven but took it. You bought it? Not taken from Raven. I don't even know who Raven is. He sounded genuinely wronged. It didn't seem like he was lying. But just in case, he could be a cunning guy who came up with this lie on the spot. Right? I grabbed his dangling hand and pulled off the ring. Then I opened the subspace and rummaged through it. It was filled with equipment, consumables, and personal items. After checking a few things, I took a deep breath. It really isn't Raven's. It wasn't Raven's ring. The proof was the absence of the magic reagents that should have been there. He wouldn't have thrown away all the expensive reagents after taking the ring. Come to think of it, Raven did say she bought hers from a magic workshop. Yeah, I knew it. Of course, she wouldn't be so easily taken down. Is the misunderstanding cleared up? Well. Yes, it seems this ring is indeed the one you bought. True to the barbarian-esque nature of valuing honesty, I readily admitted my mistake. Then I moved my foot away from his writhing wrist. But why are you putting it in your pocket instead of returning it? Well, that is a different matter altogether. From now on, this ring is mine. After all, the Nork bastards are treasure goblins, aren't they? Got a problem with that? He silently accepted my actions without protest. In simple terms, the transfer process was complete. With his permission, I also stripped him of his weapons and equipment, stuffing them into the subspace. Now we were ready for a non-violent conversation. Who are you? I began by asking his name, personal details, and what had happened on this island. Not wanting to die just yet, he readily spilled everything. His name was Nabarsk Greenhop. You look familiar for some reason. That's because we've met once before. What? You and I? When? When there was a fire in the capital Karnan. Hearing that, I remembered. When I faced a ruined scholar there, this guy was trailing behind him like a minion. I didn't expect it to be him. Anyway, it wasn't important. Back then, he didn't seem to know anything about what was discussed between the ruined scholar and Lee Beckho after they left. Now, tell me everything that happened today. From him, I learned details I hadn't heard from the priestess. First, these guys were indeed targeting the blonde. He originally came from Nork, but he betrayed the Lord and fled after stealing treasure. Wait a moment. Drowse is from Nork? Even that name is fake. He changed his face and hid, making it very hard to find him. The priestess stared blankly into space, her mind seemingly shattered by this incredible revelation. I suppose I'd react the same way if I suddenly heard that Misha was an evil spirit from someone. So, what happened to him? He's dead. Are you sure? Over there. You can see the traces where rain wiles dealt with the body. There were indeed signs of something melted near where he pointed. Quite gruesome. So, what were you doing until now? Where are your comrades? One of them and I left the group to chase after the ones who escaped. We got separated during the chase. I see. So they were pursuing and came back empty-handed. Wait, then who triggered the event? Suddenly curious, I asked who had destroyed the island's tribute, but he couldn't give me an expected answer. This state of the sea? I don't know either. The ground suddenly shook while we were chasing, and everything went dark. He doesn't know either? That's unsettling. As I stood silently, organizing my thoughts, he cautiously asked me a question. So, what happened to Rainwiles? Were they gone when you arrived? It was the same question he asked when we first met. Maybe he answered all my questions diligently because he was curious about this? I wasn't sure, but just as I was about to respond, thud, two figures emerged from beyond the bushes. Erwin, over there. It's Bjorn. Mister. There you are. It was Einar and Erwin.